truly Asia.
Are you always exhausted, tired? All of that can change with Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. With a high dissolved oxygen content, Bubbles O2 is no ordinary mineral water. Stop, sip, and smile. Fuel your passion for a powerful performance. Find us at PETRONAS Victoria Langkawi, Malaysia 2024.
At PETRONAS, you get more. More points. Simpler, better, now cardless. Just key in your phone number at the pump, Mesra store counter, or use the Settle app. Get up to 3 times more Mesra rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel.
as I slip from my skin and into the soul of the sea. I let go, like the ocean, I am free. I dance with sharks and move with reefs. The tempo of my heartbeat is now one with the sea.
Above, I am the master of speed. Here, life humbles me as I descend into the unknown, to a new world beyond my imagination. I make friends with so-called danger. It's electrifying, the rush of adventure. From a sea of fishes to nature's finest teacher. I am your humble student.
Someone smart once said, the best way to observe a fish is to become a fish. So I seek my respect, make friends with the subject, and call this my home. We share our mornings together, floating through the calm, learning from each other. You find out more when in silence.
This world, all alien to me. Yet I feel closer to the deep blue sea. I feel welcome, just being here. Just me, myself, and my new friends.
The gentle bed of water, friendly faces with warm hellos. The voice of the sea speaks to my soul. It's big, it's small, it's a little strange, but it's all so unique. When I'm here, I feel like I belong. My new friends, they welcome me. Now with every moment and breath, I truly feel alive.
At PETRONAS, earning and redeeming Mercer Rewards points is now cardless. Really? Just key in your phone number at the pump, at the Mercer store counter, or use the Settle app. Legit? Get up to 3 times more Mercer Rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel. Simpler, better, and more rewarding.
Only a smile away. The soul of nature.
Orang-orang Batu Pahat, are you ready?
Setelah beberapa peringkat berada di semenanjung Tanah Besar dan hari ini kita terbang ke Bumi Kenyalang ke Sarawak untuk berada di salah satu daerah di Sarawak. Atau lebih tepat kita berada di Miri hari ini untuk permulaan bagi peringkat ke-7. Terlebih dahulu, Assalamualaikum dan selamat pagi. Sekali lagi anda kembali secara langsung bersama dengan kami untuk kehangatan PETRONAS Seletu di Langkawi bersama dengan saya Zumubin dan juga tetamu istimewa yang kekal bersama dengan kami dan juga akan berikan gambaran perjalanan bagi peringkat yang ke-7. Kita menuju 2 peringkat terakhir yang pastinya akan ada drama-drama yang lebih menarik bakal kita saksikan, terutamanya perebutan jersey. Dan sebelum itu, seperti biasa, kita nak ucapkan jutaan terima kasih dan juga penghargaan kepada penaja-penaja, terutamanya antaranya ialah PETRONAS dan semestinya kepada Tourism Malaysia dan juga tidak lupa kepada Bubbles O2. Dan kita mengharapkan sekali lagi akan ada lebih banyak dan lebih ramai penaja-penaja yang akan terus memeriahkan kehangatan Letu di Langkawi, terutamanya menuju musim depan. Sebelum itu, kita belum lagi berakhir, kita masih lagi banyak cerita. Saya bersama dengan adik. Adik, hari ini adalah hari yang berbeza. suasana berbeza untuk berada di Sarawak ni, Dik?
Ya, betul kan. Kalau kita lihat hari ini peringkat ke-7 daripada Miri ke Bintulu, merupakan perlombaan yang paling jauh untuk edisi yang ke-28. Jadi hari ini perlombaan, kalau kita tengok dalam map, memang para pelomba, kesemua 103 pelomba akan melalui pesisiran pantai. Jadi sudah pasti menarik untuk kita lihat dalam perlombaan hari ini lah.
Apa menariknya, apa perbezaan apabila melalui laluan-laluan di pesisiran pantai, kita akan bincangkan bersama dengan adik. Dan semestinya 199.3 km itu jarak sebenar yang bakar dilalui oleh 103 pelumba yang masih lagi boleh teruskan perjalanan mereka berbaki 2 peringkat ini. Dan semestinya perebutan jersey-jersey yang masih lagi hangat, masih lagi sengit. Adik, mana kita lihat jersey hijau untuk keseluruhan belum lagi selesai, masih lagi ada ruang, tetapi bagaimana ceritanya kita akan saksikan. Adakah Max Pool mahu boleh pertahankan kerana Thomas Pasenti juga ada pencabar terdekat. Begitu juga untuk jersey-jersey berikutnya, jersey orange KBS untuk Raja Pecut. Ini semestinya akan menjadi sengit kerana perbezaan hanya 4 mata saja untuk Avery Klein. Kali pertama dia memegang jersey semalam selepas berakhir peringkat ke-6, dan juga kita melihat Matteo terpaksa melupakan jersey seketika dan dia masih ada peluang. Jersey polkadot Mario Aparicio hampir kekal dan hampir muktamad untuknya kerana berbaki 2 peringkat. Tidak ada lagi pendakian-pendakian yang mampu ataupun boleh menambah mata lebih banyak untuk Max Pool untuk mencabar Mario Aparicio. Dan juga kita lihat begitu kental untuk pelumba dari Jepun ini, iaitu Manabu Ishibashi dari JCL Team Ukyo yang kekal selesai 3 dan 4 peringkat. Dia ambil alih daripada Aiman Rossi, iaitu pemegang jersey terbaik Asia sebelum ini. Jadi kita dah saksikan ke semua jersey-jersey, dan seperti mana kita katakan, Dik, bahawa jersey ini masih lagi dicabar, terutamanya jersey orange. Jersey hijau ni subjektif tapi masih ada ruang, Dik, kalau kita lihat. Betul kan? Kalau kita lihat hari ini kan, secara unofficial lah kalau ikutkan, untuk jersey Keong Mountain sudah pasti sudah menjadi milik pelumba daripada pasukan BH. Jadi sebab kalau kita lihat memang ada satu saja kategori Cat 4. Jadi ada 3 intermediate spring hari ini, sejauh 199.3 intermediate spring pertama di kilometer 67.8 di Suai. Jadi di sini kita akan lihat nanti kan perebutan untuk GC keseluruhan akan berebut time dekat sini untuk memastikan ranking mereka berada di kedudukan yang terbaik. Untuk intermediate sprint yang pertama iaitu di Suai, dan keseluruhannya ada 3 sprint dan juga 1 pendakian di Bintulu nanti, itu antara cerita. Dan sekarang ini Lily, apa update di venue di Miri terutamanya? Silakan Lily.
Alright, thank you studio. Selamat pagi dari Sarawak. Apa khabar kita orang? Kami dah pun selamat tiba di Bumi Kenyalang ini dengan perlumbaan yang paling jauh jarak kayuhannya, iaitu 199.3 km, dengan permulaan di Miri dan akan berakhir di Bintulu, menawarkan 3 zon pecutan dan juga 1 zon pendakian. Yang kelebihan ketika ini terarah kepada Max Pool, pemenang peringkat ketiga, kerana laluan rolling jadi kelebihan Max disebabkan dia dianggap all-rounder dan berkelebihan dalam mendaki juga. Tapi pencabar terdekatnya dengan beza 14 saat sahaja ialah Thomas Pasenti yang ikut rapat dan berpeluang memintas kedudukannya berbaki 2 peringkat lagi di Sarawak. Dan beralih kepada pelumba tempatan hari ini, Lili nak sentuh sedikit mengenai pelumba muda berbakat iaitu Iqbal Daniel yang dipinjamkan ke pasukan Hang Chiang, baru je berumur 19 tahun, berpeluang cerah menanti pelumba yang dikabarkan akan ke China selepas ini, terpilih untuk saingan Tour of Tauhu League yang bermula 9 Oktober nanti. Dan perkembangan baik juga sebenarnya buat pelumba muda tempatan kita, dan Iqbal dilihat berpotensi dengan usaha yang ditunjukkannya sehingga peringkat ke-7 ini. Selain itu, Malaysia Pro Cycling Team berpeluang cerah juga untuk menghabiskan saingan dengan raih kedudukan 3 terbaik bagi Best Asian Team buat setakat ini. Dan suka saya kongsikan hari ini, pertama kali saya di Sarawak, loving it so far, dan cuaca nampak cantik. Weather forecast pun mengatakan hari ini memang cuaca cerah di Sarawak, dan orang-orang di Sarawak pun friendly cantik dan handsome semuanya. So kita menantikan semua pelumba-pelumba untuk tiba di garisan permulaan untuk memulakan perlumbaan untuk hari ini. Apa-apa pun nanti kita akan berjumpa lagi di garisan penamat. Jangan lupa untuk terus bersama dengan Astro Arena 802, platform media sosial Majlis Sukan Negara dan juga PETRONAS Le Tour di Langkawi 2024. Hashtag Be The Hit, hashtag kita semua Timas.
Terima kasih Lily. Bersemangat Lily, sentiasa bersemangat. Dan sekarang ni tadi kita sempat melihat gambaran untuk perjalanan hari ini sehingga ke sprint yang pertama, dan kita nak saksikan pula di mana pecutan kedua dan juga ketiga ini akan berlaku. Jadi gambaran secara menyeluruhnya sememangnya sepanjang perjalanan ialah di pesisir pantai. Sprint yang pertama, kedua, ketiga tu taktikal berbeza katakanlah kepada sprinter-sprinter hari ini.
Ya, sudah pastilah. Of course untuk JC Orin, kerajaan KBS hari ini akan lebih sengit lah.
Ya.
Kerana mata-mata poin hanya berapa saja kurang untuk Avid Decline dan juga Matteo Vellucci, dan kita pasti hari ini perebutan JC Orin memang akan menarik untuk kita lihat. Dan apa yang menarik jugalah hari ini untuk kategori Cat 4 K All Mountain, hanya satu saja pendakian yang ditawarkan. Sudah pasti pelumba daripada pasukan BH Burgos iaitu Mario Aprecio akan terus mengekalkan jersey beliau kerana beliau harus menghabiskan perlombaan saja dan untuk dinobatkan sebagai King of Mountain. Jadi 199.3 km hari ini, prediction saya hari ini perlombaan akan, saya rasa akan laju lah macam semalam, sebab GC masih open. Jadi sudah pasti EF hari ini sekali lagi menerusi Steven De Bon akan saya pasti dia akan ingin memenangi peringkat kerana semalam dia berada di kedudukan kedua kan. Hari ini EF sudah pasti akan cuba untuk memenangi peringkat kan.
Ya, kerana itu saja peluang yang mereka ada. Perancangan selepas perancangan awal mereka tak dapat laksanakan, terutamanya mahu mendapatkan juara keseluruhan untuk pasukan dan juga ketika pendakian. Dan tadi untuk terkini kita mendapatkan respon dari sana bahawa dia kongsikan cuaca baik, tapi ini yang suka kita jangka kerana peringkat ketujuh ni difahamkan hujan turun dan juga itu akan ada cabaran berbeza. Dik, andai perkara itu berlaku berterusan je bersisiran pantai, keadaan angin juga akan mainkan peranan dan juga taktikal untuk setiap pasukan hari ini. Ya,
sudah pastilah kalau hujan lebat hari ini kita tahu perlombaan akan lebih, orang cakap bukan mudah lah. Untuk para pelumba, semua 103 pelumba yang akan berlumba untuk peringkat yang ketujuh ni, kerana laluan salah satu adalah di pesisiran pantai. Sudah pasti angin kuat akan berlaku, crosswind ataupun headwind kan. Jadi kita harap perlombaan hari ini tidak terjadi seperti peringkat yang kelima lah. Perlombaan diberhentikan kerana hujan lebat. Jadi kita harap perlombaan hari ini bergerak secara smooth. Dan kita akan lihat laluan yang terpanjang untuk edisi kali ini. Dalam sesama kita pun nak lihat kesemua 103 pelumba yang akan bertanding pada hari ini menghabiskan perlombaan.
Ya, itu kita nak lihat. Dan tadi Lily ada kongsikan sedikit menyebut beberapa pelumba-pelumba muda, dan antaranya yang perlu kita berikan perhatian adalah Sen Rembau yang nampaknya penampilan pertama, tetapi kita nak dapatkan apa update dari pelumba muda negara ini. Kita saksikan.
Kalau semalam tiba lebih awal, hari ini yang lalang tiba lebih lewat sikit.
About you're Malaysian, you live in Australia. How much do you know Borneo, that other part of Malaysia?
Not much actually. I didn't expect this weather to be this bad early on in the stage. Usually should be raining about in the afternoon, but I've been here once this year, and that's about it. Will be an interesting stage.
Besides cycling, what is special with Borneo and the state of Sarawak?
I believe it's the animal, the hornbill, I believe, and then the natural resources close to Borneo with a lot of tropical forests and a lot of rare animal. This part of Malaysia.
What do you know about today's course? It looks a bit flat. What do you expect? What kind of race do you expect?
I think it's going to be an early breakaway, early from the start. I think the breakaway might go all the way to the end because there's a category 4 nearly at the end of the race. So especially when the first sprint class is 60 kilos in, sprinters probably won't bother to chase every breakaway down. Probably will be a breakaway finish. Yeah.
What are your hopes, personally, for the end of your first Le Tour de Langkawi?
Obviously to finish safe first, especially in this weather. I'll try my best to get like a solid result and one on the stage result. Yeah.
Does this experience give you the desire to move forward in your cycling career?
Yeah, 100%. It shows me that I need to do a lot of work. There's a lot of work to be done. Yeah.
All the best.
Thanks, Jeff.
Baik, pelumba muda berpengkalan di Australia, bekas anak legenda. Adik melihat potensi daripada Rembau ni, anda lihat?
Okey, Lan, saya bersama beliau daripada awal training camp pada awal September lagi, Lan. Kerana saya bersama pasukan kebangsaan juga, bersama Coach Amir Mustafa dan juga Coach Yusof. Rembau juga bersama kita pada awal September lagi. Jadi sudah pastilah Rembau merupakan pelumba muda yang sekarang ni memang harus diberi perhatian. Kita harap satu masa nanti mungkin Rembau dia juga yang berpekalan di Australia, yang tinggal di Australia, dalam masa sama dia boleh cakap Melayu lah. Dia boleh cakap Melayu. On the same time dia mempunyai orang cakap dia punya perjalanan dia tu memang cerah lah untuk pergi ke World Tour ataupun Pro Tour punya team. Jadi kita harap beliau masih muda kan. Pada awal tahun ni pergi Tour of Thailand, dia berada kedudukan 10 GC untuk keseluruhan. Di Tour of ENG also di Indonesia dia berada di tempat ke-10 keseluruhan juga. Jadi pelumba ini harus orang cakap dilihat, dan juga kita harap nanti satu masa nanti di ITDI yang akan datang beliau mungkin mampu memberi saingan kepada pelumba-pelumba Eropah.
Kita kena ingat hari ni sebab kita dah interview Rembau, dan yang paling penting ialah dia meneruskan legasi ayahnya, iaitu Aseong, antara legenda berbasikal lebuh raya negara. Dan sekarang ini tadi antara wakil negara, dan kita nak lihat juga pencabar untuk jersey hijau di kedudukan ketiga tu Unai Iriba daripada Ken Parma, dan kita lihat bagaimana percaturannya hari ini, kita saksikan.
Unai, here we are on the island of Borneo for the last two stages, and you are in a special situation because you are fighting for the third place on GC, and it's decided by the places every day. So how are you guys working that out to try to finish third or fourth rather than 8 or 9?
Yeah, it's difficult now. We are fighting that podium positions both for the top places and the bonification also, no? Because each stage we have 3 bonification that can give you those extra seconds that ensure you the podium, no? So it's been difficult, very tactical, no? And each team is doing its best to get that podium, no?
Do you look every day at these 5 or 6 rivals that you have?
Yes. We all know we have these 3 days. I think that when you look the classification, we are behind each other. No, if you look, we are around the 20 positions. These 5 guys of the GC that we are fighting for the podium, we are there, no, behind each other. So we are controlling each other, and well.
And does it mean that every stage finish there are 2 sprints? There's 1 sprint for the stage win, and behind there's a sprint between the 6 riders in contention for the third place.
Yeah, that's right. First we have the sprint for the top sprinters, no, and later behind them we are there fighting our sprint, no. Gaining those extra positions, but well, what I am saying, in any bonification, if you take any seconds, that gives you that podium place, so that we are working.
Are you confident to make the podium, the final podium of Le Tour de Langkawi yourself?
Yeah, that's the goal, no? Now I am in that podium position now. I'm in the best position possible, no? But well, we have 2 difficult days, today and tomorrow, and we'll fight it for them. We are very happy with the race we are doing.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
Baik, ini adalah terkini. Berita gembiranya, hujan nampaknya menghampiri reda. Jadi gambarannya bahawa kalau ikutkan waktu sekarang telah pun berlaku sedikit kelewatan untuk pelepasan flag off disebabkan hujan tadi. Itu yang saya katakan, untuk peringkat ketujuh selain cabaran laluan, cabaran cuaca juga yang tidak menentu yang akan menyaksikan sedikit delay untuk pelepasan bagi sebelum mereka dimulakan. Dijangka, difahamkan 11.15 pagi.
Betul.
Jadi kita lewat 15 minit.
Betul.
Kalau kita lihat tadi, Unai antara pencabar. Sekali lagi kita tekan bahawa jersey dia hari ini macam-macam perkara yang perlu diambil kira setiap pelumba selain perebutan jersey, keadaan cuaca. Jadi ini antara drama yang bakal kita saksikan nanti.
Ya, betul lah. Kalau kita lihat untuk jersey hijau, jersey tajam Petronas, jersey keseluruhan pelumba yang daripada nombor 3 sampai nombor 9 mereka berkongsi masa yang sama lah. Sudah pasti hari ini para pelumba ni akan cuba untuk at least mencuri 1 saat untuk pelumba tersebut menduduki ranking yang terbaik, kerana Lan pun sendiri tahu ranking nombor 3 hingga nombor 10 dia punya UCI point tu memang amat tinggi kan.
Betul.
Jadi on the same time kita boleh lihat Ekipo Kempama dia mempunyai 3 pelumba yang berada dalam top 8. Jadi dia merupakan pendahulu untuk tim GC dalam masa yang sama. Jadi hari ini sudah pastilah menarik untuk kita lihat. Kita harap kemungkinan besar bagi saya jersey-jersey utama seperti jersey hijau dan juga jersey oranye akan bertukar tangan kan untuk peringkat ke-7 hari ini.
Ya, sebagaimana kita tahu dalam jelajah terutama LTDL ni pelumba mahukan kemenangan dan juga mereka mahu mengutip setinggi boleh markah ataupun mata untuk kedudukan ranking UCI. Itu penting untuk mereka melayak. Olimpik pun dah berkira kalau ikutkan. Itu yang pentingnya. Dan seketika sementara kita nantikan permulaan, kita nak bersama dengan Lily pula. Lily sempat merakamkan perkara-perkara yang menarik sepanjang perlumbaan terutamanya di Johor semalam. Jadi apa perkongsian Lily? Jadi Sarawak, maksud saya Sarawak sebelum permulaan. Jadi banyak sampingan-sampingan sebagaimana kita kongsikan dari hari ke hari. Jadi terkini apa Lily nak kongsikan? Jom kita saksikan.
Alright, selamat pagi dari Miri. Apa khabar kita orang? Sehat semua?
Sehat semua.
Alhamdulillah. Okey, hari ni saya tertarik sebenarnya nak interview you guys sebab macam berkostum cantik semua kan. Tapi nak tanya terlebih dahulu lah. Apabila dapat tahu yang laluan LTDL kembali di bumi Sarawak, apa perasaannya?
Yang pastinya kami sangat bangga, sangat teruja sebab kali ini memilih Bandaraya Miri untuk memulakan kemurahan punya acara. Ya, sangat teruja.
Alright, so hari ni nampak semua berkostum, siap bermakeup cantik semua. So ada apa ni sekejap lagi?
Nanti kami akan membuat persembahan untuk pembukaan acara nanti. Kami akan membuat 2 persembahan. So saksikan nanti. Kami membuat tarian selamat datang dengan tarian rampaian etnik untuk Sarawak.
Okey, so berapa lama ambil masa training untuk persembahan kali ini?
Kami menggunakan 2 minggu untuk berlatih bersama dengan penari yang lain sebab kami akan menggunakan masa selepas waktu bekerja. Semua bekerja.
Oh, semua pun bekerja tapi hari ini cuti ke macam mana?
Ya, hari ini kami cuti. Ada yang tak kerja jugalah sebab weekend.
Okey, so nak tahu jugalah kalau ada kata-kata semangat yang nak dikongsikan kepada pelumba-pelumba Malaysia hari ini yang bertanding untuk peringkat ke-7 sebenarnya. Mungkin ada apa-apa kata-kata semangat untuk rider-rider kita.
Okey, keep on basikal, berkayuh, keep on, lepas tu jangan putus asa, yang penting jaga keselamatan.
Okey, nak minta sikit boleh? Nak minta belanja tarian sikit, nak tengok orang-orang yang tengok TV ni semua nak tengok, boleh? Okey, silakan.
Alright.
Nampak. Itu pentingnya. Selain LTDL ni dia yang menariknya adalah kita memperkenalkan juga budaya dan sebagaimana tadi Lily kongsikan antara tarian-tarian ikut kaum di Sarawak. Terima kasih Lily. Dan berbalik kepada perbincangan kita, adik, kita dah menyentuh beberapa perkara tetapi tak wajib atau tak lengkap lah pada saya untuk kita sedikit nak menyentuh mengenai peluang dan juga apa yang boleh dilakukan oleh pelumba negara ni. Tak kiralah MPC ke TSG atau pasukan negara.
Okay Lan, untuk seketika ini kita masih ada 10 pelumba tempatan yang beraksi untuk peringkat yang ke-7. Kerana kita pun tahu ada 6 pelumba kita yang tersingkir sebelum ini Lan. Termasuk Haris Saleh dan juga Izzat Helmi. Jadi ada 10 pelumba lagi yang masih meneruskan cabaran untuk baki dua stage lagi Lan. Saya harap kerana daripada awal lagi Lan, stage pertama hingga stage ke-6 semalam, kita macam lihat pelumba tempatan ini tidak begitu menyelah. Ada dalam top 10 sebelum ni. Hari Saleh di tempat ke-7 dan Izzat Helmi di peringkat pertama. Jadi hari ini ada 2 baki stage lagi kan. Kita harap pelumba-pelumba daripada pasukan Malaysia National Team, Malaysia Pro Cycling Team dan juga pasukan TSG mungkin mampu untuk menonjol sesuatu kan. At least ada pelumba tempatan kita di podium nanti di Bintulu.
Kita tahu dari segi kondisi pelumba tu, kita masih fokus pada pelumba negara. Kita tahu kondisi sekarang semakin mencabar. Tetapi yang penting adalah untuk mereka ni, mereka andai kata kita jangkakan pelumba akan laju kalau tak ada hujan pun, tapi mereka yang penting adalah mereka tidak boleh terlepas terkeluar daripada peloton untuk nak mengejar, nak mendapatkan pace. Itu bukannya mudah hari ini.
Betul kan, betul. Of course, macam semalam kita lihat 4 pelumba, iaitu 2 pelumba daripada Badiani, 1 daripada EF Education dan juga 1 pelumba daripada pasukan Vini Fatini yang melakukan pemecahan. Jadi kita tidak lihat ada pelumba Asia yang berada di dalam kelompok hadapan semalam. Jadi hari ini kita harap ada pelumba Asia ataupun pelumba tempatan kita yang mampu untuk berada di dalam kelompok hadapan dan dalam masa sama sudah pastilah ada peluang. Macam kita lihat semalam, memang kadang-kadang tak semestinya perlombaan itu habis dalam keadaan band sprint. Semalam kita boleh lihat Steven Depot dan juga pelumba daripada Badiani. Itu kedua-dua pelumba ini yang pada awal lagi membuat pemecahan dan terus berjaya melepasi garisan penamat untuk stage yang keenam semalam.
Baik, itu yang kita nak saksikan. Kita harapkanlah ada sesuatu yang lebih menarik dan cerita menggembirakan dari pelumba-pelumba negara seketika. Selain apa yang kita nak tampilkan di sebalik kehangatan perlombaan, tari budaya dan sebagainya, tapi kita perlu ingat di sebalik kejayaan setiap peringkat untuk perlombaan pasti ada yang bertanggungjawab dan membantu, terutamanya badan uniform. Dan sekarang ni Lily nak kongsikan bagaimana cabaran ataupun yang dipertanggungjawabkan oleh ahli bomba terutamanya. Silakan Lily.
Okey, Lily bersama dengan orang-orang penting sebenarnya dalam penganjuran saingan PETRONAS LCDL 2024 dan bersama Lily ialah Encik Alim. Sihat, apa khabar?
Alhamdulillah, sihat.
Alhamdulillah. Encik Alim, dikabarkan awak orang sini ya?
Ya, saya orang membesar di Miri ni lah.
So, apa pendapatlah bila LCDL ni kembali ke Bumi Kenyalang laluannya?
Pendapat saya satu penganjuran yang sangat baik apabila dibuat dekat sini, dan sesungguhnya ia boleh menarik pelancong-pelancong apa semua. Kita ada ramai pelancong kat Miri ni, biasa hotel full, tambah dengan LTDL lagi, memang power lah.
Boleh tak bagi tahu kalau macam orang nak datang ke Miri ni, apa spot-spot menarik yang mereka boleh pergi?
Spot-spot menarik di antaranya pantainya lah. Pantainya memang ramai yang datang ke pantai, dan juga Grand Old Lady ada, kita ada Taman Awam ada macam-macam kat sini. Nah, sayangnya kita kat sini cuma sehari je. Lepas ni kita akan ke Bintulu pula, dan ada banyaklah spot-spot yang menarik kat sini.
Tak apa, nanti kita datang balik untuk orang kata bercuti. Okey, hari ni bertugas Encik Alim?
Betul. Kami hari ini Jabatan Bomba kita ada seramai 27 orang yang akan bertugas bersama dengan LTDL. Fokus kita adalah fire and rescue lah terutamanya sekali, dan kita akan duduk bersama dengan tim cavalcade yang di hadapan dan juga yang belakang sekali untuk cover keselamatan dari segi rescue lah. Jika ada apa-apa berlaku, jadi kami akan bantu untuk memudahkan kelancaran program inilah.
Patutlah kita ikut cavalcade, laju je sampai ke destinasi. Okey, Encik Alim nak tahu juga so far sehingga ke peringkat ke-7 ni ada apa-apa cabaran yang berat tak untuk pasukan bomba ni?
Walaupun pada musim masuk dah musim tengkujuh ni, alhamdulillah kita tak mengalami kesusahan sangatlah cabaran-cabaran dia. Setakat ini penganjuran ni kita dah buat dengan sangat baik penganjurannya, dan kita dah clearkan semua halangan-halangan apa semua, dan ada sedikitlah mungkin ada kecederaan kepada anggota kepada peserta yang berlumba tu, itu je lah, tak ada cabaran sangat ya.
Okey, terima kasih Encik Alim dan selamat bertugas. Thank you.
Terima kasih Astro Arina.
Baik, terima kasih Lily. Respon ataupun update terkini perlombaan bakal dilepaskan sebentar saja. Jadi jom kita saksikan bersama dengan Syafiq dan juga Adik selepas ini untuk Miri ke Bintulu peringkat ke-7.
Dan Pembangunan Usahawan Sarawak EHON. Jadi kepada Datuk Dr. Ripin, segalanya bertumpu kepada Datuk tu. Kalau Datuk tekan hon tu tak keluar, tak bergeraklah pelumba-pelumba ni. Jadi
Okay, 1 minute Hamizal, 1 minute.
1 minute. Kita nak dengar suara orang-orang Miri. Are you ready?
Okay, boleh kita berada sama-sama?
1 minit.
1 minit dan kita berada sama-sama, okay? Miri Waterfront, are you ready?
Kita malam macam ni. Ini kalau kata-kata tengok. Kalau macam orang asing dia tengok sesuatu macam ni. Tengah asing maksudnya. Bapa, pergi.
Apa dia nama?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Terima kasih orang-orang Sarawak. Kami sayang kita.
Kita boleh, Pak.
Kita boleh. Agi hidup.
Agi Kelaban.
Agi Kelaban.
So rider just still just relatively chilling, just preparing for a long day on the saddle, in the saddle. You say certain people say in the saddle, but they're technically sitting on the saddle. But they're going through neutral zone right now. You can see some water, a little bit of flooding along the side of the road. Here the orange jersey points leader up a decline. Just having a laugh. So finally taking the orange points jersey back. Well, actually his first time wearing that jersey, officially wearing that jersey.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, since last year.
Yeah,
since last year.
Officially wearing the jersey. And he is leading the points classification. But just to get back to the GC race, so we have 6 riders really battling for the overall, for the last podium overall GC position, the 3rd podium. They are all on the same time zone. I'm sorry, same time, and so there's going to be a fight for the intermediate sprints, and as well as if they can't get the intermediate sprint, assuming there's a breakaway goal, they have to fight for they have to actually sprint in order to get a better position. Because if you're on the same time, all the riders on the same time, then the commissar is going to judge your final GC standing based on your stage finishing position. So basically, you're going to see GC rider battling out for the final sprint. That would be an interesting sight.
Yeah, that's right. Because we see basically from number 3rd, which is Unai Iriba at the moment, have the same timing all the way down to, I think, the 7th GC, right?
Number 9.
Yeah, 9th
so
GC.
So total 7 riders.
So yeah, everyone's on a 20-minute gap to the leader. 20 seconds, yeah. 20 seconds gap to the leader. So it's all battle for positions, battle for sprint classification. Will be an interesting race today to climb up the GC ladder.
Yeah, we saw earlier interview with Antoine Chame. He said, it's all about the bonus seconds and all about position. And 100%. He kept repeating that. So we'll see the interview later along the broadcasting. But it's by no means, even though this year's Tour de Langkawi does not have Genting stage, that means the time gap between the riders are so much closer.
Yep.
Even Max Poole only have technically 14 seconds ahead of the next competitor, Thomas Besenti from Team Wukio. Although 14 seconds should be safe enough for him, and judging from the previous stages, he is very healthy, very motivated, not fatigued at all. But Thomas Bessetti also have about 7-second gap over the next 7 rider.
Yes.
So
yeah, pretty much next 7 rider. Yeah.
So sorry, 6 seconds ahead of the next 7 rider. So,
yes.
So it's by no means the GC race, the GC podium is finished.
Yep.
So we're looking forward to see some exciting action ahead of the 200K stage, which is a lot, even for these professional riders who trains every day, rides every day, and that is still considered a relatively long stage.
That's right. Yeah. That is right. 200 kilometers. It's probably a common distance for people that are familiar with ODEX. Here in Malaysia, there are many people that are into ODEX. Like riding all these 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers. 600 kilometers and 1,000 kilometers of riding in one go. It's a completely different racing, It's a completely different type of riding. Yeah. But anyway, so today is 200 kilometers. As you can see here in the middle of the screen now, we have Aiman Zari from Terengganu. He was the former holder of white jersey. He won it a couple of times before. On his left is Yuhi Todome, a Japanese rider from EF Education first. And then on his right is Manabu Ishibashi, the current wearer of the MSN white jersey best Asian rider. So they're just all lined up. Although it's not raining, they all look wet because of all the water flinging from the ground into their faces. So it's gonna be still quite a wet ride, you know, considering it was a heavy downpour earlier. Still a lot of water puddles on the road. So yeah, with Malaysia, the heavy downpour can get pretty serious.
Yep.
Unlike most countries, as you can see on that stage where they were riding from Kuala Lumpur to Malacca. I always be a little bit careful with the water puddle, because you never know what pothole is actually underneath it.
Right. So, but fortunately, the heavy rain does pass over fairly quickly. So instead of an all-day non-stop drenching, you see that
it's
the
about
rain
29 degrees Celsius here at the moment. So it's not too hot, but the humidity is high, which is 82%. So if it gets during the day when the sun comes out, so all those water on the road can get evaporated, so that the heat can also start build up. But as we can see, so it's crucial for all these riders to maintain hydrated, keep themselves cool, and maintain, you know, continuously eating, because they still have 1 stages to go for tomorrow, which is in Bintulu, right? So obviously you missed the audio a little bit earlier. We had a bit of technical difficulties earlier in the race. So today's stage is stage 7, which is from Miri to Bintulu. They will have first sprint points in kilometer 67.8 in Suai, and second intermediate sprints in kilometer 114.7 in Nyalau. And then from there, they will go to the King of the Mountain classification, the last King of the Mountain classification in this year's edition of Tour Langkawi, which is in Bintulu. And then after that, the third intermediate sprints in kilometer 183 in Kidurong, before they finish it off the race in Bintulu.
Yep. And this is only the third time. We mentioned that earlier in the earlier stages. So if you missed that, this is only the third time Tour de Langkawi have visited the east part of the Malaysia.
Yep.
And I think this is the first time in Miri, and so this is the first time the Miri hosting the start of the Tour de Langkawi. And Miri is I don't know if you have been to Miri. It's a nice little town. In the very much near the Brunei border.
Yeah, Brunei border. Yeah. There's another country in between in between Sabah, which is like the northern state of that island, and then Sarawak is the southern part of the island, and there's another country in between. Small country called Brunei.
Embedded in the east peninsula of Malaysia.
That's right.
And we're getting information the race is gonna be stopped. Maybe there's some flooding. We're gonna try to find out why the race is gonna be stopped. Maybe they're just telling riders to slow down for some deep water puddle. Hopefully we're gonna see the action pick up soon. And we're getting limited information on what's happening on the road. In the meantime, just go back to the Miri. It is actually a very nice town along the coast. I've done some nice fishing out there in Miri, and the Miri is also famous for some major caves. So if you're a fan of caves, I asked my friends from Miri, what are the major attractions? So one of the largest cave in the world, Mulu Cave, Mulu at the Mulu National Park is near Miri, and there's the Nia National Park that also has the Nia Cave. So there's two major caves. If you're into exploring and cave, there's two massive caves that's in Miri that's accessible. If you fly to Miri, there are tours and trips that can take you out to visit Mulu Cave and Nia Cave.
Okay, yeah.
We're still trying to figure out.
So it looks like they've got some order to ease off the race a little bit. Let's see.
Here it goes. Race starts. Action immediately.
All right.
So
yeah,
I see there's active attacking from kilometer 0. And yeah, we were. Oh, okay. There's some really close. The cars trying to get away. They couldn't get. The riders are going so fast. The cars couldn't stay ahead of the peloton. Here it goes. Tringano cycling team. I think Ayman Zarif line up on the front and launching the attack immediately. And this has been the case every single day. We're seeing kilometer zero action happening, and today is no exception.
Yeah. Yes, judging from the look of him, that's Ayman Zarif.
Yep. In very arrow tucking position. Arrow socks.
Arrow socks.
It's a theme. He likes to wear the arrow socks high.
All right. Okay.
To get the maximum advantage.
Arrow socks all day, every day.
Oh yes.
Yeah, all day, every day.
I see him even in training. He's using arrow socks. He said he loves the arrow socks.
Yeah.
Well,
that's good.
Yeah. So he wants to be arrow. Even in training, he wants to go as fast as possible.
It's something about even when you're training, because back then you have rim brakes, right? Obviously you want to use an aluminum rims because you don't want to wear out the carbon brake tracks, right?
Yes.
But nowadays you don't have that. So I think it's for me it feels nice when you're going fast in the training. It's a little bit of boost of motivation as well. Still, I mean. For me, obviously, I only had that one wheel to do my training and also my racing, right? So, it feels a bit of a motivation as well, seeing that with that same power, you're actually going faster.
Yep. EF education again. This is Totome.
Yeah, Yuhi Totome.
On the attack. Sort of launching the second attack, and then it looked like Ryder is trying to do the chase. Are they going to let one solo rider? It would be interesting to see one solo rider go away and then on 200K by himself. That would be
I mean that have happened. We've seen some of the stages that have won by a solo breakaway for a super long stages. But yeah, I don't know. It's too early to tell. It's 196.3 kilometers to go. Long stage today. It's pretty much a bit of a roller. It's not super flat. There's a little bit of uphill and a little bit of a dip in the course profile, as we've seen here earlier in the stage. Yuhi Totome in front here. Just behind him is Ryder from Badiani. Looks like a few others as well wanted to join him.
Yeah, it looks like the white jersey, the best Asian, the leader Asian classification. We will. Once we get the number established, we will provide you with more detail. No, it's probably Aisan. Yeah, Aisan. Oh, Aisan is, he is third on the Asian classification.
Oh, okay.
So that may be the reason that Ichibashi is on the aggression and trying to get in the breakaway today. Because, we haven't seen, beside the Cameron Highland, he was near the front of the race. We haven't seen too much action because he didn't have to do too much because he's the leader.
The gap, the gap is massive. It's 2 minutes. 2 minute plus.
Ahead of his own teammates.
Yeah, that's right.
Yuma Koishi.
Yeah.
And here's the back of the peloton. We see the equipped confarmer, and that's probably Ayman Rosley.
Yep. Judging from how he's riding,
And the roads are dry already. There you go.
Yeah.
One part of the. One part of the city that was at the Miri. The race started at the Miri waterfront. That was pouring rain, and this part of the road seems already drying up. So that tells you you're in tropical country.
Yes. 100%. But the breakaway is yet to be established because the peloton is very active still early in this race. But we are seeing on screen this rider from Badiani is not giving up, still trying to push the pace, still trying to get a breakaway to happen, despite the peloton is very super active at the back of the race.
Talk about fast and furious race. So yesterday is at what was the average speed of yesterday's stage?
Tell me about it. Hey, it was. You can look it up on Pro Cycling Stats. It was the average speed of the winner. This guy was not in the peloton, right? The race was won in a freaking breakaway. So the winner's average speed for yesterday's stage from Batu Kulai was 49.7 kilometers per hour. That's insane. That was insane. That's like, it makes sense if you're in a group, right?
Right.
If you're in a group in a bunch of like a massive peloton, it makes sense. But yeah, the breakaway speed was 49.7 k an hour. As we can see on the screen now, a breakaway attempt.
And
Looks
that look like Andreas from Tringano cycling team. Look like it's a polygon bike. He's on the polygon bike.
white,
I can
yeah,
see
white jersey, Cyprus
yeah.
national champ.
Yeah, there you go.
Black
Yes,
and blue. Yeah,
yes,
it is.
him.
Andreas. Yeah, Andreas.
From Cyprus, the national champion and the time trial champion. They're both road champ. He has a triple crown.
He has a triple crown. Yeah, different kind of triple crown, but yeah, triple crown still.
He's
road champion, time trial champion,
and the mountain bike cross country champion.
the cross country champion.
Yeah,
there you
you
go.
Yeah.
There you go.
So
Do it all kind of guy.
yeah, he is certainly an aggressive rider, and he's trying to get today's breakaway established. Here we go. Some additional more rider trying to join in, and EF education. Don't tell me it's Stefan de Bon.
It is Stefan de Bon. I'll pull that a little bit. I'll pull that.
Yeah, look at the shoes. Look
yeah,
at the
yeah,
shoes.
yeah.
I
Actually,
know
it does.
You know all their
Yeah,
shoes.
it's the shoes. Yeah, it looks like Stefan de Bon. It is Stefan de Bon's shoes.
Oh wow!
There you go.
There's
Again.
Warrior. He's
Yeah.
again on the charge. So, but it looks like the peloton is not ready to let anybody go just yet. And so it looks like Team Ison is leading on the front and trying to drive the pace. Trying to
But yeah,
establish a
it looks
breakaway.
like it's not happening still. Peloton is still very, very active, chasing the breakaway, not letting the breakaway riders just go just yet.
Yeah, it's here we go. Ayman Zarif.
Ayman Zarif goes
We saw
again.
He's launched today's first attack that was brought back quickly, and he's not done. He is ready to. This is the way to do it. Counterattack. So he goes, and when he got brought back, Andreas went, and now Andreas got caught, and his teammate, Ayman goes again. So this is how you do counterattack. 1-2.
It's a little bit of a mental, psychological game, right? When it comes to the attacking.
And we're near the coast. This is the riders where they're going to be riding across.
Yeah.
The coastal area of Miri to Bintulu. It's beautiful coastal area.
Yeah, as obviously Sarawak is a lot. This part of Malaysia is super laid back compared to the peninsula of Malaysia, where I guess most of the action is, right? All the business side of things, the economical side of things. Like here in Sabah and Sarawak, it's like people are just super laid back, super chill. Completely, I would almost, when you arrive there, it's a completely different vibe to it compared to these a lot of these big cities in Peninsula Malaysia.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's yeah. Well, just like you told me back in the front. We were talking about psychological game just now, right? When you manage to bring back the breakaway, that's the perfect time to go because people have that mentality of right. Okay, we've caught the breakaway. It's time to rest.
Yeah.
And then you go, and then caught them on their back foot.
And it looked like a second EF rider. So here we go. It's the second EF rider also wearing pink helmet and pink jersey trying to go across. It would be nice to see if both two EF riders get on the breakaway, then they can work really together like teammates.
Oh yeah, team time trial.
Yeah. Two-man team time trial. So
Yeah.
yesterday we saw Stefan de Bon has been so active in the last 3 days, and every day in the break, and came close for the first two attempts. But yesterday, even though he didn't win the stage, we were all all cheering for him. And but even though he didn't win, but at least the breakaway succeeded. He got second place.
That's right. But
education.
truthfully, I believe it was Badiani's day because he had two riders in the breakaway, so one could pull a little bit more than the other rider, so they had a little bit more cards to play, whereas everyone else is pretty much for themselves. You know, we have Dabale, the only representative from Coratech, and then Stefan de Bon, the only representative from EF Education first. Badiani had the upper hand, so maybe Tarozzi was not pulling as much as Gaburo.
Yeah, but looking at that, they contributed. Everyone contributed fairly. They had a two man in the break. So Tarozzi definitely wasn't freewheeling on the back. He was contributing, and he had a better kick because it was sort of downhill. So he kicked first with about 300 meters to go, and that was just the downhill sort of carried the profile, sort of carried his speed, and then he just had better legs in the sprinting legs because I think he wasn't in the break 2 days earlier, So
yeah, that's a fair point.
And Steph Devon was you know in breakaway 2 days in a row. So already, so his leg got to be tired, even though they are super strong. But even they're human as well. So they have to feel a little bit.
I don't know about that. 49.7 average kilometer per hour yesterday. I don't know if that's human or what, but yeah, that was fast racing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, yep.
That's
when
insane.
Rossi opened up the sprint, you can see that Stefan Devon tried to get back to him, but it was started with immediately create a 1 bike lane, then become 2, then become 3.
He had he was using that momentum coming off the wheel of Stefan Devon approaching that finishing line.
Yeah.
And another rider goes again to establish a breakaway. Looks like the cloud has opened up again. The rider from Equipo Confama.
Yep.
Looks like he's really sprinting and trying to get a gap. And looks like, judging from that body language, that could actually be Ayman Rosli, or maybe not.
Maybe I'm surprised. It would be difficult to see with the color of the jersey. It looks like blue color.
Yep, definitely from Terengganu.
Okay.
But we're yet to tell which rider. But judging from how he rides his bike.
Yeah, it could be Ayman Rosli, or it could be. I'm surprised to see the NPC has been fairly quiet.
Yep.
Yeah, because they don't have a sprinter left either. But there are only 4 riders left because on stage 4, I think they lost 2, so they have 4 riders left. Surprisingly, normally they're quite aggressive in the race, and we have not seen them too much on the front of the race. But here again, rain.
Yes.
Tropical weather. One moment the road was dry, and now we're going through a puddle of water.
Yeah, I mean, like me personally, like I don't mind riding in the rail. There you go.
Yeah,
there you go. Terengganu riders being super aggressive at the start of today's stage.
And now I think there's 2 riders trying to get away. And, there's some water on the camera lenses, so make it difficult for us to even confirm. Yeah. I think that's Ayman Rosli. That maybe that is NPC, because they both jersey are blue, so it's a little bit difficult to tell them apart, especially from this angle. But that looks like a blue polygon bike, so that should be looking like both Ayman. There's 2 Ayman Rosli and Ayman Zarif.
Yeah.
And it looks like both Ayman trying to get in the break, and it looked like they were able to succeed, because the peloton seems like sitting up and sort of lining up across the road now. That's good. That's good work for them. And let's see who. There are a total 4 riders in the break. 5 riders in the break.
That's right, 5 riders.
And that seems that's it. That they decided to let them go. And that could be, I think, could be Cristian Riano from Leading Star, the Romanian national champion. And look like Aisan rider from Japan, and Nusantara from Indonesia, and 2 Ayman Rosli and Ayman Zarif should be the 2.
Oh, it's getting really heavy here.
Now we're getting heavy again. So the rider are going from dry to wet, wet to dry.
See there, the Confama rider putting on the rain vest.
Yeah, rain jacket, I guess. With such a heavy rain, I'm not
rain
sure
jacket,
that's gonna stop the. But it does provide a bit of relief from the rain.
Yep, Christian, it is. Yeah, I said, and also MPC.
Yeah.
No, this is Malaysian.
Yeah, Malaysian.
Yeah. Yusri Shari.
Yeah, here we go.
There we go.
Aisan, Cristian Riano, and Ayman Zarif with his tall Velotos Aero socks. He loves to wear them tall, very high up the. I mean, there's a UCI rule, right? You can't.
Yeah. Certain length.
Between the knee joints and the. What do you call this?
The mid of the calf or something?
Yeah, between the.
Oh yeah, the ankle bone,
and the knee joints, and you can only go halfway up. You can only see the halfway mark.
So yeah, I mean, you're a bit lucky if you have longer
limbs. Yeah. That's why we actually have different lengths of aero socks. We have the tall and the regular height. But yeah, here goes Ayman. This is Ayman Rosli, because he's wearing the shorter socks. So that's how I can tell them apart.
Now you're the sock guy.
Yeah, I'm the stock car.
Okay, yeah, you make them anyway.
Yeah, I make them, so I gotta make sure I know my product well. But anyway, 2 rider, but they 5 rider working very well, establishing the gap ahead of the rest of the peloton, which is going through torrential tropical downpour.
Yeah. I mean, we had a peek at the weather forecast. Looks like it's going to be, I'm not sure, hopefully the heavy, but normally, like if you're familiar with tropical weather in Malaysia, normally the heavy downpour lasts around that 20-30 minutes.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
judging from the look of today's weather forecast, it might actually be raining all the way to afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. Get a glimpse on the riders in the breakaway.
Yep.
Ayman Zarif, Ayman Rosli, Christian Riano,
Masahiro Ishigami from Iceland, and Yusri Sha'ari from the Malaysian national cycling team.
And here we go. These
Looks
are
like this
the
is,
5 rider in the breakaway, and look like the peloton is well, it's not completely sitting up, but it looks like they're a bit of chasing. There's a little bit chasing. The gap is 25 seconds, so it has not gone out completely, because when you see the peloton stop chasing, you see the time gap go quickly from maybe 30 seconds up to minutes, a couple minutes, fairly fast. Now, interesting to see whether or not the peloton is going to try to bring them back. But it looks like there's definitely
it's a pretty decent gap over there.
Pretty decent gap.
Yeah,
I want to say daylight,
gap.
but it is more pretty much a lot of water, rain between them. So it looks like peloton is not really chasing, but they're not sitting up by any means.
Yeah.
They EF education on the front, and they were aggressive at the beginning of the race, trying to get in the break, but they sort of let this go. But maybe they have they're not happy with the fact that they missed this break, and they're trying to do a bit of chasing right now, and followed by Tudor, Team Tudor, and trying to control, and he's not contributing to the pole, just trying to control them.
Oh yeah, looks like the EF Education is really chasing. Stefan de Bot in front there, followed by a Tudor Pro Cycling rider, and just right behind them is a rider from Bardiani, really chasing the breakaway in front. Not big of a gap, it's 25 seconds, so they might actually reel them back in.
And then the rain just pouring down right now on the roads.
You know, actually, they've done some testings on rolling resistance in the wet. It actually faster. Yeah, so basically the water is smoothing out the road surface, but the downside, obviously, you have no grip.
Right.
That's the only downside.
Right.
So yeah, hopefully they stayed upright.
Right. Yep. Yeah. But obviously you got to go slower on the corners.
Yes.
And there's
for sure.
also a risk of punctures, more punctures.
Don't lead as much. Yeah, puncture as well. So now that all the road debris are being brought in the middle of the road from the rain, so you can actually cause some punctures. But I'm assuming, you know, if you're running on tubeless and you're running good sealant, tubeless sealant, normally you're able to seal them. Yeah, so normally like tubeless sealant can seal a lot of these smaller punctures. So you can see here, rider from Hangxiang actually broke away from the peloton, trying to chase the breakaway in front. Looks like joined by a rider from Burgos. It's a heavy downpour here.
Yeah, the 5 riders gap is only 15 seconds now. So yeah, there was definitely a chase effort from EF, trying to accelerate the pace, because they missed a break and they're not happy, even though they got a podium. But they haven't got a stage win.
That is true.
They came here with defending champion Simon Carr, and who had he finished outside the time limit because of the heat stroke. So he was experiencing the heat stroke at the stage 4, and suffering from that, and he finished outside the time limit. So they don't have the chance to defend their overall lead jersey. So they still haven't got away with a stage win. So they're not happy. They're not in that break, and so they are working to chase the 5 rider back. So
wow, that's proper rain, Danny. You don't see this in Tour de France.
Yeah,
or Giro d'Italia or Vuelta.
Giro, you get a bit of rain.
Okay.
In the Tour, not so much of so. although the stage this year I watched and went over and watched, did have a little bit shower.
Okay.
But it did pass over fairly quickly.
Okay.
But Giro does get, because that's early in the year in Italy, you do get rain. We know stage 16 when Tadej Pogacar won the stage.
All right.
16,
Yeah. That's right. I remember that one.
Pretty drenching rain, and I remember he had a pink umbrella. And fully covered up in the rain jacket and the gloves and the shoe covers, and yeah, he was, and he didn't look like a happy person going
Probably
out.
cold as well,
It
right?
was definitely cold, right? So that's
cold
a
and rain.
difference,
That's
right?
not a good combo for sure.
In the Europe, obviously, when it rains, the temperature drops significantly. Now today, but even today earlier, you see Confarmer rider, in the rain, he was putting on a jacket.
Yep.
So generally, with the weather here, because the rain is sort of providing a temperature relief. But yeah, you see the equipped Confarmer rider was asking for a jacket and a rain jacket to put it on, because it probably does. Even though maybe the ambient temperature isn't that bad, that cold, but what happens is with the speed, with the wind effect, the water, the heat evaporates so much faster in the wet conditions. I think 25% faster. So you do still feel cold, especially when these guys right now they're traveling at 50k an hour.
Oh yeah.
Probably.
Oh yeah.
So it does.
I forgot about how fast they were going.
Yeah. So it's no easy day, but the time gap unfortunately seems to come down very quickly to 8 seconds now. So definitely EF for missing the break.
Yep.
And I'm sure their DS TJ had told them that why there's no pink color at the front.
Yeah. He's watching the live.
Yeah.
He's watching the live.
You need to get the breaks.
Alright, perlumbaan agak mencabar buat semua pelumba-pelumba apabila di garisan permulaan tadi cuaca sedikit tidak baik dan kita di hentian pertama di mana kita di kilometer ke-17 lebih kurang, dan bersama saya lah cikgu. Nama cikgu apa cikgu? Cikgu Alif. Okay, so apa perasaannya bila laluan LTDL kembali ke Sarawak untuk tahun ini?
Alhamdulillah, saya guru besar Sekolah Kebangsaan Kampung Bakam ini bersama dengan seluruh warga sekolah, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan dapat saksikan keterujaan kami lah apabila ini kali pertama pasukan Litua di Langkawi melalui jalan di SK Kampung Bakam ini.
Alright cikgu, berapa ramai murid untuk hari ini yang berada di tepi-tepi ni semua?
Okey, baik, murid-murid yang terlibat pada pagi ini seramai 200 orang, murid-murid tahap 2 serta semua guru dan staf AKP. Kita libatkan juga pada hari ini.
Hari ini cuti kan cikgu?
Ya, hari ini cuti.
Tapi masih turun bagi semangat dekat semua pelumba-pelumba.
Ya, betul. Ini merupakan salah satu daripada manifestasi kita menyokong Litua di Langkawi pada tahun ini.
Untuk persiapan ni pula, berapa lama cikgu buat?
Alhamdulillah, kita bagi masa pada cikgu-cikgu kita untuk bersedia dengan persembahan dan sebagainya. Kita bagi masa seminggu dan Alhamdulillah kita dapat saksikanlah kemeriahan pada hari ini.
Thank you cikgu.
The water splashes, so it's actually better to be on the front. At least you have a clear visibility, but the rider behind, even though you're wearing sunglasses to protect, but that then so much water splashes.
That's pretty much how your live feed is going to be with your sunglasses on.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Exactly. So it's dangerous. That makes racing in the rain dangerous. But although cycling is outdoor sports,
yes,
you got to deal with the rain. It is part of the racing.
You can't all of a sudden. I mean, if you're not racing, you could probably get on the indoor trainer, but there's no indoor racing all of a sudden when it rains, right?
Yeah.
You just have to deal with it.
You just have to deal with it, especially when the race is already started. Now, yesterday we did see some pause. There were some. Well, not yesterday. Day before
2 days ago.
Two days ago,
The stage from Kuala Lumpur to Malacca, they had a heavy downpour as they were approaching the King of the Mountain classification in Mantin, where the race had to be stopped.
Yeah, pause.
Pause. They had to be paused for a little bit, neutralized. Yeah, that's the right word. Neutralized for a little bit just to make sure there was no flooding or heavy raining as they're about to continue the race. And as you can see, when they reached the town of Soromban, they had some pretty serious, I wouldn't say flooding, but water just raised on the main road. So you can see how the peloton was trying to take that, the breakaway. Simon Pilot was taking that corner. Luckily, he was not leaning into the corner, otherwise he would have crashed it. You see some just proper you know,
heavy
probably
puddle.
the rim was underwater
Yeah,
when he was
yeah.
taking that corner. And then we saw that that funny clip where the EF, the guys in the EF, TJ and Rajan was trying to talk to the car next to him.
Then they
and
get,
then they got some water spill into the car.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So at the front of the race, 6 seconds, but look like one Hanxiang rider joined the breakaway. They're not giving up. Christian is on the front. He's not giving up on the race yet. Yes, there's one more rider from Hanxiang. Joining the
Bogdanovics. Maris Bogdanovics from Hangxiang.
So now we have 6 riders on the front, and that's 6 seconds ahead of the peloton. I don't see a pink jersey just yet.
No.
So I don't know if the chase is going to be continue, which I'm almost certain that they are. EF is not going to let this go just yet, but look like there's some more daylight. Look like there's quite significant gap.
Yeah,
so
looks like more than 6 seconds
yeah,
for sure.
looks like more than 6 seconds. So that is that is interesting. We will wait for the next time gap to see if indeed that these the 6 rider breakaway. We are going to an interview, so we pause for a minute.
A very special situation towards the end of Le Tour de Langkawi, because the riders from 3rd to 9th place are in the same time. You are one of them. What is the way to move up or move down on GC?
Yeah, we think we have to fight for every second we can get out on road. There are days that we have 3 intermediate sprints, which gives us seconds. So yeah, we try to get the second there, and so move up to the podium position. Yes, that's basically it. We sprint every day, and then also in the same time we have to, the ranking is made on position points. So yeah, we also have to sprint in the end. So it's a really matter of sprint for everything.
So position points on the finish line, which means you have to be a sprinter as well. Normally, Gleb Syriza is the sprinter in your team, but are there 2 sprints?
Yeah, for sure. We have to do 2 sprints now. It's important for the GC. So yeah, Gleb do his sprint for the win, and I do my sprint to finish as best as possible. So it's a bit of a strange situation.
What are your hopes?
Yeah, so I hope to finish on the podium and get 2 more stage wins for Gleb. That's what we go for.
Especially because now, because of a penalty, Aaron Lopez is no longer in the top 3.
Yeah, for sure. It was a bit of a shame for us to get this penalty, and yeah, we fought really hard to not get it, and to be honest, we don't really understand why. But that's another discussion. But yeah, so we have to keep on fight, and yeah, to get back to the podium again. I think we deserve it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was an interview with Anton Charmik, rider from Astana, Kazakhstan. So he's slightly further down in the general classification ladder, but he has basically the same time gap to the guy in the 3rd placing of the GC contention, which is Unai Iriba. So the way how these classifications are being done, obviously if they have the same time gap, all they would do, or the commissaire would do, is just they will judge them and place them in the general classification based on their position in the race. So the plan here with Astana, Kazakhstan, based on that interview just now with Anton Charmik, is that they will need to do the sprints. Like Anton Charmik, obviously with Astana, their main sprint is Gleb Syriza, but Anton Charmik will have to do the sprint for the best position, or the best position for the end of the race. So we see here in the breakaway, we have now 6 riders in the breakaway, joined by a rider from Hangxiang just now, Maris Bogdanovics, a Latvian rider racing for Hangxiang cycling team, a cycling team from China.
And look like, yeah, this is good. 6 rider. That certainly helped adding some firepower for the breakaway, and you see the gap has increased to 12 seconds now. We
increased 50%.
50%, yeah.
Was it 50%? Yeah, 6. No, 6 seconds. 100%. 100% increase.
Right. But let's see if if we can get a shot of the peloton, see if they're still chasing. We see, with the exception of Christian jersey, the Romanian national champion, we see a sea of blue. Look like peloton ease off again. There we go.
Yeah, proper ease off. Well, full respect to the crowds here as they're passing this town, going through this torrential rain, being by the roadside, bringing the umbrella, trying to celebrate these riders passing through their towns. What amazing crowd we have here today in Sarawak.
Yeah, you see the riders stopping on the roadside for a nature's call, so that means the chase is called
Yeah, the
off.
chase ease off. Yeah, that's normally the sign.
And so the 5 rider in blue, different blue, with the exception of Ayman, with the exception of Ayman Rosli and Ayman Zarif, that the 6-man breakaway are rotating at a very good pace now. And Aysat, 1 Aysan, 2 TSG Terengganu cycling team, 1 Hanshan, and 1 Leading Star.
That's right.
And
6
and
riders.
1 Malaysia. So
yeah, 1 Malaysia.
3 Malaysian rider in the breakaway of 6, which is good. I mean, very nice to see the Malaysian national team being very active.
Yes.
We talked earlier about their lack of funding.
Oh
And,
yeah, we did talk. Off the mic, we did talk about the lack of funding, and obviously we had a little bit of a snippets from Harif Saleh Instagram reels that was showing how bad was the look of Elmi Jumari, the sprinter for Malaysian cycling team that had a terrible crash in the second stage from Arau to Butterworth. That was just unfortunate. Cycling is a very passion-driven sport, and a lot of these guys are in the sports purely for their passion of the cycling. Obviously, like if you compare it to other different sports, it's not the most lucrative from a monetary standpoint, right? If you compare it to football, basketball, cricket, or motorsports, right? They're not the most lucrative. But yeah, it is very passion-driven. Looks like the peloton, as we're having a chat here, is very active. Looks like a rider from Malaysian national cycling team, Senran Bao, is going and driving the pace.
Gap is up to 2 minutes now. I'm not sure what that move is about, because you obviously have a teammate up front, and if you haven't got into the break by now, the break is gone. It's 2-minute gap. So immediately the peloton came up, and I think they had a words exchange with him, tell him that, hey, you missed the train, you know. So now go back, sit in. There's really no chance for him. You're not gonna cross the breakaway 2-minute gap by yourself. So probably peloton is telling him not to.
Don't worry
chase,
about it.
Not to chase. Well, not yet. You know, there could be a counterattack. Now, if it's still a very long stage, right? 200K. Things can certainly change along the way. They're going to get tired for sure at some point of the race. So there could be an opportunity for counterattack. But I think if you're not in that breakaway right now, it is pretty much just sit in the peloton and let the bigger team do their work, control the sprinter teams, or at least wait until a little bit later to see if there will be a counterattack, getting closer to the later part of this race. But getting back to the topic of funding for Malaysian national team, you know, you talk about Jamari, who have to buy his own bicycle.
So the bike was pretty much like a gift for himself, right? A gift for himself to finally made it back again, racing Tour of Langkawi.
Right.
Yeah, so it's self-funded. Unfortunately, you know, a lot of these smaller teams, national teams, most of them are like self-funded. Obviously, us personally, we're quite close. Like I personally was quite close with a lot of these riders from Malaysian national cycling team. It's very passion-driven. They're passionate cyclists, love the sport, and really want to do it at the higher level. But just unfortunate, they just have to fork out their own money to go and do it. You know, to obviously. To be able to race at this level, they need some pretty serious equipments, right? Pretty competitive equipments, which often case costs a lot of money. So it's not a cheap sport. And then and hopefully, you know, we wish that it could be in a better position in the future.
Right.
But yeah,
I know.
What's your thought in this situation, Danny?
Yeah, I know. I mean, just
I mean, you've been. I mean, you're not Malaysian, but you've been in the Malaysian cycling scene for as long as I can remember.
Because I know Yusuf
Abdul Nasir.
He's sort of like managing the Malaysian national team, and he was really struggling to get funding for the national team because obviously, you know, you have the Terengganu national team, Terengganu cycling team, pro teams, and also Malaysian pro team. They have their own sponsor, monetary sponsors and equipment sponsors. But the Malaysian national team, there isn't any kind of funding for them. I don't know how exactly the MSN or MSCF, Malaysian Cycling Federation, how are they supporting them? But I know Yusuf was really having a hard time just getting money for some money for training camp, for flight ticket. They had invitation. They had an invitation for some of the races in China, but they couldn't afford to buy the flight ticket to get to the race in order to as a preparation for Tour de Langkawi. You know, and I heard they were given a small allowance to do the training camp, especially along the climb of Cameron Highland. But the amount given to them was probably no more than the 3 meal just to cover the 3 meal for the day. You know, wasn't enough to cover the hotel, and they had a really hard time getting equipment, gel. You know, because you know, you guys, you know, who are cycling fans who are riding, it's not just about riding a bicycle. You still need a food, and you need the
100%. You have to spend a lot on food, you know, if you're really training.
Yeah, even you have a bicycle, you need tires, tube, chains to replace in order to prepare for this level of racing.
All those wear and tears, right?
Yeah, exactly. So they really had no budget for that. So I know of a lot of Malaysian cycling fans because I ride around Malaysia. There are a lot of people spending tons of money on their own bicycle.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Upward. I mean, you can easily go on a Sunday ride. You see guys are riding $30,000, upwards of 50,000 ringgit worth of bicycle. I really urge, and I'm urging Malaysian to maybe just maybe provide like even just 10%. I mean, even 5%. You talk about the $30,000 or 30,000 ringgit bike, even 5% of that, just to help contribute to the Malaysian national team, just to help their own riders to compete in races like this.
And
let's just say, okay, cash money is a different issue, but I'm sure all of you guys have old equipment, old wheels or something. Donate it to the Malaysian national team. They may not be able to use that for the race, but they can sell it and raise that money and to buy the equipment they do need for the race, or even contribute to the travel they need in order to go to events, right? So I urge Yusuf also set up a Facebook
Instagram page,
and letting people know like what they're contributing, what they need, and send that message out and show that. Obviously, whenever you take money, there's got to be accountability.
For
you
sure.
got to show the money is used properly for the Malaysian riders. Like we see, they don't have to buy their own equipment. At least they can use that not for their personal use, but to represent the country, to compete in a race like Tour de Langkawi. And it's pretty much like if you were to send soldiers to represent the country, to defend the country, you wouldn't ask them to buy their own guns and bullets.
You're absolutely right.
So
you have a point.
I urge Malaysians, obviously, I hope the Malaysian government, MSN, MSCF, also provide a bit more funding for the Malaysian national team, because they're here competing with the rest of world-class teams.
Pretty much, yes.
On a disadvantage already, because I knew they had a hard time getting tires, proper tube, and you talk about so much about how much a difference a good tire and a bad tire makes.
100%, especially at this level of racing and the speed that they're traveling. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Danny.
So I hope Malaysian cycling fan hears this and start contacting Yusuf, set up an Instagram page and getting your words, getting the issues out. and in the open, and raise awareness, and hopefully next year
Yeah.
we won't see. We hope to see Jamari come back to the race, and hopefully he doesn't have to buy his own equipment just to participate in a race like this.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's my 2 cents, and hopefully we
No,
can
it's
get
good.
some
Sometimes it needs to be said, and it's good that you point that out. Especially the audience can have a think, can listen to what you're about to say,
Yeah.
and also we can have that chat going as well in the live chat. So
Live
something
chat,
to chat
yeah.
about. And so that's a little bit of a situation for a lot of these smaller teams. Generally and specifically, obviously, we're making reference to the Malaysian cycling team, obviously, because both of us are Malaysians and we are here racing in Malaysian soil. But I'm pretty sure it's the same situation for Philippine national riders, maybe Thai national riders, or a lot of these smaller teams is specifically in Southeast Asia. In a lot of cases, it's not so much about they're not doing the commitment to the racing. Sometimes it's just not enough fundings to actually put them in the right spot to perform.
Yeah, yes. Because the last thing you want to do is you have invitation, because all these professional races, some questions like for amateur racing you pay the entry fee, you get a start, right? But for professional races you have to actually get invitations.
That
you
is
have to
true.
apply, and because there's hundreds of teams around the world, they all for this particular race there's only 22 teams. So in order for the race organizer, they select number of teams to participate, and so not every team can participate. So when you get an invitation and then last minute you don't have funding just to get to the race, that's really sad to see. That is really sad to see.
Yeah. All right, so we are in the race now. Looks like the gap has grown from the breakaway to the peloton. We are looking at 2 minutes and 10 seconds. They're about to come to a town called Bintulu. Can Sarawak people in the comment section tell me if I pronounced that correctly? It's Bintulu, right?
Yeah.
Small town in between Miri and Bintulu. The raining is looks like it has stopped briefly.
Yep.
Road is still wet, obviously. Clouds are still pretty grey from what we can see here from the live feed. But that does not stop the intensity of this race. We can see again, Simon Pilot from Tudor Pro Cycling is driving the peloton, keeping the gap in check about 2 minutes. Same stuff he was doing yesterday, but obviously he couldn't manage. The train was not fast enough to catch the breakaway from the breakaway group. Consists of Stefan de Bot, Tarozzi, Gaburo, and also Valentin Dabele, which first time in today's in this year's edition of PETRONAS Langkawi, a breakaway got away. It was it put us on the edge of our seats seeing that stage. We thought the sprint was going to come. We know how strong the Tudor Pro Cycling train is to be able to bring back the gap. They've done it once in stage 4. We thought they could done it away, but it was exciting to see that finally the breakaway got away and stayed away and won the stage. Today, we're not sure what's going to happen. It's still very early. It's 164.8 kilometers to go. That's a long way to go still, Danny.
That is a long way to go. So I think yesterday, just a Tudor, interview later than just Tudor was hoping the other team would start contributing, and but Euskaltel came in quite late, and then Poti Komeda team also came quite late, so the gap wasn't be able to close. But this, whenever a rider sees the breakaway does stay away, that sort of spurs the excitement, and that's why today we're seeing guys in the breakaway. So if there's a chance for the breakaway to go, then there's a reason for attacking again. Here it's back. We're seeing the live action from TJ Van Gardner, the EF Education, and with the Malaysian Rajat.
Yeah, Malaysian Rajat,
the mechanic. Just having a chat with Hugh Carthy and taking some feed, but Hugh Carthy prefer direct discussion. So they're probably talking right now, we missed the break.
Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah.
What are we going to do today? Are we going to go to the front and bring these guys back, contribute?
Contribute or probably bring it back and counter attack or something like that. We don't know. EF is in a they're trapped at the moment. Yeah, you don't know what to do. They're nowhere in the GC contention. They haven't won a stage. Although yesterday Stefan Noah made it to the podium on second place.
Yeah.
Most competitive. What 2 stages? Stage 4 and stage 5. But yeah, they haven't had any significant result as of viewing it from a World Tour team perspective.
Yeah. Oh, if I'm the DS, which I'm not in this race.
Well, you can view it from the point of view of a DS for sure.
So I would say, well, let the 6th rider. We missed it, but let the it's a long stage. Let the 6th rider goes on the front, take as much wind to you're forcing Tudor, DSM, the other team to do the chase right now, and let them do the first 150k.
Yep.
So when you just get to the bottom of the KOM, the Bintulu KOM, so if you attack from there, there's 50k to go. So that could be that you could wait and use the KOM as a launching pad to launch the attack, because then you only have to attack for 50k instead of going off for another 100k
Fair point.
breakaway.
Yeah.
So,
because we've seen earlier in the interview, just now we had an interview between Anton Charmik and also Jeff. They were saying they need to go for the sprint. Anton himself has to go for the sprint in order to have a better position in that general classification. Now that everyone from the 3rd position all the way to the 9th position is having the same time gap. So it all boils down to how they're finishing at the end of the stage.
Yeah.
So he said it's a bit of a weird situation. They have to lead up for Syriza and also Anton Charmik. But obviously Syriza is going for the stage win and Anton is just sprinting for a better position.
Yeah. We also see here now, back at the front, at the front of the peloton, the Philippine team.
Yeah. This is Jun Navarra. King Navarra, I'm so told. From what we can see here in the comment section, the live feed, live chat. Is that what you call them? King Navarra? Can the Filipino audience in the live chat confirm me? All right, so yes, someone said Bakunu was the right pronunciation. Right, Bakunu. Some pretty nice prawn noodles there.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Sarawak also have their own famous noodle, their own delight. I know their kolong mee. They call this dry noodle. For Miri, then they have a slight different spice. You know, that's what is so fascinating about Malaysia. I know we're watching bike racing, but you cannot talk about Malaysia without talking about food.
Yes, that's
Malaysian
right.
food. So every different regions, like you talk about, we have seen Penang, Butterworth, and they have their regions. And Ipoh, we pass through Ipoh. Every different region, Seremban as well. You talk about the Assam
Pedas. Yeah.
Those different regions have their own specialty in food. So Sarawak is no exception. They have their own Kuching, Miri, they have their own specialty. So I know one thing is their dry noodle, the Sarawak kolong mee.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, it's a bike race, right? But we just the main thing, obviously, for Petronas into the Langkawi is to showcase the city or the country of Malaysia, what they have to offer to international visitors, right? So that's part of the whole idea of bike racing. Is obviously number one is the bike racing itself. UCI riders coming here to these races to collect points to make sure they have a better ranking in the UCI ranking. But also, a lot of these countries are using it as a means of promoting their country, promoting their local delicacies, promoting their local sceneries, local tourist spots, trying to improve the experience of so that international people that actually come to the countries can go back to the country and talk about the amazing experience that they have actually have in the. Well, although they come in for bike racing, but they had the good experience and the good hospitalities from this race, in this country.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is I visited a lot of countries through bike racing, and then certain places where I end up staying or visiting again as a tourist instead of a rider. But it's bike riding. Bike tourism is so popular because I know
it's a thing now.
It is. It is so popular, right? Because you visit a place. If you're in the car, you probably gone too fast. You probably missed too much action, too much scenery, and but if you're walking, it takes you forever. So if you're on a bicycle, you sort of look at everything in just the right speed.
Yes.
You don't miss the smell that you're exposed to the open air. You can feel the air. You can feel the scent. But also
you feel the gradient.
And the gradient as well. There you go. And also you can try the local delight. And whenever you go for bike riding, you're gonna get hungry. So
yes, for
you
sure.
might as well stop over for some local delight.
Yeah, this is the time, right? You're burning calories. This is the time to stock up.
Without guilt, right? You can eat without
no guilt. Yeah,
no
exactly.
Guilt, right. There you go. We back to the front of the breakaway. We call this today. We're gonna call this breakaway blue. The group, the blue train.
The blue train.
There you go. Right?
Okay.
With,
sounds befitting. Yeah, sounds befitting.
Right. Leaning. Yeah. So even Cristiano Ronaldo has the blue shorts. So
yeah, blue shorts.
It is blue. We call it the blue train.
The blue train.
Yeah. Different shades of blue. The Malaysian national color, the Hanshan blue, and the TSG Terengganu cycling team blue, and Iceland blue, and Romanian blue shorts from Cristiano Ronaldo. There you go.
There you go. 6 riders. So for those of you that have just joined us in today's race is going from Miri to Bintulu. We're now in the state of Sarawak, which is across the South China Ocean. South China Sea, South China Ocean, yeah?
South China Sea, yeah.
South China Sea, yeah, got confused there. South China Sea, which is, they have to take the flight after they finished the race in Kulai yesterday. A chartered flight. Congratulations again to the organizers for making a smooth transfer from Kulai all the way to Miri. And today is the longest stage of this year's edition of PETRONAS to the Langkawi, which is about 200 kilometers. As we can see now, we have 157 kilometers to go with 6 riders in the breakaway with a gap of 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Those 6 riders are, we have Aiman Rosli from Terengganu, Aiman Rosli, and also Aiman Zari from Terengganu. We have Christian Riano from Leaning Star. We have Ishigami from Iceland. Yusri Sha'ari from Malaysian National Cycling Team, and also Bogdanovic from Hangxiang Cycling Team. And what we're seeing on the live feed now is the head of the peloton, Hero Martin Lopez, who climbed sensationally. Who had a fantastic result in Cameron Highlands stage.
Yeah.
He got second, just behind Max Poole. But due to unfortunate circumstances, he got some time penalty, 20 seconds, I believe, and then got dropped out of the GC contention quite significantly.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate. So right now, his job in the hills are done. Though he's on the front pulling for his sprinter, Ceresa.
Yes, yes.
He's back on doing, finish the job and then just come back and gotta keep the gap to manageable. So you get to contribute to this chase because it's a long day. You can't leave Simo, all by himself on the front.
For sure.
And so he is on contributing to the front of the chasing pack. And I think they don't want to get the gap down just too quickly. They just want to keep it. You can see 4 riders from Simo Pino and DSM Enzo.
Yes.
And who involved in the crash in the earlier stages, last few stages. So, but he's back on the front working, and together with Martin Hero Lopez from Astana, and the Philippine rider King.
Yeah, King Navarra. Yeah. He did the Filipino audience in the live chat confirmed. Yeah, that's what they call him, King Navarra, because he's the king of the mountain over there.
Okay.
In Philippines. It's a
Excellent.
pretty steep hills over there in Philippines.
Yes. Philippines does have a lot of steep climbs as well. Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of these Southeast Asian countries, well, with the exception of maybe in Singapore, there's not much climb, but a lot of part in Southeast Asia, there are definitely a lot of climbing, especially Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia,
That's right.
Bangi Wangi is very steep climb. So at the front of the peloton is just controlled by 4. So 4 riders chasing 6 riders, and Simo Pino on the front. He's doing so much work in this year's race, working for his team sprinter, Alvin Decline, which we see on the back here, the orange jersey of the points leader of this year's race. And that that competition is far from over, right? Alvin Klein only has 4 points advantage right now.
Yep.
So it's going to come down to the final sprint.
Yes,
And,
yes. I don't think they want to be sprinting for the intermediate sprints. Although they can, that is definitely an option. You know, one sprint could actually put them in the lead, because if for example, Matteo Marcelli went for one of these sprint intermediate sprints, he might actually got extra some 3 points that will close down the gap. But judging from there, a lot of these like sprint finishes, they will wanna leave their sprint for the end. But then also you're leaving that chances, right?
Yeah.
Because that's 4 points. Even if you got second, or you kind of have to win, right? Unless something went really wrong with Tudor Pro Cycling Sprint Train, or Alvin Klein have some kind of issues towards the end of the sprint. It's really hard. Matteo Marcelli, if he's really serious about winning that sprint classification, he really needs to win that last sprint.
Yeah, yeah. And especially right now, you see, now because you have 6 riders on the front of the race. That's why Tudor, Simo doesn't want to pull them back anytime soon. They want these 6 riders to take up all the intermediate sprints, or majority of the intermediate sprint. Although the last sprint, number 3, is very close to the finish. It's only 16K to the finish.
Yeah.
But however, if I'm in a Tudor team right now, you just want to leave that gap, let these 6 riders take up the maximal intermediate points and bonus second, just so that way there's no contesting from the peloton, because there is no more points, and then just leave it out to the last sprint, because if you feel confident your sprinter can win the finish at the Bintulu or finish ahead, then you can keep that jersey, extend the lead. But although, you know, bike racing, here we see you getting a live action, see the mechanic, see the rain that you talk about, the drivetrain, right? The rain really take up very damaging, collusive to the drivetrain.
That's
I
right.
see the TSG CEO Chaku, he's giving a bottle feed to the rider, to Ivan Rosley, and because Ivan Rosley is also shaking the legs a little bit, and he has been aggressive the first 2 days.
Yes, it's been good to see. You know, he was aggressive in the first stage in Langkawi, which got him the white jersey.
Yep.
It's good to see him aggressive again in this stage 7 of this year's edition of Tour Langkawi, being the breakaway, and also as well Ayman Zarif. You know, we haven't seen him out in front. We known from these previous years of seeing him racing, that's just how his style of racing. It seems a bit odd that he's not out there, but it's good to finally, you know, he's going in the breakaway and giving it a good crack, and see what happens in the end. You know, obviously Tudor and a lot of his other sprint teams are not gonna let it get down as how it went down yesterday. They want it to come down to a sprint. And Alvin Klein obviously seems to enjoy winning sprint finish over wearing that orange jersey from the interview yesterday. You know, it's like, oh yeah, that's he did mention in the interview. It's like, oh yeah, it's good that I'm wearing the orange jersey now, but doesn't beat winning a stage win.
When the sprinters start winning, when anybody start winning, you don't want to stop. So you feel confident. And that's what the sprinters always. The number one advantage they want to establish is the psychological. They want to feel they need the confidence. They need to have the confidence that they are a better sprinter. So that way they also get a better line, better position. But having that confidence for sprinter is absolutely critical. Because I remember even Harry Saleh, right? I obviously had the fortune to work with him for many years since he was a fairly young. Not a junior, but obviously just starting the race for a Trigano cycling team. He's always fast. You look at his number, you know he's powerful. His physique is good, but he lacked a little bit of confidence, lacked a little belief in the bunch sprint. Multiple occasions, he should have been able to win the sprint, but he probably second guessed. Because he didn't have the confidence, the belief he's in the right wheel. So instead of focusing on his own sprint, he's always end up jumping wheels to wheel, trying to follow another train or another rider. So he didn't, that's what we felt that what he was missing, not the speed, but the confidence.
That's right.
And so we end up eventually brought in Youssef Garini. and who is the Algerian sprinter, raced in the World Tour level, and tons of experience, very fast man, know how to get in, know how to pick a fight in the peloton, and know how to get into the right position. So when we brought him in, and we also brought Jeremy Hunt, who is an expert, you know, a World Tour rider, and
Yeah,
also
he
a
was
very good sprinter himself.
he was racing in Team Sky, was he?
Yeah. He raced in Team Sky, absolutely. So obviously, you know, actually, I believe he won a stage in Tour Langkawi as well. So but he was just a very strong rider. So all that give Harry Saleh the belief he had the right coach, right lead out man, gave him the belief that he can actually win the stage.
Right.
And that's when he got his first victory, following the wheel of Yusuf, and actually, you know, basically Yusuf delivered him to the right position and got him to the finishing street, and he delivered the victory. That was his first
awesome.
victory.
That
and
was in 2015, was it?
Should be. We should look it up.
Yeah. I think it was 2015. I had a look last night and some
There you
stats
go.
of Arif Saleh. Yeah, 2015.
Yeah. So that got him the first belief, and that he can actually win the stage. Once he had that psychological belief, and he went ahead and won 2 more sprint win victory in Tour de Langkawi. So that makes him a triple stage winner in the Tour de Langkawi. So definitely one of the legend of Malaysian cycling. And back to the chasing group, Martin Harrell, and he's not a very big figure, especially on his wheeler bike, and he looked like he's definitely one of the smaller guys in the peloton. So, but he's contributing on the front.
Yeah,
So
he must have a lot of watts.
Whoever sits behind him, you talk about the size, you know, behind him would be like, I read that, and he rotates behind Enzo. Enzo is very big, seems to be a much bigger stature, so he gets the maximum draft, and then whoever behind Martin Harrell Lopez gets pretty much minimum draft.
That's right.
But
yeah, we were talking about sprinting just now. You know, it makes a lot of sense because it's an instinct thing.
Yeah.
Right. Once you start thinking, that's when you normally second guess a lot of things because everything has to be done split second.
Right.
You know, you have no time to think. You just have to let your instinct take control. And then once you haven't been able to win, that's when you start second guessing your instinct. And then that's when it's unable to win. And it's really important, you know, for like being a sprinter in a team. Once you get that stage win and you start having that belief and confidence that you can actually win again. And that happens to a lot of sprinters as well. Once you... for example, we had a look. For example, like Fernando Gaviria, and he was winning a lot when he was in Quick Step because obviously he had a good lead out. Quick Step is known to have a very strong lead out train.
Yes.
And then once he moved from lead out, it's hard to see him winning again.
Yes.
Something must have happened. You know, the confidence is just not there. Maybe so that. It's just unfortunate that happened. Same thing with Elia Viviani as well. You look a little bit. He was super strong when he was in Quick Step.
Yeah.
You know, again, it's Quick Step.
And the Quick Step definitely has one of the best lead out.
They've been doing for the longest time. You know.
Yeah, the Wolf Pack, right?
The
That's
Wolf
what they
Pack,
call it, the Wolf Pack. But talking about a Quick Step, right? So the Juliana Philippe is going to move to Tudor.
Yes, we saw the news. We saw the news.
So that's interesting to see. And maybe, you know, so Julian, he was world champion. He had a really good winning streak under Quick Step, but then he sort of stopped winning. And sometimes that can happen. And so maybe a change of scenery, going from Quick Step to Tudor, that would help. And it would be good to see him in a winning form because he was in the World Championship and he crashed out early.
So I remember that scene.
Suits him, you know, sort of punchy kind of climb, not super long. So yeah, it would be a shame to not see more of him in the bigger races. So maybe changing.
He's definitely one of those riders that are very, very good for stage wins.
Yeah.
Not so much for GC because he's quite a puncher. Quite a puncher. Very good with short climbs, power climbs.
Right.
Also classics as well. You've won some classic racing.
Of course.
There was I can't remember. There was some iconic photo of him, Peter Sagan, and Michael Kotsky. At a sprint finish throwing their bikes in I can't remember which race, but yeah, there was he's a good rider.
On the line, right? So
it's one of those classic races, classic monuments. If any of you remember, please let us know in the chat.
I can tell you, he's a 2-time world champion.
Yep.
3-time French Wallon. right? 3 times, 6 times stages in Tour de France. He had a yellow jersey in Tour de France.
He did. I remember he was wearing.
Yeah, he
for a
lost.
while.
Well, arguably, you say he's not a GC rider, but he had a yellow jersey, and he kind of lost it when the landslide, so they had to stop the race short. Right?
Was that the other year again? Bernal won.
Yeah, so he had
that's
the
right.
yellow. I think
That was 2020, I believe.
Yeah. So one time, Milan San Remo. Yeah, so he won at Classic San Sebastian. So he won many races, and one time Strada Bianchi. So, boy, no, he's a rider with some massive classic wins, not just one time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the addition of Julien Alaphilippe
in Tudor
Cycling next year.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see. So this is one thing I love about cycling. Every year to year, even though they're doing the same race, it could be a completely different situation, different winners, potential winners. And we saw Simon Carr with the defending champion, but he come here and he really didn't have a good day.
Yeah, heat stroke got the better of him.
Yeah, better of him. Yeah. So, but he didn't have a great day in Cameron Highland either. So he ended up working for his teammates. So yeah, that's what it's unpredictable. It's so it's so difficult to predict, and it'll be great to see if Max Pohl comes back next year to defend his jersey, the leader jersey although the race is not over. The race is not over.
We've still got today's stage and tomorrow's stage. Yeah, 2 stages still.
But it'd be good to see if we can bring him back again in this great race in Tour de Langkawi. Palm oil
Mill. It's one of the biggest exports of Malaysia. It's palm oil.
Yep.
Besides that, is I believe rubber as well. Rubber is one of the biggest exports from Malaysia.
Yep. And then oil and gas.
Yes, exactly. We'll talk about Petronas. Petronas, and that's where they're heading. Bintulu is one of the towns that is developed thanks to Petronas.
Yeah.
Because of the work opportunity and also the ocean platform.
Right.
Yeah, the
right.
oil.
Offshore,
Yeah, the oil.
Offshore, right. So most oil
the
in
offshore
Malaysia
platform
is offshore platform. Right.
Yes. Malaysia is very good at that. Offshore platform. I remember we got some of our friends in Australia. Petronas is doing with the Australian oil and gas company, which is called Santos. Also, the title sponsor for Santos Tour Down Under.
Right.
Yeah. So a lot of these oil and gas companies. So they were doing a lot of collaboration when it comes to, because Santos is very good with onshore oil drilling, but Petronas has the upper hand when it comes to offshore drilling.
Offshore drilling, right. So talk about Miri, right? So Miri, that's the start of today's stage. So if you ever visit city of Miri, there's a famous the Petroleum Museum on top of the Canada Hill.
Oh wow!
So
I never knew that.
Yeah, I visited there. There's a little little monument of a drilling of an oil rig. So that's the Petroleum Museum on top of the Canada Hill, and that just shows you the involvement of oil and gas in Sarawak, Malaysia. Miri has so when you get a chance, go visit the Sarawak, the Miri Petroleum Museum in Miri, Sarawak.
Here in the front of the peloton, Harold Martin Lopez just finished the pole, and then continued by Simon Pelot. He's been in the front of this race a lot. Yeah. Is he in the breakaway, which he did in the stage 5?
Yes.
But
we have an interview coming up. We apologize. Here's the interview.
You're Malaysian. You live in Australia. How much do you know Borneo, that other part of Malaysia?
Not much actually. I didn't expect this weather to be this bad early on in the stage. It usually should be raining about in the afternoon. But I've been here once this year, and that's about it. Will be an interesting stage.
Besides cycling, what is special with Borneo and the state of Sarawak?
I believe it's the animal, the hornbill, I believe, and then the natural resources close to Borneo with a lot of tropical forests and a lot of rare animal. This part of Malaysia.
What do you know about today's course? It looks a bit flat. What do you expect? What kind of race do you expect?
I think it's going to be an early breakaway, early from the start. I think the breakaway might go all the way to the end because there's a calm category 4 nearly at the end of the race. So especially when the first sprint class is 60 kilos in, sprinters probably won't bother to chase every breakaway down. Probably will be a breakaway finish. Yeah.
What are your hopes personally for the end of your first Le Tour de Langkawi?
Obviously to finish safe first, especially in this weather. I'll try my best to get like a solid result and one on stage result. Yeah.
Does this experience give you the desire to move forward in your cycling career?
Yeah, 100%. It shows me that I need to do a lot of work. There's a lot of work to be done. Yeah.
All the best.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, so that was an interview with Sen Ren Bao, a rising young rider. I believe he's 22 years old this year.
22 years old,
yeah. 22 years old.
Live in Brisbane?
Live in Brisbane, Australia. We had a story about him. I mean, I've told some stories that I had with him. Yeah,
you did some racing with him.
Yeah, I used to race with him. But obviously he was a lot younger back then. He was school, so I can't take the credit that much, you know. It was just, what, you beat a school kid? That's not a good story.
Right. But it's, you know, they are going to go through the process. You know, we keep talking about the young rider development, the junior rider development is so critical. In fact, we saw the interview by Jeff Burnett. Jeff Burnett runs, he has a racing series. I got a shout out and mention that. It's a Medio Trophy. It's sort of like a junior, it's all the under 19 junior rider. It's like a racing series in France. Where they actually they establish a few different racing. There's so many junior racing in France, so they actually they pick a few and then they establish throughout the years. There's a point system accumulated, so the teams are competing, the rider competing, and the overall winner of that Medio Trophy actually gets like a La PR bike. Supported by the FDJ team. So and you know, and a lot of professional riders nowadays racing in France in the World Tour level and the pro level actually race in the Medio Trophy cup, you know, like a competition. So they race in the series. So that again, you know, Malaysia is lacking that kind of grassroots development, and Jeff Cornett actually runs that racing series. And I think after this race, and he's eventually got to go back to France and to actually do a final award presentation. And so there you go, Jeff.
Yeah, good on you, Jeff.
Yeah,
good on you.
Thank you for helping develop the rider. Maybe you should have run that. There should be a Medio Trophy Malaysia series happening.
That'd be awesome.
And then, you know, then we can establish a grassroots program in Malaysia there.
That's 100% true.
Globalize your Medio Trophy.
Maybe a franchise or something.
Yeah, there you go. Back to the blue train.
The blue train, still the blue train. It hasn't changed. Gap sort of maintained between 2 minutes and 45 seconds with 139 kilometers to go. We saw just now the Hangshang rider Bogdanovic is having some feed from the team car. Looks like some gels just to fuel up. Make sure you fuel up, not bonking. It was important to fuel up before you start feeling the hunger. Otherwise, you're playing catch up, which is not good for these riders.
Yeah. So in the breakaway, the team cars are allowed to feed. That's a neutral service.
Yeah, we can see the neutral service just now.
Neutral service, that runs by the company Cyclomotion. And who is supporting the riders in the breakaway.
So from I won't say nutrition, mainly from bottles. Just a bottle of water, bottles, mainly plain water. And some equipment assist when it comes to punctures, or they might need some spare bike. They have Shimano spare bikes on top of the roof rack, so just in case the car couldn't get in time. So they can ride that bike as they continue waiting for the team car.
It's neutral service is absolutely critical. In this race, most team have all the team have 2 team cars. So it's not so much an issue, but I have been to smaller races where you only have 1 team car and the groups got separated, and the rider on the back was relying on neutral service, and the neutral service only had a very limited, I think it was 2 sets of wheels. So the rider couldn't finish the race simply because they didn't have a neutral service with bikes and the wheels, insufficient amount of wheels in the bike. So the riders would really suffer, not able to finish. So while we have we seem to have a little bit of time, so we still have 138k to go.
That's a long way to go. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, it's not a. I mean, they had when they climbed the gap, they had a 45 average speed.
Yes.
But I don't know how they're gonna do today.
Yeah, so they completed nearly 50k of racing, and I think more than 50k of racing. And they're probably averaging about today.
That's like almost 60k now. So we've got 60ks.
60K
they've done
racing.
60k.
And in pretty much a 1.5 hour, but that's including neutral start, so we don't know exactly the speed. But I reckon their average right now is about, they've been done from the racing start go is about 45k an hour. And here's the Malaysian national team getting a water bottle. So this gap of 2 minutes 30 seconds. We lost a bit of action, but now this got to be the river. This I'm not sure what river is this, but look, very beautifully carved through the palm oil plantation. It looks so organized and green, like literally like green carpet.
That's right, 100%.
It's a beautiful river
I'm
shot.
just going on Google Map here, just trying to see what river they have in the mirror. If anyone from the live feed know what river is that, it'd be interesting to know.
Yeah.
I only know of Rajang River, but it's the longest river in Malaysia, I believe in Southeast Asia as well. But I don't know if that is the case with this one.
Oh, I thought it would be Mekong River. Okay, there you go. We need to go study our geographics.
Yeah. Lack on that.
So while we have some time, yesterday I apologized to some of the viewers. I made some errors on the sponsors. I was relying on ChatGPT.
ChatGPT. Oh man,
and I was getting
as Australian would say.
I was getting some wrong information. Apologize. I love ChatGPT, but sometimes we realize that not all the information are up to date and correct. So I just want to shout out, talk about who are the major sponsors of the teams in this race, because I think without this, the reason I point that out, we talk about a little bit about a Malaysian national team, lack of sponsor, lack of support, but these professional teams obviously are in a different situation. They have very good sponsors, and that's why they're able to participate in the race. So it's professional sports. I always tell young people, professional sports, it's about sports, but it's also about money. Without the monetary support, these teams won't be able to come over to races like this or racing across the world. So we start with EF Education, Easy Post. So it's a team established in 2003 by former rider Jonathan Butler.
Yeah, Jonathan Walters.
So, but the company EF Education First is actually a Swedish company that headquartered in Switzerland, and they are specialized in education, international education, language program, exchange program. So to help students go across the world and to travel across the world and study abroad. That's what the EF Education is. And Easy Post is it's a company that provides shipping API solutions, helping both consumers and the businesses to solve shipping, to provide shipping solution to customers around the world. So that's EF Education, Easy Post, DSM Post NL, and actually DSM Permanent Post NL. And it's actually a team founded in 2005. So this is a 2005.
2005. Was it like a giant Shimano or something?
So we started with Skill Shimano.
Skill Shimano.
So Skill Shimano, and that's where Marcel Kittel was racing with. This is the team that Marcel Kittel raced and came to Tour Langkawi and won his first professional race before launching his sprinting career. So that was started as Skill Shimano. Then throughout the year, since 2005, they changed different sponsors. And right now, the current sponsor is DSM. DSM actually stands for a Dutch State Mines. So
Okay.
it's actually
Like a mining?
It started as a mining company, but now they are. It's a huge company. Of what I googled, and they are active in. They have so many businesses in there in different areas. So they actually active in health, nutrition, materials. So maybe they started as a mining company, then expanded into multiple business in around the world, and they merged with Firmenich in 2023. It's a Swiss company again. It's a 125 years old Swiss company, and they specialize in perfume, flavors, and fragrance.
Okay.
There you go.
So playing with the alcohol and esters, they call it.
So you learn something every day. Then Post NL is a logistic company, obviously based out of Netherlands.
Is it like a national postal, I suppose?
No. We should have asked Alvin Decline. Then you should able to tell us what exactly.
We gotta ask Max Poole.
Max Poole.
Yeah. Obviously, I think everyone's familiar with Tudor.
Yeah, Tudor is we just want to go through the top world tour team. The Astana obviously starts. That's the country of Kazakhstan. Astana is the capital city, and it started in 2007 by popular writer Vinokurov. Alexander Vinokurov. So
he actually started.
Yeah, he started
Astana, Kazakhstan.
Yes, he started a team in Astana, Kazakhstan team after he retired from racing, and he decided to set up his own team. And he has a lot of development. Right, he's so heavily involved in developing. There's Astana Motor, there's Astana development team, and himself, his son are racing. I think next year they're going to be racing. He has a twin son, and both are racing. And one of them, I think, Nicholas should be racing in the Astana World Team soon. So they are sponsored by the state of state-owned companies, which is owned by the government of Astana, Kazakhstan.
It's pretty impressive, to see that local government or local governing body or government in that particular case is putting a lot of interest and putting their funding and allocation in really developing the sports from a development level. And then obviously we can see, initially they didn't have that many Kazakhstan rider in the roster, especially when we're talking about World Tour teams, right? But that transfer of knowledge, skills, technology that they have experienced in the World Tour scenes actually benefiting the development riders.
Yes, absolutely. So there you go. That's Astana, Kazakhstan.
So it sort of makes sense why. Like I think a lot of people are wondering why is this cycling team name so weird.
Right.
So it's like let's just put a different company's names and pile it up. It really relies on the sponsor's name.
Yeah.
We can see on the screen about a kilometer to the first intermediate sprint in Suai.
And
someone just confirmed that it's called the Batang Niah River.
Batang Niah River.
Yeah,
there you go.
Batang Niah River.
There you go. We learn something every day.
Yeah. Someone said most of the time using AI can give you incorrect information. Yeah, we had that first-hand experience. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you for pointing it out.
Thank you. It's from Pro Cycling Stats actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's Pro Cycling Stats in the front car.
Oh.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So they've actually whoever's holding that account has given a lot of information about weather and stuff. So here we go. The sprint classification. Let's see if there's anyone will be sprinting for that points. But judging from today's race and the rider dynamic in the race, most likely they will just ride through the breakaway, preserve as much energy and preserve the tempo that they're riding to make sure they have they're not going into the red and make sure they're sustaining a good tempo in order for the breakaway to stay away.
Yes. So thank you for Pro Cycling Stats for watching the feed. Oh look, Iman Rosley has a different idea. He wants
to go
intermediate sprints. There you go.
Followed by Yusri Shari from the Malaysian national cycling team.
Wasn't heavily contested, but he wanted to make sure he got there first. Let's hope they get reorganized and continue on, because they need to keep this gap going.
It's 2 minutes and 30 seconds now.
They shouldn't be fighting over this just yet. They need to keep the momentum going, and then hopefully we want to see them join back to the the breakaway group and keep the gap steady. And still 131K to go. 2 minutes and 30 seconds is the gap maintained by the blue train of 6 riders. Yeah, so let's get back to the sponsors.
The sponsor,
thank you for PCS for following our feed. I love the app. I love the website as well.
Yeah, it's been our main resource so far.
Yeah,
as of today, it's been our main resources to get some stats, to get some statistics of previous history of riders' achievements and everything.
Yes, absolutely. I love this website. I'm a huge fan of their mobile app. I have to shout out. So I love their mobile app because you can easily access information without going the internet. Going to line. So actually, but now they stopped this mobile app, and I actually messaged the owner of the PCS and thinking, hey, when I was paying for the service, for the pro service, because you can get all the histories. So they said they unfortunately they decided to stop, and then they just focus on the web version or the mobile web version. But anyway, a shout out and kudos for the great. I really use that resources to check the result of the races and also the research on the riders. Who should we? Is it a good rider that we should consider to add into the TSG team? So it is absolutely a great resource. Meanwhile, we see
chain lube again.
Christian, doing a little bit of self-maintenance.
Yeah.
While riding, is a professional rider with a lot of experience, and he decided to give me the chain lube.
Yep.
If you're not comfortable doing the chain, I can do it myself while riding. Here's a professional.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because they have a long way to go, and then they experience heavy downpour, so the bike was already exposed to water before they even start riding.
Yes.
So like we mentioned earlier in the previous stages, water is actually very harsh to your drivetrain.
Yes.
Would you believe it? Despite simple plain water, which you use to wash up every day, is actually pretty corrosive. I wouldn't say corrosive, but very. It's like a form of contaminant.
Yes.
To your drivetrain, which can obviously, when the rain gets really heavy, it washes out the water. The oil from the chain, especially if you're using oil. Right?
Exactly. That's not only. It's bad for the chain, but also especially when you go from the wet, heavy downpour to a dry condition now. And most annoying to me was the chain noise, the squeaking chain.
Yeah, tell me about it.
And that doesn't go away. So every pedal you insert.
It's annoying.
It's annoying. So not only it's bad for the chain, but it's absolutely annoying.
Yeah.
So the riders, it's important to make sure the chains are looped, because otherwise you're also exerting extra 4 or 5 watts just
that's a
just
lot
to
when
keep the chain.
Actually, here's some info for you guys, right? Like a dirty drivetrain probably going to cost you about that 8 to 10 watts.
Yeah.
Right? It's a lot, we're talking about 5 oversized pulleys.
Yes, it's
right?
true. I don't use oversized pulleys. I won't know it's different, but
because
I'm sure.
One oversized pulleys, normally look at that in the order of magnitude of 2 watts, right?
Right.
Of savings, right? So which you have to spend about $500 US dollars for that thing.
Yes.
So if you put in that term, like washing your bike, a clean drivetrain with a fresh new lubricants, you're looking at probably saving about 8 to 10 watts.
Right.
But when you have a dry chain, right? The dry squeaky chains is actually worse. It's costing you upwards of 15, 20 watts.
My God.
That's a lot of watts.
That is
it's not just bad, but it's also wearing out your chain.
Quickly,
nowadays, a lot of for example, if you're running SRAM stuff like Simon Pilo or Tudor Pro Cycling is using, your power meter is part of your chain rings. You don't want that thing to wear out.
Right.
So when you wear out your chain rings, that's a new power meter.
Gee, that's going to be expensive, right? Yes. That was just a tip, right? So what's to add the chain when you loop the chain, just make sure you clean the chain before you lube it, because I see a lot of amateurs, they just the dirty chain, then they're just going to add more.
For sure. Obviously, it's going to make the chain quiet because it's the nature of the oil. It dampens the sound.
Right.
But you're just creating this thing. So basically, now you've just created a carbon paste on your chain. Right? Obviously, it quiets down, but it doesn't get it contaminated out. If you got too lazy, get a dirty rag. Spray some of those silicone spray. Like WD-40 or whatever. Just spray on that rag.
Yes.
And then just wipe it down and just put a new lubricant out. If you got too lazy, you don't want to wash your degrease your drivetrain, right? So make sure you do that. Wipe off whatever you can get with your dirty rag. And then just apply new lubrication, because that way you're not you're reducing the amount of contaminants into the inside of the rollers.
I'm that lazy rider.
Yeah.
I always clean out with a dirty rag with a spray a little bit WD-40. Not the best way.
Not the best way.
But I'm crunching for time. So
If you're actually lazy to clean your bike, you should go and start a wax chain.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Yes,
because that stays there and it's not easy to clean. You don't need degreaser anymore to clean your bike.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
I have switched to that because I'm lazy.
Yeah, there you go.
I have switched to the wax chain. Absolutely. So getting back to the racing, seems to Martin Harold Lopez is on the front and doing the chase, doing the work.
I always, when I've seen Harold Martin Lopez in front, I pity Enzo at the back.
It's like twice the size.
Almost,
You gotta hover over. So
I mean, big kudos to him, doing the work to deliver Gleb Syriza to the sprint and also trying to get a better position so that Anton Charming actually have a chance to move up in the general classification.
Yep. Yeah, definitely doing a lot of work, and kudos to him. So just getting back to the different sponsors for this year's teams, right?
Yeah,
Badiani CSF.
I was gonna say, no wonder Astana doesn't have a different name compared to all these other teams. DSM was what's like, I think formerly like Giant Sunweb was something back then.
Yeah, it was. DSM was. They gone through Skill Shimano. Then they have gone through Shimano Giant. And
Argos
that's when
Shimano.
Argos Shimano. That's when Lo Si Kiang, Malaysian cycling modern day legend. He's not a very old man, but by any means.
He's still racing. You see him out and about.
Yes. Yeah, he's still racing. He loves riding. He loves. He had a sort of like bike touring business in Chiang
a venture wonder
in Chiang Rai. Yes. So if you're into gravel riding, there's beautiful riding in Chiang Rai, and it is not only a good place to visit, but also a good place to bring your gravel bike and go out, look him up and go do some riding with him. Yep. So that's DSM. Originally was started as a Skill Shimano, and now I think the oldest team have established here is got to be Badiani CSF. They established in 1982.
Oh wow. I wasn't even born.
Yeah. Oh, you're a young man.
Yeah, I wasn't even born. 1982.
Yeah, so I wasn't either. No, that's a lie. So I was already a teenager by then. So that just show you how.
Sorry, I'm not trying to put a perspective here. But yeah, that's okay. Back to the teams. 1982. That's a long time.
Yeah, a long time ago. So Badiani, but they come with different sponsors, obviously. Badiani, they make hygienic valves. So it's sort of like, I believe, for different industrial or medical applications, hygienic valves for, for obviously not for consumer application.
More for industry, industrial use,
right,
for sure.
Yes. And also CSF is also an industrial water pump, centrifuge pump. So it's actually look like Italian industrial company, not typically consumer, but I know a lot of Italian company, they have such a passion, the owners have such a passion in cycling, so they put in the sponsor and support the cycling. That's why they're seeing so many Italian teams, as Italian riders, for example.
Okay.
Right? Like yesterday's winner. So they certainly has been around since 1982, many years. And
have they actually, obviously, some of these teams started at a lower level, being like more like a continental team, I should say.
Yeah,
but have they actually been like a pro? They are pro team now.
They're pro team.
Have they actually been, like, considering they're that long in the industry? Have they actually won in the World Tour back then?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't believe so. So obviously, when you jump from pro team to world team, there's a lot more additional money involved. So you really need to get you probably need to get additional sponsor and so forth. But some teams are just happy to be in the pro team because, once you go to the world team, so you really have a lot of pressure because you got to participate in all the World Tour races, all the Grand Tour races, obviously, the Tour de France, the Giro, and but we're gonna pause for our interview before we continue.
Here we are on the island of Borneo for the last 2 stages, and you are in a special situation because you are fighting for the 3rd place on GC, and it's decided by the places every day. So how are you guys working that out to try to finish third or fourth rather than 8 or 9?
Yes, it's difficult now. We are fighting that podium positions both for the top places and the bonification also, no? Because each stage we have 3 bonification that can give you those extra seconds that ensure you the podium, no? So it's been difficult, very tactical, no? And each team is doing its best to get that podium, no?
Do you look every day at these 5 or 6 rivals that you have?
Yes. We all know we have these 3 days. I think that when you look the classification, we are behind each other. No, if you look, we are around the 20 positions. These 5 guys of the GC that we are fighting for the podium, we are there, no, behind each other. So we are controlling each other, and well.
And does it mean that every stage finish there are 2 sprints? There's 1 sprint for the stage win, and behind there's a sprint between the 6 riders in contention for the 3rd place.
Yeah, that's right. First we have the sprint for the top sprinter, no, and later behind them we are there fighting our sprint, no. Gaining those extra positions, but well, what I am saying, in any bonification, if you take any seconds, that gives you that podium place, so that we are working.
Are you confident to make the podium, the final podium of the Tour de Langkawi yourself?
Yeah, that's the goal, no? Now I am in that podium position now. I'm in the best position possible, no? But well, we have 2 difficult days, today and tomorrow, and we'll fight it for them. We are very happy with the race we are doing.
Yes.
Thanks.
There you go. The Confarmer rider talking about the close fight for the last podium position. So he is right now in the best position for being 3rd, but he's on the same time as the next 6th rider.
Are you always exhausted, tired? All of that can change with Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. With a high dissolved oxygen content, Bubbles O2 is no ordinary mineral water. Stop, sip, and smile. Fuel your passion for a powerful performance. Find us at PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi, Malaysia 2024.
I kept thinking about that day. The day before our life changed forever. The surprise, the gesture, the charm. After all these years, I thought I knew you. But you're a pack full of surprises, aren't you? The joy you'd found in the littlest things. How does a grown man still have the sense of wonder of a child? I could tell you loved the nature, and the nature loves you. I love all the things that you love. The Chile highlands, the breathtaking green slopes, the serene mangroves, the seemingly endless white beach, the pristine blue sea, a man of culture who celebrates the goodness of humanity. A man with good taste. And an even better palate. Remember when we had that dinner?
I do. Because that's when I knew I found my eternal love. In the midst of the stunning greenery, you stand out, love. In the sea of amazing treasures, you are the most precious. You're beautiful inside and out. I genuinely believe we have found our piece of paradise on earth. Because I'm the best version of myself when I'm with you. Here.
Malaysia truly
At PETRONAS, earning and redeeming Mercer Rewards points is now cardless.
Really?
Just key in your phone number at the pump, at the Mercer store counter, or use the Settle app.
Legit?
Get up to 3 times more Mercer Rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel. Simpler, better, and more rewarding.
You know, every perks there's accountability or things that you have to do.
Yeah, there you go. And then
What else you got on your list? There's things that you've been doing your homework last night.
I did my homework. So I felt so embarrassed for getting some wrong information.
Okay.
So I went
That's good.
and did my homework, which I should have done earlier.
Yeah, I mean, we should have done earlier. So
Yeah.
we've got this young teams from Australia. The ARA Skip Capital.
Skip Capital, right? So we're gonna get down to the continental teams a little bit
Okay,
later.
so you go through the
we'll
letters
go
from
through
World Tour,
Pro
Team, and then Continental.
Team. Because I don't
Okay.
want to disturb that because that's where the racing order. So you start with the World
All
Tour,
right.
you get down to the Pro teams, and then you get down to the Continental. Then you have the national teams. That's when you're in the big race like this, and that's the sort of the order of the professional teams. Right?
Okay.
So then we have Burgos BH. Burgos BH, that's established in 2006. Burgos is actually a province of Spain, so in the northeast part of Spain. So that's sort of similar to the Trengganu cycling team. So this is sort of state provisional government sort of sponsored a team trying to develop rider from the northeast region of Spain. And then also BH is a bicycle brand which they are on, and that we saw with the
Spanish brand as
Spanish
well.
brand,
Spanish
and
brand
with a pretty looking wacky looking Ford, cool looking Ford.
But the brand have been around for a long time.
For a long time,
BH,
yes, correct. Yeah, so Burgos BH, and that's where also the ex-TSG rider Sain Baya, the Mongolian rider, sensation from Mongolia, that he's actually riding for this team, Burgos BH.
Okay.
It's from the northeast region. So next team is really interesting. Poti Cometa.
Poti Cometa,
So
another Spanish team.
You're absolutely right. That's a Spanish team, but registered in Italy.
Okay.
And because their participation in that's why they participated in the Giro this year. So it's a Spanish team. We're obviously started by one of the most famous rider, Alberto Contador.
Alberto Contador, Italian. That's right, Spanish. El Pistolero. El Pistolero. Yeah.
And
absolutely
Ivan
love.
Basso.
Absolutely
Ivan
love
Basso.
his style of riding.
Absolutely, especially when he goes to the finish line and he raises his hand and
Yeah,
shoot
yeah,
that pistol across the finish line. And
El
that's
Pistolero.
Alberto Contador. So Poti Cometa. So this year they have the new sponsors of Poti. Poti has a long history involvement in cycling. They had a team Poti back in 1994. And so they had their own team, Poti, then they exited from cycling. And now, just this year, they decided to come back and join the Alberto team as a title sponsor, Poti, and together with the co-title sponsor, Cometa. So Poti, if you don't know what they do, it's actually an Italian household appliance company. It specializes in steam cleaning, steam ironing, steam vacuum. So if you want to get your house really clean, you know, and sparkle
you're in
clean,
Italy,
you go and
Sorry.
get a Poti,
Okay.
steam vacuum cleaner. And so if you're in the shop shopping for a vacuum clean, if you're OCD and super clean freak like my wife, so yeah, you would want to get a Poti vacuum cleaner.
Yeah,
to
I mean,
make sure
it's
your
good
house
you're doing all of this because 9 out of 10 we don't even know what these sponsors actually mean.
That's what I felt.
Right, like Politico Meta, and then the next year they suddenly change the name, so apparently there's a different sponsors
because last
now.
year they had Elo comment. It was Elo. It was a Italian telecommunication company. So this year it was replaced by Poti. So Cometa is a food company. It specializes in cheese, meat, product. So that's so if you're in the grocery store, you see Cometa. That's a food company that provides.
I mean, you probably might not see it here in Malaysia,
maybe
but yeah,
here.
when you're going flying overseas, now
Italy
you know.
or Spain, and you will see them very common. I'm sure in the supermarket you will see the Cometa brand popular there. So here goes. Next one is Coratec. That's where I really screwed up last year. Yesterday, Coratec, and it came up with all the wrong information. So Coratec is a bike company. They make bicycle.
Oh, there you go. So that's Coratec is the bike that they're
riding on. And Vini Fantini is the Fantini wine. It's a fine Italian wine from Italy. That's what Vini Fantini. It's the sponsor. This team started in 2022. Also a fairly new team, not very old.
Yeah, that's very recent.
Very recent, 2022. Coratec, Vini Fantini. We saw their rider yesterday in the breakaway. And narrowly missed. He just dropped off the last 2K, last little hump. That he got. He just really contributed 100% in the chase. But he did get the most aggressive, most competitive rider prize for the day. So that's Coratec, Vini Fantini, and we talked about Confama already. And the last pro team that's in this race we haven't talked about is Euskadi, and that's also that's actually a team started in 2008. But actually, they started even back in 1994. They had the original Euskadi, and it was actually also supported mainly by the Basque country, the Basque government of the part of the Spain. So Basque country, it actually has their own government, and the Basque country, they have their own language as well. They have their own flag. That's why in the Tour de France, yes, correct. You get when the race get to the Basque country, you see the guys have their Basque flag. So that's their independent sort of a
like Brunei.
Borneo sort of like Borneo sort of Star Wars. So they had their own dialect and their own culture. There was actually one time a Basque independent movement, but so I think we hear less of that now. Basque government actually heavily supported this team back in 1994, and then most famously you have Ivan Mayo and Samuel Sanchez, the Olympic champion, because he won the Olympic, the Beijing Olympic stage near my original hometown in China. So many years ago. So he runs the development team MMR nowadays. But just a shout out, so the team actually started in 1994, but they sort of stopped in 2013 because of financial crisis. But then they restarted, and again, so now they're back in racing, and I'm glad to see they kept the same orange jersey, the classic orange jersey,
from back then when they started.
Yeah, and Orbea bike. They
Orbea.
that.
And fun facts about Orbea as well. They're like 100 over years old company. But when they started, they didn't make bikes.
Okay.
They were making firearms.
Really?
Yeah. I did a little bit
of
of a reading on their website, Orbea, because back then we did a lot of work when I was in Australia. So apart from BMC, we did a lot of work with Orbea as well.
Okay.
So yeah, just dig a little bit to know, just to understand the history of Orbea. So yeah, they started off with firearms, and then I can't remember when they decided was firearm was a bad idea and let's get into bicycles. So I can't remember when specifically. So yeah, that was interesting.
Nice. Good to know. Good to know. I think it's a good idea to go from making firearms to making bicycles.
Making bicycles.
Absolutely. Yeah. There you go. That wrapped up the professional teams, the pro team. Then we get to the ARA Skip Capital.
Okay, ARA Skip Capital. Yeah, they've been around for a while. I've heard they've been around for a while. Okay. 2018
when they started. Skip Capital is a private investment company, but I think the team was created mainly in the Sunshine Coast.
Sunshine Coast, yeah. So Sunshine Coast is just a little bit of geographical knowledge. So if you know Brisbane, which is in Queensland, which is on the east side of Australia, the eastern side of Australia. So Brisbane is sort of like a midpoint. You go south to go to Gold Coast, which is famous for, I guess, for tourists, especially for Malaysian tourists. You normally go to Gold Coast via Air Asia, direct flights. Gold Coast is south of Brisbane, whereas Sunshine Coast is about 2 hours north of Brisbane.
Yep. Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's a good riding scene there. Good riding scene there. So occasionally you get some pro riders come down to Sunshine Coast. The likes of Caleb Ewan.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not sure if you're familiar. Ryan Thomas lives there. He used to ride for I believe was Drapac Cannondale.
Drapac team guys. That's an old name you brought up. Yeah, that was a team that very much involved in the Australia cycling, and even Asia cycling as well.
Even like Jordan Kirby. I believe that's Tim Runbow's coach.
Yes, correct. Jordan Kirby. Yeah, and that's an Australian rider.
ARA Skip Capital.
So ARA Skip Capital. So they do a lot of development. So we've seen like they brought all the young riders and trying to develop them. So kudos again. I'm always happy to see teams trying to develop young talent from their region and trying to bring them out to the world level, world tour. I'm sure they get an eye-opening experience. But they had the KO Tompkinson had the KOM jersey for the first two stages.
First two stages, and then yesterday one of the sprinter Blake Agnoletto got six.
Correct. So
impressive.
Not bad for the first time coming here, and now we go to the Indonesian team Nusantara. So they actually set up fairly late, just a fairly new team, 2023. So fairly new.
Very new. Last year almost,
Exactly. So, no, actually I tried to search more on Nusantara, and I was asking our, actually even Polygon, guys at the Polygon, so what does the team, is it actually sponsor, who are the main sponsors? They said to me that Nusantara was, it means a lot of different things in Indonesia, but I do know Nusantara is actually going to be the new capital of Indonesia. So Indonesia is going to moving their Jakarta. The current capital of Jakarta is moving to the city is called Nusantara. I'm not sure if that's the main reason they're sponsoring this team, but Nusantara is going to be the new capital of Indonesia eventually. So that's the team in Nusantara, established in 2023. So now we're going to go to Hanshan. Hanshan team is also one of the. It's actually established in the same year as the TSG from 2011.
Over 10 years old.
Over 10 years old, and in the team car, I'm sure he's listening. Li Fuyu, and it's the Chinese rider. He was actually one of the first. He actually the first Chinese rider ever won a bike race outside China. That was in 2016 Tour of Thailand. 2016 Tour of Thailand, because I was there. I was there racing, and but obviously Li Fuyu had the yellow jersey, and so I congratulated him as he crossed the finish line in Bangkok airport that time, just opening up, and he became the first rider. And then after that, he went on and I'm sorry, it wasn't it was not 2016, but 2006, 2006 that he actually won the Tour of Thailand, and he went on and actually raced for Team Discovery, then Radio Shack World Tour team. And so after he stopped racing, and then he actually established the Hanshan racing team. And they produced some really talented Chinese rider, including Wang Meiying. In 2013, he's a stage winner of the Tour de Langkawi, this race. And in Cameron Highland, he broke away with Malaysian rider Lo Sikyong on that stage. And he went ahead and won a solo. And remember after the race, I talked to Lo Sikyong, and Lo said, yeah, Mei Ying was on a different level. He just kept away and broke away in the solo and won the stage and had the yellow jersey. He had the yellow jersey, and he lost it in the Genting Highland stage, but he still finished number 5 overall GC.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And after that impressive performance, he eventually got 3-year contract and rode for Bahrain Merida.
Oh wow, Bahrain Merida.
From 2017 to 2019.
I mean, thinking of that, having Cameron Highland and Genting Highland
on
the
the same year. So that was one of the few times that they had both massive HC climb in one edition.
That's
2013. Hopefully next year we get to bring back the Genting Highland.
Yeah. Everyone's actually looking forward to Genting Highland because it's not so much for the racing perspective; it's more for the fans, really.
Yes.
Yeah, fans just because the climb's a little bit slower compared to Cameron Highlands, so they get to spectate a little bit longer, and they can, especially with riders at the back of the race, they love pushing them up.
Yes, absolutely. It's a spectacle. I mean, you had the in Tour de France, you had the Dutch corner.
Yes.
In the Tour de Langkawi, you have the last bend before the last 1K.
Near that temple.
Near the temple,
that's always a festival over there.
You had Trigano fan, and last time was Sapura fan. So you had a Sapura corner, and you had the TSG corner. So yeah, that was just great sight to see. See so many fans coming out to support the race. And going down to the Japanese team, the two Japanese teams we mentioned about Ukio. Ukio was a team that started in 2012, and now we just pause for a brief moment and see the team car trying to see which team car is this live team actually.
Burgos,
Burgos BH, getting a Bordeaux feed, and the Ukio that that's the team started 2012. That by the former F1 driver Ukio Takayama.
Yep.
And so he is his passion, obviously F1 driving, but he also loves cycling. So he's to develop young Japanese cyclists, Team Ukio. And then Aisan. So we saw they are in the breakaway right now.
Yes.
So Aisan, and also I didn't know. I mean, this is a team also started many years ago, 2006. It's got to be one of the older. The Asian team. So 2006 they already started the team, and it's a company that makes fuel injection system and injector. So if you're driving a car, that most likely your fuel injector, fuel injection system is made by Aisan.
Interesting.
There you go. So if you ever have a car trouble, you go to your mechanic and says, I need to replace my Aisan fuel injector. Then I'm sure your car mechanic will be super impressed.
Yeah, how did you know? I was just watching a bike race.
There you go. And now we get down to the two Malaysian Continental team. Malaysian Pro Cycling Team is established in 2017 by Sayudi. And it's formerly known as Sapura. That's the main sponsor. That was a massive company in Malaysia.
It's multiple different things, but mainly oil and gas as well.
Oil and gas, telecom as well. I know my friends working for them, oil and gas sector, and as well they have telecom. And but now they have stopped sponsorship, and now the current sponsor is Hellas. Bicycle shop, right?
Yep.
So. Now I know there's for the Malaysian cycling fan, there's we see a lot of competition between the Team Sapura that we just mentioned earlier, Team TSG. So it is it's even though I'm representing part of the TSG team, but I absolutely have to shout out the Sapura Malaysian Pro Cycling Team. They have done a very good job developing young rider from Malaysia. And even though people think we have a very stiff competition rivalry, but it's a healthy rivalry. Healthy rivalry brings out the level of everyone. And also a shout out in 2023 in the SEA Game competition, the Team Sapura riders. There was a combination of Team TSG and Sapura rider and MPC rider. They work actually very well together. I mean, they sacrifice their own chances, and they decide to help work together, and they able to win under the guidance of Dato Jungan who has been very much a long-time coach in Malaysia cycling. They actually able to win the SEA Games gold medal by working together. The Ameru Mazuki, which we saw in the breakaway, he's a Malaysian national champion. They actually helped Ameru Mazuki contribute to his victory. Absolutely played a monumental instrumental to help the Malaysian TSG team rider to win. And this is what I want to comment. That's what a professionalism is about, right? So you can represent different teams, a different trade team, but when it comes to representing your country, putting that national jersey on, that you are on the same team, you're on the same teammate, and your goal is to win. And we see that time and time again in Europe, right? You have Primoz Roglic riding for Bora Hansgrohe, and he's helping Tadej Pogacar from UAE, trying to win the world championship for Slovenia. And we've seen that with Matthew van der Poel and the Dutch teams and the Belgian team, right? And Wout van Aert riding for Visma, Jumbo-Visma, and he's working for Evenepoel from Quick-Step. And so that's why we talk about, even you have rivalry, but when you come out putting on the national jersey, there's national pride. You should be working together, and they were able to do that. So I have to thank them and congratulate them for a job well done, right? So last, we come down to TSG, Trengganu cycling team. It is sponsored by the main sponsor is the Trengganu cycling, Trengganu government. And just like similar to Bogos, similar to Euskatel, Euskadi is the regional government, it's the state government. Sponsoring teams established since 2011. And so since then, the team has certainly grown. They are now the #1 continental team in the world, but at a continental level. So they are competing mostly in Asia, but they also done some races in Turkey and Europe. It is a team that have produced some great results. But again, it's sponsored by their main sponsor, the state government, trying to help development of their local rider. But it's also good to see they are bringing like Ayman Rosley, who is from Johor, into part of the team. So it is good to see. So that sums up the professional World Tour team, team.
For sure.
I've done my research.
Thank you so much for doing it for all of us.
We all learned a little bit about our team sponsors, and a shout out to all the sponsors for helping all the riders, support the riders to make this great race possible.
Yeah, speaking of the race, we've got the breakaway at 2 minutes and 42. Looks like the peloton is chasing for some reason, because judging from what we've seen in the live feed, it's that it's strung out. It's one single file.
100K to go.
Yeah,
so that's what I mentioned.
To go.
If a smart way to do it is let the breakaway go and probably getting 2 minutes 40, nothing dramatic, not a gap that you cannot shut down. Then let these 6 riders, the blue train, to work as much as possible, and then into the last 100K, you would want to bring that gap down slowly, and then potentially you could have launched your attack, at the KOM points, or as the road gets lumpier, and then trying to get the breakaway going into the last 50K. So if you're in a team car listening, and there's got to be counterattacks going to happen. So we hope to see some more action. But of course, these 6 riders working very well together. It's still 2 minutes 40. Yesterday we saw there was 23.4 kilometer stage. The full breakaway had about 2 minutes into the last 40K, but then they kept that, and then they kept that 2 minute gap down to 1 minute 40 seconds, and they were able to keep that gap all the way to the end.
Yeah, but it was when the Tudor Prosecco was really chasing to bring that gap down.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was nail biting to watch. It was very nervous watching yesterday's race. Seeing how the peloton is really chased him down, but the breakaway was superior. We can see here, looks like some feeding is happening in front of the race in the breakaway. We got 102.2 kilometers to go.
Yeah, just look at the clock. It's 1:30 in the afternoon, and we still have 100K to go.
Yeah, and looks like they're taking some water, maybe some food as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, tossing that banana peel back inside the car.
Yeah.
You know, don't want to get fined.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep the environment clean.
Yeah, especially in Sarawak, you know, is the population is fairly low, fairly small. So it's the big part of their land is all covered by a natural forest and the palm oil plantation. So definitely, we want to keep the environment clean. That's something that Malaysia has done. You know, it's a beautiful country, so it's always nice to see clean roads and clean environment, greens. I mean, just full of greens, which is nice sight.
2 minutes and 40 seconds from the breakaway with 101 kilometers to go. Halfway to go. We're 50% done with the race. We got another 50% to go.
Yeah.
It's it's a long 100k to go.
Have you done a 200k?
I did.
race? Yeah?
I've never done a race.
Okay.
I've done a ride, 200k
Okay.
ride. I've never
Okay.
done a race. I don't know
Okay.
if I will do a 200k race. Seems like a stupid idea. But
Well,
yeah,
yeah.
I won't mind riding 200k, but racing 200k, that's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, I remember when I did my first 200k race stage, and it was daunting. I was thinking, how are we gonna do the 200k? I think it was 216 kilometer race. And
that's too long for
and
me.
I remember it was a
What sort of race was it? Where was it?
It was if I'm not mistaken, toward Thailand.
Okay.
Yeah, and one Irish rider, well, very experienced rider, David McCann. He was riding for Giant Asia. He's a very good time trialist, and I believe he finished top 10 before. So he came to me and they said, don't think about 200k. You first break it down. You break it down to 50k, 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 50k. Right?
So just 50Ks.
Yeah. Once you get over the first 100k, then you start counting you start looking at your speedometer, right? Back then we don't have Garmin, so you look at a speedometer, and then you can say, okay, there's only like 60k, 90k to go, right? So you don't look at the first 100k. That was just a warm up.
Yeah.
So now, as you see, now we're getting we're exactly crossing over the halfway mark of today's race, and I think the game is on. I see Astana have sent somebody else onto the front.
Simon Pilot as well. Now it's different rider from Tudo is pulling in front. There's no more Simon Pilot, so there's doing some swap turns. Couple of stretches there from rider Malaysian national cycling team, just stretching the quads a little bit, you know, by sitting up, and then just pushes your hip a little bit forward, so that way you can open up the hip flexors a little bit, so that you don't get so that you can really stretch that, and then don't put too much pressure on your quads. Iceland rider on the dare bikes. These dare bikes have made some pretty, although they're Chinese bikes, they've made some pretty prominent presence in Tour de France, actually. Yeah. So big ups to them, dare bikes, for sponsoring Uno X. But we've got to know from Uno X, so that's this year was the last year of their partnership. So next year will be a different bike sponsors for Uno X. So we've seen some pretty prominent, I guess, more affordable bikes, right? But obviously, you know, these affordable bikes are good, but it's thanks to a lot of these bigger brands that actually pushes the envelope of development of technology. Brands like BMC that we can see here, brands like Villiers. Is pushing the boundaries in terms of carbon layups, in terms of technology, in terms of molding, which then taken by these so-called OEM factories to produce a cheaper version of such bikes. Hangsha looks like they're on Look bicycle. Very deep wheels, looks like 60 millimeters, I assume. Here we see in the peloton, in front of the peloton, we've got Astana riders driving the pace. Judging from what it looks like here, it's they really are driving the pace, because, again, the rule of thumb, if you see a single file, it's a fast pace. We've got we just see it behind rider from Tudor here. Ukyo riders are lining up in one line with Matteo Malucelli at the back of their own train, before Astana behind them. Looks like Grab Syriza is in front of the Astana train, before Kipo Confama just right behind them, followed by Yuskati Yuskatel, and EF Education.
Yep.
Some communication being done with the Tudo Pro Cycling on their radio. I wonder what's going to happen soon.
Yeah, I see. They switched off. They switching the riders on the front. Look like earlier we saw Enzo, Simon Pinot, and Martin Haro Lopez have done their first 100K. They've done their job. Your job is to pull the first 100K. If I may
to pull the first 100K,
right? And they've done that. And they are switching to other three new riders to bring back the breakaway, but they're still maintaining a pretty healthy 2 minute and 40-second gap. And again, we have 6 riders, TSG's Ayman Rosli and Ayman Zarif, Christian Ruano, and together with Isan rider Han Xian, and they're trying to drive keep the gap. The critical fact is you don't have to increase the gap right now. You just want to keep this gap of 2 minutes plus as long as possible. If these 6 riders can maintain a 2 minute gap into the climb, into the Bintulu climb, category 4 climb, then they get a little bit of relief, so-called resting going downhill. So they may have a chance running. Then they have approximately 16K from the bottom of the descent and to the finishing line of Bintulu. So it'd be interesting to see if they can manage to keep the gap, or there will be a counter attack from Peloton trying to launch their rider, breakaway rider. Maybe EF will have a go when they get closer to the Bintulu climb, and to try to launch possibly Stefan de Bon or someone else into the breakaway, trying to win the stage, because once again the defending champion team was close yesterday, but wasn't able to get the win. But they certainly going to try, because if you don't try, you have 0 chance of winning. If you try, your chances are definitely better than 0.
So yeah, I mean, they got nothing to lose really for going all in from that KOM classification point there in Bintulu, the category 4 climb. So use that as a launch pad. But I'm not sure really who would. I'm sure they're not using that as a means of getting more points, because we've known from the King of the Mountains polka dot jersey classification, it's pretty much sealed to the Burgos BH rider, Mario Aparicio, but more of like to really put the herd on and create a gap and separation so that a breakaway can happen. That's what we think is going to pan out for today's stage. But yeah, we've got still about 30 kilometer almost to that point.
Yep. There we go. All right.
So here's the front of the breakaway. We've got DSM rider now just swapping turns with Tudo Pro Cycling rider. So I'm assuming, again, looking from the shoe, looks like a Rick Plumes.
Yeah.
Okay. Rick Plumes is doing the pull now. They're just rotating amongst them. I assume they have had some kind of communication beforehand. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely the teams talk. I mean, the DS talk, and but there's a sense of professionalism. They know who are the dominant sprinters and or dominant teams, right? So you have Tudor, even though they're not World Tour team, but they have the dominant sprinter, Alvin Decline, in the points leading jersey. But Astana, Saresa, I'm sure he wants another chance to win, so he has to commit a rider to do the chase. And then Casper Van Uden, right, of the DSM team,
haven't had
a victory yet, right? So they're supposed to come with a dominant team, but obviously they are leading the GC. That's not an issue. None of these 6 riders are a threat for the general classification standing, but Casper Van Uden, I'm sure, would it be great to have the GC, win the GC, and also walk away with a sprint victory. So they have to work. They are contributing their riders on the front. But the 6th rider on the front, despite they already rode 105 kilometer, they are still looking very good, very fresh. I don't see anybody laboring, and the blue train is doing a good job. Ivan Rosley is definitely stretching out the legs a bit because it has been a tough 6 days of racing, and today being the longest stage, it's not easy for anyone. Even you are sitting on the back of the peloton.
No, it's tough.
It's 200K.
Yeah, it's 200 kilometers, and as we're seeing now, the peloton is chasing. They're chasing fast. We've seen what the average speed that these guys are able to do from the beginning of the Tour of Langkawi, and then also comes the humidity, the heat. So it's a different kind of pain at the back there as well for these riders.
Absolutely. There's no. All these guys are trained for this, prepared for this, but there's still no easy days. This is professional cycling. And there's relatively easy day. If your team is not in the GC hunt, is not in the sprint hunt, so maybe an easy day, but you got to go on the break. And if your teammate is in the break, you have a relatively easier ride. By no means it is considered an easy day, especially when you're doing 200 kilometer in this heat and humidity. But these are the professional riders. This is what they are getting paid to do, and this is your job. And so it's just carry on, and no need to complain.
Yeah.
And the more you complain, the harder it's going to be. So it is.
Was that like personal to anyone in particular in the group?
No particular. No one here complains, and that's why they all race. Especially if you're Malaysian, especially in TSG. It's always hard because we have limited position in the team.
Okay.
And we have 9 Malaysian riders, and typically we put 3 to 4 Malaysian riders in this race, and this is a home race. This is obviously the biggest race of the year for TSG.
Yeah, but for being more like a continental team, I suppose. Yeah.
Correct. So everybody wants to fight for the position, wants to start in this race, right? So I remember like last time when we had multiple riders, and there's only 3 positions. If you're not selected out of the 9 rider, you feel disappointment because you're really looking forward to be participating in the Tour de Langkawi.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So
it's the biggest platform. Everyone's there. World Tour team's there, pro team is there.
And also you're in front of your hometown, right? So you're a home fan, so you want to participate in that. It's always a hard decision in the management to who to choose. So everybody here deserves their opportunity to race. But some of the rider who didn't get to participate also deserve, but just haven't. They maybe it's not that they're not a good rider. It's just that there's someone else better, or maybe suited for the team strategy. Maybe they come out trying to win the sprint. Every team has a different objective. They're trying to win the GC. If you're trying to win the GC, then you may need a build up a better climbing team. And then if you're trying to win the sprint, then you choose a rider that do better than lead out.
Yeah, more powerful, high speed rider, I suppose.
Exactly. Different objective. So that's why bike racing is so interesting. It's always a chess game because even though you're coming to Tour Langkawi year after year, the courses are different.
Oh yeah,
right?
for sure.
So
course
this year it can
team dynamic could be different. Team dynamic
totally different, right? This year, obviously there isn't Genting Highland, so. So if you have a Genting Highland, you really need a good climbing team if you want to win the GC. That not only good guys good in climb, but especially steep climb. So like this year, and also this year there is only Cameron Highland, but also you also have to see like what other races going on. So for example, even to TSG, their 2 top climber Mahawi Kudus and Michael Yu, both riders from Eritrea. They are the best climber of the team, but they're not able to participate because they were requested by their national federation to participate in the World Championship. So they had to attend to that to represent their country. So that's why we didn't. They're not able to contest in the GC classification here. So every race there's a different dynamic depending on the courses. Even in Tour de France, some years. They knew there was. They would say that this is a climbers race. it suits it. Let's say if there's a 5 mountain top finish, and then they will make sure to send the best climber. And some days, some edition there's less climb, so maybe it's more suited for the sprinter. Because some years they literally put the hard climb on the early stages of the edition of Tour de France or Giro. Then the climber will say, the sprinter will say, they may not even be able to finish past stage 6.
Yeah, get the time limit.
Yeah. So like this year to Valda, there's so much climbing. A lot of the sprinters said no, we're not. They didn't participate in this year's.
It'd be pointless, isn't it? Like if it's mainly suited, there aren't that many sprint stages. Then the lineup will be completely different.
Correct.
When there's like at least 5-6 stages that are actually built for sprint finish.
Sprint finish, yeah. And also some years they have a long time trial.
Not only the sprint. I haven't seen that for a while.
So in Tour Langkawi, they have done time trial before, but nothing extraordinarily long. But some years they will have time trial. Multiple time trial, team time trial, individual time trial. So the rider also have to prepare for that discipline as well. So you see this year, like in the Grand Tour, you see a lot of time the leader of the race, like Tadea or major contender for the GC, the moment they finish the stage, they actually jump on the cool down bike, so called, and that's a TT bike, because they don't have the chance to ride the TT bike, to train on the TT bike. During the Tour de France, obviously, you finish your stages, you're already exhausted. So they get on, so they set up the cool-off bike in a TT setup. So they immediately after they get off the stage, they need to cool down. Instead of using the regular road bike, they jump on a TT bike just to familiarize themselves with that position. And because they will have, let's say, a time trial in the next 3 stages, and 3 stages later, so they want to get into that position so they feel comfortable riding the TT bike. That's how they prepare and cool down, and so that's every bike race, and not only the Langkawi but the Tour de France, and in a large or small, even the classic race, you think that's the same, but they will vary the course a little bit. But generally
slightly different turns, different corners, slightly different routes. Although the finish might be the same, you want to keep
the we always
keep
finish
the
in the velodrome, right?
Keep the landmark.
The landmark, right? So that's what makes it exciting about bike race. Never the same.
Yeah.
But while we're talking, the gap has started shrinking down a bit. Just we said the first
1 minute 30 seconds from 2 minutes 40 seconds. I think that's the biggest they've got earlier.
Yeah, correct.
So closed down. So they've closed down about a minute with 89.4 kilometers to go, which is not far from the King of the Mountains. So I guess the only climb that they have, categorized climb that they're going to have. They're heading towards that particular climb now.
Still got a bit of ways to go, because I think they got to cross over the first, the second intermediate. Sprint.
They still got to get over the second intermediate sprints in kilometer 114.7 in Nyalau.
Coming up in about 5 kilometers, they got to go through the intermediate sprint. Then they're gonna the roads start to get a little bit lumpier. And then they get to do the Bintulu climb, which is not very particularly high. It's just 126 meters, but looks like a little bit of kicker in the end.
It looks quite steep. Looks like a quite steep climb there. Towards the end, probably like 2/3 of the way, or last 1/3 of the way of that climb, judging from the course report that we have with here now. And then obviously, providing all the sprinters manage to climb that, and looks like from the finish, it's pretty okay. It's a bit of a roller towards the last 5 kilometers. Looks quite technical as well. There's a right-hander and a bit of a chicane heading towards that last kilometer of the race.
I was just I looked at the finishing map, but I wanted to discuss that a little bit later. But since you're on subject, so yes, in the finishing map, I wish they put it up on the YouTube channel. I mean, on the broadcasting, so our viewer can see how the finishing is going to be. So you have pretty much into the last 5K. There's a sharp right corner coming off a major road, and then you have a bit of twisting, turning, nothing major, into the last 5K, and then after the 2K mark, there's a sharp right turn, and then followed by a slight right bend, and then a straight run in, 1.5 kilometer run in, straight dead on, into the finishing of at the Bintulu. So if you have the chance, if you're near Bintulu, if you are in Bintulu, and you still got about 2 hours to get to the finish line to watch the finish. Should be an exciting finish after 200 kilometers of racing, and we shall see who is going to be the victor of today's longest stage of 2024 PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi.
All right, just judging from what we have some views on the maps, it should fairly be quiet despite there's a corner and also a little bit of a chicane. Looks like a very wide roads out here, so most likely it's going to be quite tricky, that corner, but that chicane isn't so particularly tricky. But that last corner after that 2 kilometer mark, you need to get there fairly. You know, if you have a sprint train, you need to get that pretty much a single file into that, and then carrying a lot of speeds, so that you don't lose as much of a momentum. But judging from this, looking at this, the riders will still need to get off the saddle and sprint just to make sure they keep intact. Judging from the roads here, so yeah, it's a pretty intense last 2 kilometers. If it ends up in a bunch sprint, let's hope it ends up in a bunch sprint. But you never know. EF would want some of these bigger teams would want to break away to go, using that, as we predicted, using that King of the Mountain points area as a launch pad to create a separation and eventually form another new breakaway to go for the stage win.
Yep. Yeah, but it's last 1.5 kilometers is dead on straight. I see that should be very safe if it does come down to a bunch sprint. But we hope we're gonna get another exciting finish. Well, either way, it's gonna be exciting. We really want to see if Alvin Decline can dominate the sprint again with the 4th victory. That would be
maybe third podium spots, third wins, or 4th podium spots, I suppose. Yeah, 3rd win. Now that he's in the orange jersey, or KBS orange jersey for points classification or sprint classification, some would say. I don't know if that's a boost of motivation, or now that he's a little bit pissed off now that he's not on aero suit. I don't know, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see. They have the strongest lead out here in this year's Tour of Langkawi. 1 kilometer to go to sprint number 2 in the town of Nyalau. So yeah, they've pretty much all done almost 115 kilometers.
And let's see if the guy's just gonna roll through, or Ayman Rosli gonna jump ahead and just trying to take a few seconds on the 2nd intermediate sprint coming through. It's a very nice. It is a blue train, really a blue train.
Yeah, very nice blue train.
Yeah, different shades
500
of
meters.
blue. Yeah, here we go. 500 meters.
Looks like Ayman is ramping up the pace.
Yeah. And he shouldn't be able to, I don't think Christian is going to jump from behind him. He's just going to roll through and take the, he rotates through. So, yeah, he should be, just take the, there's no contest there. So Ayman just peel off and let Christian go through.
That's there, 100 meters to go for the 2nd intermediate sprint in the town of Nyalau.
Yep, and I just remember, I forgot to mention do the team introduction about Leading Star. So actually Christian is riding for Leading Star.
Oh yeah.
But we did talk about yesterday. I did mention Leading Star.
It's an
apparel company. It's that's started by a gymnast, a famous Chinese gymnast. I think 4 Olympic gold medal in the gymnastic. And he, after he retired, he set up the apparel company. They make basketball product, running product, but now they into. It's good to see they're into cycling.
Oh yeah.
You know, they weren't. I mean, cycling isn't necessarily a big sport in China. I mean, obviously football, basketball, those are the major sports. But now they're into cycling. They decided to sponsor a cycling team.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. Maybe Cycling Apparel is coming soon from Leaning. I don't know.
yeah, well, their logo their jersey logo is Leaning, so I wouldn't be surprised it's made by Leaning company. So they make all different kind of apparel, but then maybe someday they decide to. I mean, it's always good to see big company investing in cycling because you know when big company investing in cycling, the more people is gonna invest. You know, more hopefully the other large companies sees the value of sponsorship. And again, time and again, it's super critical because without sponsorship, this team won't be able to survive, won't be able to continue.
Yeah, well,
So,
because speaking of, because they can't get any revenue from like selling tickets
Yes.
for like like
Yes,
they don't have a
yes.
stadium per se,
Yes,
right? They even from. Some teams are better than the others when it comes to selling merchandise. EF seems to do very well with merchandising. You know,
true.
people actually buy the replica jersey.
Yeah.
So there's not much of that, Whereas football team or basketball team or baseball teams, they have this like merchandise that they can sell to make profit out of.
Yeah.
They have ticket sales. Cycling unfortunately does not have that revenue streams.
Yeah.
So they really rely on all these sponsorship and using them pretty much as like a marketing avenue, engagement avenue from the brand to the community, I suppose. We're going to see a little bit of a replay from the sprint in the town of Nyalau. Looks like it was not contested. Ayman Rossi pretty much just went ahead and stay ahead. Looks like no one contested him, and he got the maximum 3 points for the second one, just like he did for the first one. I think the goal for these is just to make sure they, like we mentioned earlier, just to make sure a good tempo, a good pace is being kept in order to avoid the peloton from actually coming over to bridge the gap, to swallow them. So here's the result just now. Muhammad Ayman Rosli from Terengganu, maximum points. Christian from Leaning Star, 2 points. And then Ayman Zarif is third, 1 point. And obviously, with that sprint does not affect the current overall sprint classification. Alba declined first, 54 points. Matteo Malucelli just under him, 50, with Manuel Peñalve, 42 points. And we see, it looks like Ukyo, despite they have a sprint train, they are a bit reluctant to work in front. So we've seen the
white
it's either a rider from Tudor, which is Nils Brun, and also a rider from Astana, Davide Toniati, just doing the main fair share of work, with Manabu Ishibashi staying put in front of the Ukyo train, with Matteo Malucelli staying nicely, comfortably behind the last wheel of the Ukyo team.
Yeah, they probably, they're not a big team. They don't have to do all the majority of the work. They just want to show that they are up front in case, let's just say the break, because there's still a one intermediate sprint left, but in case any dangerous attack that's launched, then they can react fairly quickly, right? Because the last thing you want to do, as you see, the peloton is very much strung out. I think probably like 100-meter strung out across the road.
Yeah, so, you're right.
So it would be difficult to react to the back.
It's really, it's really going.
Yeah, so it is. So that's why you can see the white jersey, the best Asian jersey. The rider is on the front, ready to do work if there's a danger of breakaway, stay away. So you can see they have two riders, near the front, just not contributing just yet. But ready to take up the task if they have to. Yeah. So Ichibashi, we talk about, it's not a name well known, even in the Asia circuit. It's not some. Even though I watch a lot of Asia racing, someone definitely off the radar. But even he said he was going to work for Yuma Koishi, and but the race turned out to be different. And that he ended up, instead of being the domestic, he ended up becoming the leader, and that's what happened. That happens in the bike race quite a bit. You have seen, certain, even like Sepp Kuss, probably best example. He's domestic for Vinigo, and and Primos in the Volta, but then suddenly because he attacked and he had the jersey, the red jersey, then suddenly the role turns. Yeah, he goes from domestic to the race leader.
Yeah.
So like in this case, he certainly deserved it. He was able to follow the group with the minimal on a gap, the first group.
100%.
So he had a 2-minute gap over his own teammate, Yuma Koishi. So as a team manager, that's actually the best possible scenario, because even though, let's just say, your designated leader did not get the win or get the jersey, but you happen to have another rider that's capable of delivering a good result. So and that's kind of like an unplanned success. So, it's just
I guess you just have to be able to adapt to the situation when it comes to bike racing, because it is, it's moving. It's unlike, like a football game or whatever. But then, like, I remember last time as well, I think in 2016 Tour de France, in Tinkoff Saxo, obviously they were going for Alberto Contador getting the GC into 2016, but then he crashed out after first few stages, and then the switch goes to Peter Sagan maintaining, so that now becomes the main focus. Obviously they came in with two main objectives, trying to get Alberto Contador into GC and also Peter Sagan maintaining his green jersey. But then Alberto Contador is out of the race, so now we're just going to focus on the Sagan winning the green jersey, which he did.
Yeah. So because bike racing, so unpredictable, and sometimes a rider who travel, they obviously for international teams, they have to travel quite long distance to get over. There's always potential possibility of rider getting sick. It's we've seen that with COVID. Riders are doing the race like this year.
Sepp Kuss couldn't do Tour de France because he had I think COVID.
COVID, right?
Yeah, Sepp Kuss didn't come for Tour de France this year.
Right. So there's going to be a lot of unexpected. So that's why generally a team you would want to have like at least a co-leader just in case your designated leader had a bad day or sick or also crashes, right? So especially in the big races, you see this year stage 1 was not an issue. There was no major crash, but stage 2 there was a pretty big crash. So the rider may be doing everything perfect in a perfect plan, but then crashes happen. And then rider suddenly, some more chain.
Suddenly losing the chain.
So the rider suddenly had a bad mishap, and then your team will be left with no leader. So so it's always important to have these two. So I think the Hanshan rider was Trengano team car.
I think it was Hanshan. Hanshan cycling team car. Okay. So it seems like a bit of a theme here. Everyone needing a little bit of a chain loop. I think they've gone through that massive rain, and then it's a 200-kilometer stage.
They heard you said a dry chain would cost 15 watts.
That's a lot of watts.
So
that's a lot of watts.
It's better.
That's like I don't know, a year, 2 years worth of training. Just lost there in your chain. That's like Hugh Carty on domestic duty, just getting some bottles. Looks like that's a lot of bottles in there.
Bottles and food as well. It's just right
Uber
now,
delivery.
Probably getting ready for launching the
SIS gels there, Hanshan rider.
So the gap is 1 minute 40. So it did came down fairly quickly. But then it sort of maintained this. But I can see there's a sense of urgency as well in the breakaway. You see Christian now really driving, pushing, trying to keep the gap a little bit higher. I'm trying to keep the gap at least not tumbling down so quickly, right? So it's really important. Ayman Zari going through with his tall arrow socks, really tall. He does have long limbs, so it kind of helps. Again, another chain loop.
Probably dried off, because the road is still dry. The road was still wet, so all these waters actually can get spilled into the chain. and really wash off lubrication, especially just now. I remember briefly just now when I'm on Rosti needed the mechanic to spray some lubrication. So those spray ones can really dry it up pretty fast. So they need those ones, oils that actually come from the bottle. It's a little bit thicker. It stays on the chains a little bit better as well.
So do you? Yes, that's what I was gonna ask. For different condition. Now, obviously, for oil chain lube, you have dry condition lube, wet condition lube. But the wet ones generally stays on longer, but it gets sturdier.
For sure. So with wet lube, obviously because it's a thicker oil. I should say like it stays on the chain longer, but at the same time it collects more dirt and grit a lot more than those dry lubrication. And for me personally, I'm not a big fan of those dry dry lube because most of it, 90% of it, or I would say 85% of it is carrier, if that makes sense. So carrier is not really a lubrication. Yeah. So those some of those bad ones really can really leave your chain dry in about an hour of riding. So you probably it's either buy those wet lubes, but the key is once you've applied it, you just wipe it off as much as you possibly can, because the oil has already gone to where it should be, which is inside the roller. I know there's a little bit of a marketing gimmick from some brands where you use that UV lights to see whether you have applied the chain oil. I know no one uses it, but actually that's a bad tip. You don't want chains on the rollers, right? So once you've applied, you backpedal a little bit, 10-15 times. The oil is ready where it's meant to be. So just wipe it off as much as you can. You don't want oil outside of the chain, because that's can only means a means of attracting dirt into the inside of the chain, which then can wear out your chain quicker than you think you have it.
Yeah. And how about wax chain?
Wax chains generally in Malaysia it's very good for dry and also for wet condition because it's wax. So what wax does is it's especially those wax coating type of lubrication. I know Ceramic Speed does one, Silca does one. So these are a coating type of lubrication. So when you apply it, instead of bringing stuff in, it flakes off the chain. Right, so stuff doesn't actually go inside the chain. So when it sticks to those wax flakes, it just flakes off the chain, right? And when it comes to wet condition as well, because these are solid lubrication, so basically there's no means of stuff going in unless you do it like I know things like doing gravel or mountain biking, especially gravel, where the races here at least Malaysia goes to like over 100 kilometers. So that can be quite a test to the lubrication. So I would almost stick to wet lube. Or if you're doing like all these ultra endurance riding, right, where you go 300, 500, 600 kilometers, probably stick to wet lube as well. Because the only downside with wax, it's not that easy to apply, right? You need some drying time. So whereas oil is apply and go kind of thing.
So I did learn that. So wax does, I get into 10 habit, last minute preparation. I'm such a lazy cyclist, and so I apply the wax just before I go out.
That doesn't work. It goes everywhere.
And then within 30k. Then the chains completely starts leaking again.
You need some drying time. So with wax, the key is to apply the night before. With oil, you just it's pro and cons of any type of lubrication. But just keep it clean.
Don't be a lazy cyclist.
Like I said, there's those tips where you just get a dirty rag, spray some WD-40 or something on that rag, and then put it around the chain, backpedal a little bit, get as much dirt as you can possibly get out, and then apply lubrication.
There you go.
That's when you get lazy. Not ideal, but that's lazy.
Professional mechanic advice from Izzat Roslan.
So as you can see, probably these riders on dry lube, I'm assuming, because they had to, because there's less of that oil thing, so it doesn't get the drivetrain filthy, and it's easier for the mechanic and also because the bike gets washed and lubricated every day. Right. So it's fine for them to do that. Unlike us.
So professional. One thing with a professional team, their bike. Professional rider's bike does go through fairly amount of abuse, right? Because you gotta, they are using that. Washing it
Yeah,
every
power
day.
washer. It's all
and
about
hard
speed,
water,
isn't it? It's all about speed. It's not so much about durability.
Pressure water. So eventually the water gets through the bearing, getting through the covers, the seals. So you wear off the bearing quite quickly. But although the World Tour riders, I have some friends that ask me like how many bikes does the team get, right? So typically for World Tour, the rider has approximately 6 bikes in their possession. So they actually 6 bikes. Yeah, I know. For each rider, they got 6 bikes. So you have
that inclusive of time trial
TT.
bikes.
You have 2 TT bike, one for the training and one for the race. And they typically keep a TT bike at their home, so they train on a regular basis in order to ride in a position. Then they have one with at a team warehouse where they keep the race bike, and they may need to bring a spare just in case. But they typically have 2 TT bike. Special World Team, they have 4 road bike.
Okay.
So one they keep at home just for training, so they don't bring it with them to the race. And then you have 2 race bike at the team headquarters.
So what
team
we call
mechanic.
the service course.
The service
or something?
course, yes, absolutely, the service course. So the team mechanic typically will bring those 2 bike, race bike, one race bike, one spare race bike. Those are set up exactly specific for racing, with a race wheel, so forth. And they will bring that to the race where the rider will use one and have a specific dedicated race bike, spare bike for them. And then they keep one more at the service course just in case of crashes and replacement. So that's start off with 6 bikes there.
Oh, right. Okay.
And then
that's
they
a lot
have,
of bikes. So,
that's a lot of bikes. Yes, that's a lot of bikes. So they have a lot of the bike in their warehouse, a lot of spare frame also at the warehouse in case of crashes, replacement, because these guys most likely will go through at least a couple sets of frame a year. So but then you go down to a pro team, they probably have a little bit less. They probably have one TT bike, and then they probably have still have a 3 to 4 road bike to keep, one for the training and one for the racing and one for the spare, and then they have the rest additional spare frame just in case of crash. And a typical Continental team, even TSG, we have great sponsor from Polygon. They give us a lot of frames. But we actually ask riders, we only give typically giving 1 bike to a rider per year. The reason is that they don't have a spare bike at home, because in Europe the riders just travels. They don't bring their bike because the team mechanic will put in everything from the service course, put in the team car, the van, the buses, and they will drive everything to the race start.
Okay.
So the rider,
because it's Europe, their convenience.
Convenient,
everything
you
is
can drive
accessible
through,
by
everything is landlocked,
land,
right?
Yes, yes.
So land-based, so you can just drive everywhere. So the rider basically takes their luggage and their helmet, their shoes, and their personal stuff, and then just fly to the race. Really easy. But unfortunately, in Asia, the rider have to, because they go to races by flight only. So there's no way to drive from one place to another. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. So when they fly from place A to place B, if you're gonna wait for the team mechanic to bring all the bike, and they won't be able to check in 10 bike. You have 6 riders and 3 spare bike. You won't be able to check 10 bike into the flight. The airline simply won't accept it.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense.
So the rider have to bring the bike with them when they go try. That is their training bike, and then there's also the racing bike. But of course, because the Polygon give us enough frames, so we have spares in case of accident happen. Sometimes it's not from the race, but even from traveling, the riders arrive home and they found
you've seen some of these videos on how some of these
the airlines,
the airlines treating these bicycles.
Yeah,
despite all the whole box of bike bags have been wrapped with fragile stickers.
Yes,
you never know. You never know what's gonna happen. You never know who's gonna handle your bike bag.
Exactly. So they when they put the bike into the airplane, they obviously don't care if it's fragile or not. Because to them, that's just another piece of luggage. And then sometimes it's not even they're intentionally trying to break the bike, but if they put it in the bottom,
it's just the way they stack it.
Then they stack it up because what are they gonna? It's an airplane, so they're gonna find a specific place just for the bicycle.
Yeah, I remember came to a race when I was a team mechanic at Tour of Philippines, where we were flying from Australia. It wasn't a proper bike box.
Okay.
Just don't know what happened. We got a hole in our cabin rooms.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Is that the same race Jay Vine went?
Yes,
Tour
yes,
Philippines?
yes, yeah. Same race that Jay Vine went. I had the opportunity to work with Jay Vine. When he was racing for a club team and also continental team. He was back then when he was racing continental team. I know club team. He wasn't even continental. He's quite a late starter. He started riding road bikes at the age of 23.
Oh wow!
Before he was mountain biking.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so he missed that so-called under 23 opportunity of road racing. So he's quite a late starter. He had a full-time job back then when he was racing for club.
Wow.
Yeah, slightly different scene over there. So he had a full-time job. He works in a pharmacy. He works in a pharmacy.
Really?
I'm not sure what specifically he did.
Not Confama.
Not Confama, just another local pharmacy.
Wow.
Back then when he was riding for club, we had a team cam when the team from the club team back then was Nero Bianchi, and then they become a continental team, Nero Continental.
Okay, Neo, yeah.
Nero Continental. So we were doing this training camp down in Southern Highlands in New South Wales.
Okay.
So training camp. So back then our bicycle sponsor was a brand from Philippines called Devel.
Oh.
Yeah,
there you
so
go.
Devel.
Okay.
So bikes was built there, everything. So I brought my tools over from Brisbane, built the bikes there, have some training camps. So there was this, I can't remember that particular segment. I think it's called the Barangary Road, or Barangary Hills. Marcus Cooley had the KOM in that segment, which is about 20-something minutes.
Okay.
So that was the aim. That was
Okay.
Jay Vine's aim, trying to beat Marcus Cooley. So you did it. He did beat Marcus Cooley KOM by about 30 seconds.
Oh, wow.
And his normalized power for that climb was about 422 watts.
And how long was the climb?
I'm not sure, but it's about 20 minutes. Yeah, 20 minutes. Yeah. So he beat. I think Marcus Cooley's time was 20 something. So he beat by 30 seconds from memory.
Right.
There's the video still on YouTube.
Right.
So he wanted us to upload so that he knows. Whether he got the KOM or not. So I was holding the Garmin and his phone. So we uploaded, and then Training Peaks gave a notification. Best 20-minute efforts.
Wow.
That's 420 something.
420 watts, right there.
420 something. Yeah.
And he only started cycling fairly late.
Fairly late.
23 years old.
Fairly late.
Gee.
Yeah. So
no wonder he's in the world tour.
Yeah, he's in the world tour now. You know.
Because that Philippine race, I look at the result because our TSG rider, shout out to Donovan Hua, and he was I think he was second, and then Jerome he was also a TSG rider. Then he won that race, the yellow jersey. And I look at Jay Vine. He actually must have had a bad day.
He did have a bad day. He wasn't doing very well. In that Tour of Philippines 2019, that was. He didn't have a good day. But we got a stage win. Stage 3. Sam Hill.
Not with him.
Not with Jay Vine. Yeah. So it was Sam Hill, stage 3. I think now he's racing for Cash Park Cup, formerly known as Oliver's Racing. And also back then, stage 4 was Jesse Coyle. I think before he moved to Nero, he raced with Team Bridgelane, I suppose. Yeah, he's a famous YouTuber now. Jesse Coyle.
So that's how Jay Vine. I was like, wait, this guy, how did he get a contract with the UAE? Right?
Before there was Alpecin from that Zwift Academy thing, right? Obviously he did very well.
I saw him in the Zwift Academy.
Yeah, he did very well.
So I always had a question, like, what happened in that Tour of Philippines, right?
He didn't have a good run. Probably, I'm not too sure what happened. To be honest. But he was riding well, except the first stage he didn't do quite well. I think probably just still adapting to the climate and the intensity of the race, you know. This is the first time they ever race in Asia. That was the first time also with the team race against the likes of Terengganu, Sapura, Ukyo was there as well.
There you go. So that's it's another advice for like young riders. Maybe your first race you're not gonna go as planned, even though someone he obviously had a fantastic power, 420 for 20 minutes, and that's
a lot.
That's
probably 400 watts. That's his FTP.
That is world tour level.
400 watts FTP.
That's world tour level. So I mean, especially if he hasn't riding so much, he certainly had room to improve. So so he goes to a race where he didn't do well. He didn't get discouraged. And
No,
then
he
he continued, went on to the Zwift Academy, and obviously impressed. And he is the most successful graduate of the Zwift Academy.
Oh yeah.
Because there was other rider came through, but nobody has gone to that World Tour success. Get back to the front of the race. This is the chasing group, Peloton. It looked like there's some discussion. There's some interesting discussion right now because the gap is 1 minute 50.
It's gone up, so maybe they were like, "Hey, why are we getting a bigger gap and not closing down?" Is what how we were planning ahead.
So the blue train is driving. They're not giving up by any means. So they are pushing the gap, and there's some argument on the back of who is to work. And then here we go. Team EF Education is not happy. They don't have a rider in the break, and it's not catching fast enough. So they're going to launch potentially a counterattack.
They're going to either counterattack and really drive the pace. And as we can see, pelotons are chasing. We can't get a clear feed here. Who would it be? I'm not too sure, but judging from how aggressive. There's only one aggressive rider in EF, as we've seen for the last couple of stages. It was Stefan de Bod. Looks like him, but we don't know for sure until we have another feedback in the peloton. So we got 64.6 kilometers to go. Probably about 2 hours, or just slightly under 2 hours? Under 2 hours, yeah. Under 2 hours of racing to go.
45k an hour, so you're like about an hour and a half. 1.5 hour. Some wet roads again. That's interesting. Some hopefully, because with a technical finish, hopefully it's a dry run into the finish line. So, but the breakaway are motoring. They are not giving up, and look like there are some disorganization in the back. Some words being shouted in the exchange between Astana, EF, and the DSM. So it will be interesting to see whether or not EF is going to launch the attack, because we talked about earlier that would be a strategy to do. Wait. It's a long stage, 200k. You want to probably wait until with about 50 to 70k to go. Then you can use the catch the breakaway, and then use the climb as the springboard to start the trying to get away to the launch the second breakaway group and trying to get that to the finish line.
Yeah.
And.
Just quickly viewing this live chat. Someone said, thanks for explaining the sponsor's background. I want Pulte vacuum now.
There you go. Wow.
Who was that?
So I should get a commission out of that Pulte sale.
Yeah, I don't know. It goes under the name of Ghost.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thanks for that. We appreciate the comment.
Thank you. Thank you for listening in. Thank you for watching. Really, I just want to shout out to all the viewers. Without your support, this race wouldn't happen.
Yeah, and also shout out to the broadcaster. Obviously, we've got some issues here and there with all the footage and everything, but I mean, try and find a free coverage of Tour de France. It's very hard to find, other than probably you go and log into tizcycling.com to get a free footage, right?
Yes.
So congrats to the organizer for doing their best to give as best of a live coverage as possible. I mean, we get what we can get, but this is pretty good for free coverage, I suppose.
Absolutely. Yeah, I had the GCN Plus, so I was able to watch most of the race. But when GCN Plus shut down, that was disappointing. Everybody was
everyone was disappointed. Everyone was disappointed.
Yeah, I think they just didn't do good. They should just make sure there's only one computer allowed for every account.
Okay.
So there was too many. I believe there was too many shared accounts.
I believe so. Yeah.
Which was I think that eventually drive the channel to. I'm sure there's tons of other reasons too. I don't know.
So this is the front of the race. Obviously, we only see the riders, but if you're not in the race, so if you haven't seen a bike race live, there's a lot of these other vehicles, probably kilometers ahead of them. A lot of there's this cavalcade.
Cavalcade.
The cavalcade. There's a lot of sponsors and showing off the the jersey that the riders are wearing. Some sponsors of there's Bubbles O2 cavalcade as well.
Action on the back.
Yeah.
You see the time gap is start tumbling again. 1 minute 10.
Bardiani rider was off the front just now.
Absolutely. So it would take a few more attempts in order for the guys, for the breakaway to establish. But they can see. This is on the straight road. They can see the rider in front.
Maybe they. Well, we're going to get some updates soon in terms of what's the time gap is. Looks pretty close. Looks a lot closer. Oof, look at that.
Wow. The team cars.
The team cars. Just got pushed by the riders to the side. Obviously, it's their responsibility. There you go. I wonder what car was that. It's going to have some.
It's mowing the grass right now.
It is mowing the grass right now.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, it is what it is, So a lot of these car rentals. There you go again. Maybe, hopefully they didn't get a puncture or anything.
Yeah, gee, that's okay.
Yeah,
hopefully.
I mean, you probably had one of those experiences.
Many experiences similar to that. But I have always been very careful with the team cars. But not to say everyone are. Some DSs are really.
There you go.
Well,
really
abusing.
attacking. Looks like Captain America on the right side of the road. Sean Quinn. Followed by another Bardiani rider. Mario Aparicio is there.
Here's the KOM. Road goes up. There's a climb, and then he's ready to attack.
Yeah, that's his road.
He loves attacking on the climb.
There you go. Sean Quinn in front. It's good. You get a very distinctive jersey, but we can't really tell. I believe it's Bardiani. Could be Astana.
It's so close, especially with the wet
lens. Yeah, I mean, it's not much can be done.
I think it's Astana because they're on the blue, the Willier team, the Willier bike.
Oh yeah, okay.
So that's very distinctive. So sometimes if you can't distinguish yourself from the jersey, I look at the bike. Yeah, I know you look at the shoes, but I look at right now too much water splash.
Too much water to see the shoes.
So I'll go look at the bike. So I look at the bike and see if I can distinguish it. But Tudor is.
It's like 48 seconds.
48 seconds.
Gap have definitely closed down.
Yeah, that's this.
Of the blue train.
The blue train seems it's gonna arrive its destination fairly soon, getting absorbed by the bigger train. Yeah, Astana rider, right? So
there you go. Mario Aparicio goes again from the left side.
Yeah, I love to see his aggressive racing style.
Never sitting still.
Yeah, he doesn't.
He's still racing. Might as well just get the maximum points for the KOM, I suppose.
Yeah.
You can see this is some of the riders
getting dropped in the group behind. Wow, there's a lot of riders getting dropped. Hold. No, this is the breakaway. We're looking at breakaway. Yep, here we go. This is the breakaway. Again, this is a replay of I think the chasing up the hill.
The replay of chasing up the hill. You can see just now that was the car earlier that was going into the gutter.
Yeah. So back to the front. Apologize for that. So EF continue driving. Hugh Carthy.
Hugh Carthy.
Shaking his head.
Looks like it's not working.
Yeah, just too many passengers, right? There, nobody seems to want just to let it go because I can see that Astana is not really working.
There you go. Now the EF is going again.
Totome. The Japanese rider for EF Education Easy Pose.
Looks like I might just checking to see how far the peloton is.
Yeah.
Looks like it's coming. It's like a swarm of bees coming to swallow them.
It's you feel for these riders. They've done so much work.
Yeah.
And but when you see a big peloton coming in at a faster pace,
they've pretty much been in the breakaway almost 1/3 of the race now.
Yeah.
I mean 2/3 of the race now.
Yes, absolutely. So they've done. Let's see how many kilometers they have covered, but right now they probably know. They know that eventually they're gonna be caught.
Yeah.
So, but there's still a long way to go, right? It's not 50k to the 50 meter to the finish. It's still another 50k to the race. 58k to the finish. So they need to stretch out the leg and make sure they don't get dropped from this chasing peloton, which is
just see. The peloton is coming fast. It's quite demoralizing if you're in the breakaway. Looking back.
It's kind of like a rain cloud. Like you see the dark rain cloud is behind you, then
Christian
you know
goes.
you're gonna get Christian
On the left side.
They're
trying to get the pace up again. Seems like everyone's trying to rest. Yeah. We need to go. Christian wants the breakaway to go. We need to extend the gap. Now it's 48 seconds. They're chasing. Our pace is too slow. We need to get it. We need to get rid of any other riders that are not interested to get the pace up.
Right, not contributing to the breakaway. Sometimes, also, he's a very experienced rider. Sometimes, the peloton thinks they caught the breakaway, then start easing off, and then two riders.
That psychological thing again, right? They thought they got the breakaway, but apparently there's another two riders up the road.
Still in the front. So it looks like the Hanshan rider together with Christian is giving one last go. I don't think that's going to happen, because I think with the peloton with 26 seconds, the peloton is going to
gets nervous, when the roads are wet. You try to avoid that white lines.
Yeah.
Now, if you're hot tips, so if you're riding in the rain, avoid those white lines. That's just one of the most slippery, and also avoid manholes as well, because that can get very slippery.
Indeed. Especially in Europe, in some part of Europe, those white lines. I don't know why. In Malaysia, it's not as bad, but in Europe, maybe it's mixed with the diesel, or maybe type of paint, maybe the weather, but it gets super slippery. You can see guys just touch the white line, then they just go down
immediately,
like
even when they're not doing any leaning or whatever.
Yeah. There's still 5 riders on the front. No, 6 riders still working on the front now. There's a bit of attacking, and almost once the riders start doing that, it's kind of like
it's game over.
Game over. Yeah. So. But they had no choice, because the peloton, some of the riders in the peloton already giving up on the breakaway, already giving up, and decided
so you
to
see,
sit up.
two riders decided to drop from the breakaway.
Yeah, and when that happens, and
back in the peloton.
Back in the peloton, right? But yesterday, you start with a four rider, eventually come down to just 2.
Yes.
But they still managed to stay away. So let's. It may not be the case here, because there's still 55K. I mean, for an average cyclist, if they've done a 55K on the weekend, that's probably their ride. I mean,
true.
The race just started now, literally.
Oh dear. Yeah. It just tells you how much of a difference of a level they are compared to all of us viewing here.
Yeah. Here, see the back of the peloton, the Hong Kong. This is the only Hong Kong rider left in this race.
Yeah.
So
I mean, kudos to him, for making it this far. We got almost done with stage 7.
Yeah.
One more stage to go.
Yeah.
Finishing Tour of Langkawi in and of itself is a huge task.
Yes, absolutely. Especially, I think they have many young riders who haven't been exposed to this level of racing. So the first few days, we saw the teammates dropped out, and especially on the hard stage 4. So many riders DNF. So or finish outside the time limit. So it was hard, but he still strive on. He's trying to finish the race, despite he's the only member of the team.
So there you go. The Hangzhou rider went solo after they've initially thought they established 3 riders: Ayman Rosti and Ayman Zarif, along with him. Bogdanovic, but then Bogdanovic decided I need to go. Looks like they're not the 2 riders from Terengganu.
Trying to bridge
across. But sometimes after that long of a breakaway, seeing that gap looks like the biggest gap in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks close, but it's far from close. Here's the back of the rider is leaning. It's leaning. Here's Ayman Rosli sort of waving. Not sure to tell him to wait or to keep going. But peloton can see them on this long straight road. There's almost no chance for these guys to stay away.
It's a straight road, slightly uphill drag, judging from the look of this. Now that they can see it, they have visuals, right? Unlike yesterday, those windy roads in Kulai before they reach, out of sight, out of mind. So they don't know, they can't really pace how hard they should be chasing. But now they can just see them dangling up the road here.
I think Ayman is trying to signal like he's done. If you want to go ahead. And it's but I think Hanshan has to do it because they don't really have a sprinter, and they don't really have a GC contention. So if they come here for a stage win, at least trying to win a stage. I'm sure Fu Yu in the team car is trying to encourage him, trying to go, at least show the color, show the jersey. And,
yeah, looks like the breakaway have stood up.
Yeah, it's unless they decide to go one more time, just trying to get the most combative the price of the day.
Yeah,
but
anything is better than nothing at this point.
But good job done by the breakaway. They have done literally almost 150k,
almost 150 kilometers.
In the breakaway.
Yeah, almost two-thirds of the race. Yeah, almost two-thirds of the race.
So here we're getting down to the last 50k, right? So we talk about 200k stage. You break it down to 50k.
Oh, there you go again. Ayman Zarif goes again. You know, he's not done.
Yeah.
He's not done. Give it another good crack at this, and see how long can he go.
Kudos to him. Yeah, you can see he has a really good form, and you can see his
counter-attack.
Counter-attack
by Hanshang rider Bogdanovic.
Because the rider seems to slowing down a little bit again. They're doing a nature.
Yeah, a bit of a nature break as well. Matteo Marcelli just back there. Yeah. Well, seems a little different. Previously we were looking for that orange jersey for him.
Yeah.
Now it's on a different wearer.
He has the arrow jersey now. So
he has the
arrow suit. So he should be 2 watts faster.
2 watts faster than our decline. Yeah. All right, there you go. Looks like Ayman Zarif has decided to to call it a day and get back to the peloton. So just another Ayman Rosli with Bogdanovic from Hanshang cycling team. Yeah, peloton is definitely slowing down here. Definitely slowing down here.
There you go. Just like
or maybe Ayman is not giving up. Yeah,
no, he's not giving up.
He's not giving up. He's gonna bridge across.
Yeah, good job. Good job, Ayman. Both Ayman doing a good job.
I was gonna say you're congratulating which Ayman.
Yeah, it's both. So they are.
All right, they should ride together now. Considering peloton have set up.
Stop attacking and start working together.
Visual here, Manuel Tarozzi, yesterday's stage winner.
Yeah, Tarozzi, fantastic, brave ride yesterday, and finished it off with a nice kick to the finish line. Rider on the back seems definitely easing off. I mean, it's they're picking up auto, so they decided it's too early to shut it down. And I'm surprised there's no counter attack. I mean, it's going to be pretty easy for an EF rider to get across. But maybe
they're waiting a little bit more.
They did try, and maybe they said, okay, let's wait for the KOM. Right, that's coming up fairly. I mean, in about 10K, 12K.
Yeah.
But I think to the bottom, in the bottom, it will start climbing a bit in about 10K. Yeah. So now 3 riders in the front start working again together, and Hanshan, they're on the look bike. Yeah.
Yeah, they're on the look bike. The look blade.
Yeah, look blade.
Look
okay.
blade.
Because they have the multiple different versions.
Yeah. That's the Aero version, look blade, and then they have the which is the newer one, the look blade. They come up with a recent new one, I think earlier this year. But that one looks like that is the look blade.
Okay.
They have the lightweight version. I think it's look Huez after Alpe d'Huez. Yeah, it's a French brand after all.
Yeah, it is. It is. French. Viva la France.
Yeah. So Look has this I think it's what's that called? I forgot. There's that color scheme.
Oh, okay.
I forgot.
Yeah. Sort of the
I forgot what it's called.
The blue.
The blue, yellow and red.
Okay. There you go. That's
Mondrian. Yeah,
okay.
Mondrian color scheme they call it.
Okay. And they have some pretty unique designs throughout the years.
They
have some pretty like a one-piece crankset, if I thought.
Back then they did have it. Yeah, one-piece. One-piece crankset. Basically, it's joined together left and right.
Oh.
Wow. A little bit like those BMX cranksets.
Okay.
Yeah. If you remember back in the day. So you can see this is just the back of the race. People are just making the most when the peloton is not going super hard.
Yeah.
Just a restocking. Here, view of Andreas Miltiadis, jersey 106 from Terengganu, the current Cyprus national champion.
You see Ukio.
Yeah, Malucel is there.
Yeah.
That's Afiq Husni.
Yeah, it looks like Afiq. Yep.
Recognized from not the shoes, it's the bike. White track bike. Track Madone. That's the latest version.
Okay.
Of the Gen 8, the SLR Gen 8.
Okay. Yeah. They have this funny seat post.
Yeah. Back then they call it the ISO speed, the coupler back then, right? When you have that slightly moving seat post to give a little bit of comfort.
Oh, right.
But now they call it the ISO flow.
ISO flow.
Yeah, so that absence of that down tube gives the seat post a little bit of a give.
Okay.
For comfort, obviously.
For comfort, right? Okay. And but doesn't look like too much comfort needed here. Smooth road.
Yeah. Smooth road. Yeah.
It's look like Peloton just look like Peloton still not committed to the full chase. They wanted.
Yeah, they're just letting it let them dangle.
Yep.
Are you always exhausted, tired? All of that can change with Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. With a high dissolved oxygen content, Bubbles O2 is no ordinary mineral water. Stop, sip, and smile. Fuel your passion for a powerful performance. Find us at PETRONAS di Langkawi, Malaysia 2024.
As I slip from my skin and into the soul of the sea, I let go like the ocean. I am free. I dance with sharks and move with reefs. The tempo of my heartbeat is now one with the sea.
Above, I am the master of speed. Here, life humbles me as I descend into the unknown, to a new world beyond my imagination. I make friends with so-called danger. It's electrifying, the rush of adventure. From a sea of fishes to nature's finest teacher. I am your humble student.
Someone smart once said, the best way to observe a fish is to become a fish. So I seek my respect, make friends with the subject, and call this my home. We share our mornings together, floating through the calm, learning from each other. You find out more when in silence.
This world, all alien to me, yet I feel closer to the deep blue sea. I feel welcome, just being here, just me, myself, and my new friends.
The gentle bed of water, friendly faces with warm hellos. The voice of the sea speaks to my soul. It's big, it's small, it's a little strange, but it's all so unique. When I'm here, I feel like I belong. My new friends, they welcome me. Now with every moment and breath, I truly feel alive.
kept thinking about that day. The day before our life changed forever. The surprise, the gesture, the charm, after all these years, I thought I knew you. But you're a pack full of surprises, aren't you? The joy you'd found in the littlest things. How does a grown man still have the sense of wonder of a child? I could tell you love the nature, and the nature loves you. I love all the things that you love. The Chile Highlands, the breathtaking green slopes, the serene mangroves, the seemingly endless white beach, the pristine blue sea. A man of culture who celebrates the goodness of humanity. A man with good taste. And an even better palate. Remember when we had that dinner?
I do. Because that's when I knew I found my eternal love. In the midst of the stunning greenery, you stand out, love. In the sea of amazing treasures, you are the most precious. You're beautiful inside and out. I genuinely believe we have found our piece of paradise on earth. Because I'm the best version of myself when I'm with you. Here.
At PETRONAS, earning and redeeming Mercer Rewards points is now cardless.
Really?
Just key in your phone number at the pump, at the Mercer store counter, or use the Settle app.
Legit?
Get up to 3 times more Mercer Rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel. Simpler, better, and more rewarding.
Teammate done the 100k in the break, so when he's caught, and immediately there's a counterattack launched. But he's a solo rider. With 42k, obviously he's trying to get over the KOM climb and trying to go by himself. Sometimes when you have a sole breakaway rider, the peloton sort of ease off. They're not easing off. They're definitely the counter attack. They're more attack. A lot of activity happening in the
It's
distance in the
probably
back.
like a 10-second gap or something. Maybe
Yeah,
10-second gap's not a huge one.
But very active on the
Very
in the peloton.
active peloton. We can see from the live feed here from quite far that they are chasing. They are chasing. There are attacks coming from left, right,
But Tudor
just to drive the pace up.
Yeah, but I see Tudor, the black jersey of Tudor, are trying to shut down the breakaway because they don't want to get out of control. They having a rider in the front at this critical situation, preventing counterattack. If no one decided to go to the front, then the EF Education and other team who doesn't have a dominant sprinter, they're going to try to launch an attack and try to break away. So it's important. They need to put someone in the front just to keep the pace high. So as long as the pace is maintained relatively high, then that discourage other team from attacking.
Yeah, that's very true. Because when the speed is low, that's when the attacks happen, right? Because they have that idea that when the speed is low, it takes a little bit more time for them to respond to that attack and then being able to attack. So when the pace is high, it's put some sort of a mental load. It's like if I'm going to attack now, the peloton is going this fast.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get away, right?
Right. So here is the breakaway rider Markov, and Markov is on the front trying to drive. Well, it looked like he got a pretty decent gap of I think this is more than 15 seconds. So I think the moment their teams start chasing, organizing the chase, and the peloton is happy to sit up and let the team do the work, let the sprint team do the work. So and Markov
it is like, it looks like, judging from normally, it's now becomes the responsibility of the sprint teams, teams with sprinters to actually go and drive the pace and chase it, because again, it's your team that wants to go for this to happen into a bunch sprint. So now it becomes your responsibility to bring back whoever riders in the breakaway right now into the peloton so that you can go for a bunch sprint.
Yeah, judging from the peloton lineup, it's pretty strung out.
It's strung out, but then the gap actually grew.
Is growing.
From just now 10-15 seconds back to 22 seconds. Looks like a little bit of looking at each other situation back in the peloton, like who is supposed to chase.
Right. So whenever you see the peloton is like lining up across the road, and then there's a bit of looking, but it's I'm not sure if the 22 second is accurate, because judging from, well, let's use that marker. Yeah, it's less than 22 seconds. I don't think this is the most updated. And I see Markov is here's the start of KOM. The start of KOM that's gonna launch the probably additional attack on the back.
Well, I said they're really driving the pace just now. We got a few riders in front of the peloton, single file. There you go, now far from the KOM here. This is the category 4 climb.
Not particular hard,
Yep.
but it does have a bit of kicker.
There
Yeah,
you
I
go.
just see
Sean Quinn in front, driving the pace, followed by another rider. It looks like a Yuskatel rider.
There you go.
Looks like swallowed.
Swallowed quickly.
Malkov.
Quickly, and then Yuskatel rider trying to. That's one tactic. You see the rider just veer off like to the far right side of the road, trying to get away, make sure there's nobody just follow him. And look
That's
like
it, Mario Aparicio.
Mario Aparicio. He already have a KOM jersey. He doesn't need to fight for it, but
Max Bull. Max Bull is there.
Yeah, Max Bull is going for that. It's on the front of the race, just behind the Yuskatel rider. So interesting. We thought the KOM jersey is already sold out, but maybe they're just stretching out the leg. Here's a counter attack from EF. Here he goes.
There you go. Looks like Stefan de Bot.
Yeah, he's
Stefan de Bot is going at it again with 38.
1K to the top of the KOM. So we know that's we talked about earlier. So our prediction was pretty much right.
Yeah. 500 meters to go to the King of the Mountains. Followed by one rider from Burgos, another rider from Bardiani, and that's Anatoly from Terengganu.
Yeah, there we go. Good eye. But there's no gap, no real gap created.
Yeah,
but
no real gap.
yeah,
but
they
definitely
just,
strung out up this hill.
Yep.
It's going to hurt many riders at the back.
Especially after 150, 190, 160k of racing, and so that's.
I think it's just going to carry on driving the pace as they hit the summit and they going down. So really driving the pace so that people that are still trying to climb the hill might be gapped from this attempt from Stefan de Bod.
Yep. I'm just trying to do a quick calculation. They did.
Oh no! Another counter attack. Go ahead, Stefan de Bod. Go again.
Yep. Here we go.
Probably not the smartest move as if they're going downhill because riders can actually just cruise behind him. But I think the whole idea of Stefan de Bod is really to just make sure that it's a hard ride for everyone riding.
Yeah, and also potentially the moment this ease off, his teammate can attack. So a lot of time it's not just a one-man effort; it's a team effort. You need a multiple attempt to break away in order for the breakaway to establish. The KOM was picked up by is it Badiani or either Badiani or the Bogos
It's close,
rider?
yes, between the Badiani and Bogos rider.
I think they're just trying to make sure that there's nobody else take any more KOM points. Yeah, it was a Bogos rider. Yeah, there we go.
So we'll see the official results in a bit.
And
another
EF,
counter attack by EF rider.
Yeah, you gotta go. There's no any other way to do this. If you want to win the race, you don't have a sprinter. You're just gonna have to
super
attack.
aggressive. Looks like Yuhi Totome.
Yeah. Even though it could mean suicide attack, but you have to attack because you don't try, you don't know. The peloton is really stretched out through the roads. I just do a quick calculation, right? They did on the top of the KOM. It's basically 160k. They started off at 11:15 flag off, and then they had a neutral. So they averaged probably close to 46k an hour so far.
Yeah,
46,
that's
47.
pretty fast for
Yeah.
200k stage. Another counter attack by EF Education. Yes, they're going one by one. As soon as the breakaway got brought back, they go again. So Stefan de Bod, looks like there's a 1-2 between Stefan de Bod and Yuhi Totome so far. They really driving the pace and they really want another breakaway to happen. Max Bull has been present there as well.
Yeah, it's only 38k to the finish.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of downhill. Not it's not a cruising downhill. You certainly have to pedal. But that just
Bogos rider goes on the on the left side of the road.
One after another. One after
another. Followed by an ARA Skip Capital rider. And behind him
is Renbao.
It is.
Yeah,
it is. It is.
He finally attacked on the right place.
Yeah, that's a good, perfect timing. Okay, let's go, Renbao. Yeah, we've been talking about you. Let's go. Get the gap and bite the bullet and go.
There we go.
Obviously, Peloton is super active right now, shutting down to every attack possible. Here you go on the screen now. The King of the Mountain results. The first rider was from Burgos, Manuel Diaz, 2 points, and Davide Gaburo, the rider that was in the breakaway in yesterday's stage.
Yeah. Well, it's no changes on the KOM standing.
As we can see here, as we have predicted as well. Yeah. Mario Aparicio. Hey, Sean Quinn goes.
Come on.
Sean Quinn goes, followed by this rider from Tudor Pro Cycling.
Yeah. That would be he's just there to prevent the attack from going away. So Tudor obviously have the dominant sprinter, and they want to get their another stage victory for Alvin Decline. So they're just not letting anybody go and not contributing to any breakaway attempt. And here's again looking at Yukui New getting
Afik Huzni. There you go. Another attempt of breaking away.
Good timing. Yes. A bit of hesitation on the peloton as they line up across the road, and the one rider trying to go across.
A bit of hesitation there. There's a bit of hesitation.
Yeah.
It looks like they got Afik Huzni got some pretty significant gap there. There still aren't any organized chase from the peloton.
There's back of the peloton, so some rider are getting the feed.
Yep.
And
was,
meanwhile, Afiq Usman is pushing ahead and by himself in a very aero helmet, very aero bike and helmet.
Aero socks, I believe.
Yes, it's aero socks.
Yeah, from all the rain, it's turned a little bit dark.
Yeah, the white socks become black socks. But on the back of the peloton, there's they're keeping a steady pace.
Steady looks a little bit chill. Not too high of a pace.
It looks easy, but I'm sure these guys are still going at 40, 43, 40, 44, close to 45k an hour. When you're good at something, you just make things look easy.
Oh yeah.
For these guys.
Yeah, for sure.
I remember watching the professional tennis players warming up, and it just looks so easy. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I mean, they've been doing it for a long time, for many reps, especially with professionals, especially skill sports.
Yeah.
Back in the live feed, we see here Afiq Husni. Looks like an attempt to bring the break back. Another rider chasing from the peloton. I can't get a good visual of which rider that is. Trying to bridge the gap. Looks like one rider and another rider trying to bridge the gap to Afiq Husni.
Looks like both riders with white helmet. That's the only thing I can tell. Maybe blue jersey and a white helmet.
I'm assuming probably either ARA, Skip Capital. They were present earlier in some of these breakaway attempts.
Yeah.
Could be one of them as well.
Yeah.
Could be two of them as well.
Yeah, it looks like it could be the vocals. We just gotta wait a little bit to see what's happening.
Skip Capital, there they are. Rider number 143. That's Oliver Bledden. Sorry, Lachlan Miller.
Lachlan Miller, right?
There you go. ARA Skip Capital.
We're looking at less than 35k to the finish, so it's gonna be a fast run in.
Fast run in.
Yeah, regardless.
15 seconds. There you go. The official time gap we have now.
15 seconds now. So good job done by Afiq Husni, who used to ride for Terengganu cycling team. And so it's good to see that
he rode briefly with Nusantara, probably last year.
Last year
he was with Nusantara.
Absolutely, he did ride with Nusantara. So both teams are presented in this year's race. Now he's riding for the Malaysian national team, and so it's good that he continued riding, even though he's not in the continental team, but he continued riding representing Malaysia. And good to see that he is on the aggression. Because he has been active on stage 1. He was in a breakaway, but he was in a bad luck that he had a puncture, and because he's in a breakaway, the gap didn't allow neutral service, so he had to abandon the breakaway. It looked like Ayman, looked like TSG again.
Looks like
TSG again with Skip Capital. Yeah, it's going on the aggressive.
Well, we can see the peloton is they're going pretty fast. Yeah, they're going pretty fast there.
Even though they look like they're just going across
looks like there's not a chance that this particular breakaway is going to happen. But you never know, sometimes you go and then everyone's looking at each other. Who's going to do the chasing?
Yeah.
By that time, you got 30 seconds, and then from there, they're still doing the guessing game or still looking at each other.
Yeah. There you go. It is a bit of guessing game, and as a result of that, they are opening up a bit of daylight.
Again, Afiq Husni, Ayman Zarif.
Oh, wow.
And another rider from
Skip Capital.
Skip Capital. Yeah, we were right.
You're right. And good eye. That's there's Ayman Zarif just waving through, asking the ARA rider to come on. I did the chase.
Yeah, it's your time to pull.
I was 100k in the break already, right? So it's your turn. Come on. Yeah, good job by Ayman.
Yeah,
really?
It's very aggressive today. Yeah. It's good to see him back to how he used to be racing.
Yes, absolutely. The former, two-time KOM jersey winner of the Tour de Langkawi. So
trying to get the numbers. It's rider 145, which is Josh Cronage. That looks like that's his first time in the breakaway. We haven't seen him out in the break or even anyway presence in the live feed. was good to see another young rider actually going out and going on aggression, going on the breakaway, and testing his luck out there.
Yeah, and the roads are dry, so the condition a bit of overcast, so it's not too hot. Shouldn't be too hot, so it's good to go to the front and stretch the leg, while the riders on the back also stretching their legs.
Ah, right.
And you can see the Christian around, and who did the so much of the breakaway, and finally get a chance to rest as the front of the pack. Again, it's a blue train.
Yeah, another blue train.
It's a different blue, different riders.
It's another blue train.
But again, today there are definitely a lot of this. Today is a day of blue.
Yeah. I wonder why. All right, so looks like a few excited Malaysian viewers in the live chat, seeing how Malaysian riders have been very aggressive in today's stage. So in this second breakaway attempt, again, we see Afiq Husni Othman from Malaysian national cycling team, and also again Aiman Zarif from Terengganu cycling team, joined together by Josh Grenade. Josh Grenade from ARA Skip Capital.
Let's see if the trio can open up a bigger gap, because they really need a couple minutes of gap in order to succeed to the finish line. So, but it's good to see the Malaysian are so aggressive and present.
You know, it's our local, it's our local turf. We're not giving in without a fight. That's the spirit.
They has not. A stage win is on the line, so.
So they got a bit of a gap there, didn't
Yeah, absolutely. They are opening a gap. So I think the gap is definitely more than 15 seconds. Yeah, they cannot. We cannot see the peloton, so it's got to be at least probably close to 45 seconds, maybe even a minute. We hope Ayman Zarif is just a warrior today. He's Steph Daban has been a warrior for the last 3 days.
Yeah. You would have thought people would have tight legs these days.
Yeah.
But no, not anymore. You know, you probably have kept the legs for the last few stages and then gone on a super aggressive mode today.
Yeah. And the gap is 30 seconds. With is that Lopez?
Yes. Harold Martin Lopez, Astana train right in front there.
There we go. Antoine Charmin.
Yeah, Antoine Charmin behind there, and then looks like
third in the chasing group.
Yeah, that looks like a Davide Toniati behind Harold Martin Lopez.
And so there now seems to be a bit of impetus on the pace, and Ceresa is probably rallying and telling his domestic that I want to win the stage today, bring that breakaway back. And on the back of peloton, so it looks like Hugh Carthy is doing quite a bit of domestic duty, fetching bottles, bitons. That's how the pros call it. How French pronounce it?
Bidon.
Yeah, biton. And he is Hugh Carthy loading up the drinks. Let's see how many bottle he got in. This is number 3.
Yeah.
And Rajin, number 4.
Getting more bottles from the Eskies at the back, or the cooler at the back.
Yeah. There you go.
It's just unzipping the jersey for a little bit. Just
there, that looks like the last bottle. Typically, the last bottle, you make sure you give them a swing.
A little bit of a boot.
A boot, just to get them, not to affect the outcome of the race, just to get the rider to the back to the front and
get it up to speed. Almost.
And get back to the peloton, in the back of the peloton, so that you can slowly moving up and trying to get the water and refreshment to their teammate. And Astana is now driving the pace. They have 3 riders on the front, and sharing the work, trying to bring the 3 breakaway rider back.
35 seconds now.
Yeah, it's a good move. Initiated by Afiq Usman.
Yeah, Afiq Usman Osman here. What we have seen on the screen now, riding a beautiful white. I think it's like an off-white track Madone.
Yeah, off-white.
Off-white track Madone. Just behind him is Ayman Zarif again in another breakaway attempt for today's stage. The rolling turns very well together now. Although it's hard to say that the breakaway goes, but it's been a good day for the Malaysian cyclists today.
Yeah, very active in the first breakaway. there were 3 out of 6. Now there's 2 out of 3. So if these trio make to the finish line, there's a 60% chance for a Malaysian victory. 66.6667.
Oh wow, there you go. To the precision.
Yeah. We want to be accurate.
Yeah.
And it will be interesting to see. And that would be, I think the Malaysia will go wild. If,
they did win a little bit wild here in the live chats. You know, if you're a Malaysian supporter, if you're a Malaysian supporting for Malaysian rider, yes, go give some support in our live chat that were happening now in today's stage 7 of Tour Langkawi, brought to you by PETRONAS.
I know the rider cannot hear the fans, but we can, and they can't hear us either. But the spirit, the Malaysian Boleh fighting spirit is there. Here we go. Here, I think Wuzni.
Yeah, it's going in at a high pace here.
Yeah, with
although hot, it's despite that we're seeing a 25 seconds, so it's gone down by 10 seconds now.
He looks really lean. I mean, I think
he was
leaner
training
than
really
normal,
well.
normal. So that's good. And he's been training really hard.
Yeah.
I know the Malaysian team we talked about earlier, the national training camp, and they were doing some long, hard stages, hard training in order to prepare for the Tour de Langkawi. Despite the very small budget they had, they still did a good job in preparing the riders. Certainly, I mean, they have been active. They have not come out with a win, but obviously at this level, even just being active, even just get to the front of the peloton.
Yes.
To be able to launch the attack, you have to have some good legs.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah,
especially
if you have like with the caliber of World Tour riders,
it's chasing you down,
exactly,
hunting you down. So yeah, it's not easy just to get to the front. Trust me, guys. It is just to stay on the breakaway. You're absolutely on your limit, and you're really doing your hardest potential possible effort. You can see even the rider on the back. I mean, they have to like stand up out of the saddle, sprinting up the hill.
Yeah, they're struggling in the group, and imagine trying these guys, being in the breakaway up the front ahead of the main peloton. So they need to be putting the speed faster than what the peloton is traveling if they want to maintain the gap.
Yeah. So another fast day. Yesterday we had, I think that is the fastest
stage so far from Batubat to Kulai, averaging the win average speed was 49.7.
Yeah, but Peloton wasn't far behind because they were literally within sight of the finish. So,
but it's just impressive, like if it was won by a sprinter, the average speed 49.7 would be, it's like it's the
possible, but
but then like this guy, the breakaway, actually putting that sort of speed.
Yeah, 4-man breakaway. And eventually ended up in a 2-man duel between Stefan de Bon.
And Tarozzi.
And Tarozzi take that victory on a fantastic stage win.
There you go. There's the back of the peloton. And we're here back in front again. A little bit peek to the back, but I think we need to see how far off the peloton is. They got a little bit of a gap, not much. 18 seconds now. The gap definitely have been brought back down by Astana. They were driving the pace, or they are still driving the pace in front now.
Yeah, and they're burning. I mean, you're burning your rider pretty early. So
yeah, considering it's still like 25k to go.
Yeah, I'm wondering, you're gonna have, they need to have rider gonna lead out Ceresa for the sprint. So, but at the front, I think just don't look back. Just go as hard as you can, as long
head down,
as you can.
Get low, get aero, save as much watts as possible, and put as much watts as possible.
Yeah. The longer you stay on the front, the longer you make the Malaysian cycling fan proud.
Oh, yeah, they're happy right now in the comment section. They're super proud. So for those of you that are watching from home as well, we got a Malaysian cyclist here in front of the on the breakaway now, represented by Afiq Husni Osman from Malaysian national cycling team, and also Ayman Zarif from Terengganu cycling team, joined by Josh Crenage from ERA Skip Capital. The late breakaway, which was initiated by Afiq Husni Osman, looks like they have a 15-second gap. I'm not sure if this is going to stay, but you can never know when it comes to the sport of cycling. anything could happen.
Like yesterday, yesterday we thought the breakaway is doomed, and
they stayed away.
But they stayed away. But obviously, different situation, longer stages, and more exposed road also. Yesterday there was a little bit help with the winding road, but today seems to be a bigger road. But here we go again. Afik is trying to launch the, trying to jump, trying to keep the pace high.
It dropped Ayman Zarif and also Josh Crenage.
There you go. He's on
he
the
wants the
aggression.
pace to be higher.
Yeah.
I think he's not happy with the pace, so he surged for a little bit and dropped the other two riders.
And here we have a back of the peloton. That seems to be, it just seems to go rolling around, and a lot of Thailand rider just to happy to follow the pace. They didn't bring their sprinter. A couple years ago, they did have a good sprinter in the Thailand team, but maybe this time it's not didn't bring the rider over. I know there is also another UCI race, Tour Batam, that's happening. It actually just finished today earlier.
All right, okay.
So.
Okey, situasi terkini di mana kami berada di 20 km terakhir di hadapan PETRONAS Kidorong 2 dan tidak lama lagi para pelumba akan melalui laluan ini di mana selesainya 3 zon pesyutan dan juga 1 zon pendakian dan memang cabaran buat semua pelumba-pelumba di mana mereka terpaksa mengalami keadaan yang tidak tentu, sekejap hujan, sekejap panas, tapi kita doakan yang terbaik dan semoga pelumba-pelumba dapat menghabiskan perlumbaan dengan baik hari ini.
Nearly there, about 21 kilometers to go.
Less than half hour racing to go.
Yeah, less than half hour of racing to go. But we strongly believe the riders in the peloton, especially those with sprinters in the team, is really driving the pace to make sure it comes down to a bunch sprint. We can see some representative from Astana, from DSM, is really driving the pace for the respective sprinters, Saritsa and also Casper van Uden. DSM obviously wants a good run on this one. They haven't had a good run for their sprinters, Casper van Uden. So they really want to give this one a good crack.
Yeah. So who's your pick for today's sprint? If it comes down to a sprint.
If it comes down to a sprint, right? I'm gonna go with Ava Decline. I'm gonna go with Ava Decline again.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't bet against Alvin Decline right now. So he's certainly on the winning streak.
Yeah.
And yesterday, if the group was caught, he would have won the sprint. So that would be a third,
another
victory
third
right there.
sprint. Yeah.
Right.
So Ava Decline's having he got things sorted out. They've figured out how to do this. In this Petronas Tour of Langkawi.
Yep.
They certainly have the strongest lead out of all the teams with big sprinters name, top sprinters name. And considering of how the stage is going to go today with that 1.5 kilometer right-hander, they really need a team with a strong lead out train will have the upper hand coming into that last finishing line.
Yes, absolutely. And also they've been very smart. So they did do some work at the beginning.
Yep.
They had 2 riders rotating. Rick
it was
Premier
between Simon Pilot and Nils Brun.
Oh, Nils Brun. Okay.
Yeah, Nils Brun. Yeah.
Okay. And so they still have lead out, lead out man left. So and now all the work seems to be done by Astana. At least 3 riders from Astana, as we can see. That they need to keep at least a lead out man. We're just passing the 20K mark.
Yep. 15 seconds gap.
And it's after such a long stage, right? It's but there's always a question mark. Who's going to have the freshest leg?
That is absolutely true.
Is the formal
So there's a dog on the left side of the road. Just be careful.
Get out of the way.
Yeah.
Get out of the way. You don't want to get hurt or hurt the riders.
We're gonna see some fans from Bintulu already on the side of the road.
Yeah.
It looks like an excited Malaysian fans there, seeing Afiq Husni in front with a 15-second gap to the peloton, but looks like they're coming very, very close there. We can see Astana rider not far behind from Afiq Husni.
Yeah, you see
8 seconds now. Yeah, updated time gap, 8 seconds.
Yeah.
But what an attempt from Afiq Husni on this late attack.
Well done. Regardless, you show your jersey and make a Malaysian fan proud. Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be.
Yes.
Right? And then you don't come here just to make up the number. And you're here in your home race.
Oh yeah, for
in
sure.
Front of the home fan.
It gave me a bit of a chills right there just now, seeing Afiq Husni and Ayman Zarif in the late attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially Ayman Zarif. Oh my God, it's just 100K, and he didn't have enough. He's like, I already did so much work. I'm not gonna miss the party. I gotta come for second round.
All right, looks like it's the end of Afiq Husni's time on the front here. And it is time to go on a bunch sprint, but I'm having a feeling EF is going to have another dig at this.
Yeah, this is you certainly doesn't want to leave it to the last stage, right? Because in the last stage, everybody wants to get to the finish line. So yeah, it's got to be there's got to be at least an attempt from EF trying to go away, but with 19K to go. Oh no, we're pushing the 3K to the sprint number 3. So sprint number 3, yeah, it's still up for grab.
Yeah,
and so
absolutely right.
So if the GC riders are wanting to, we talked about earlier, this number 3 all the way down to number 9, 7 riders, they are on the same time. So in order for them to officially get to take a lead in the to the third GC fight. Podium.
It's
the last podium spot.
Comes down to
it's gonna
position.
come down to the position and also the intermediate sprint. Now, if any of them can take even 1 second advantage, that would be huge because it would be so much harder for the next day for any rider trying to take another bonus second for tomorrow. So it's much better to go into the race with a lead, and then you just have to watch the other guys instead of being on the offensive. So let's see who is going to be who is going to take the third
another attempt on the left side of the road. An attack from the left side of the road. We can't get a close enough of visual to see who's actually driving the pace. 1 kilometer to go until the third intermediate sprint. The pace got carried on. Looks like Astana is trying to close the gap, looking to get Anton Charmik for the intermediate sprint.
Yeah, I think that's likely. The pace is absolutely furious right now. Just about 500. We're looking at the 500 meters.
Yes. About 500 meters to go until the finishing line. We can see some Astana riders in front to get to maximum points for Anton Charmik. As we can see, at least the interview showed that they were actually going to contest for some intermediate sprints and also to get Anton Charmik a better position in the sprint finish.
Yep.
Looks like a proper lead out there. Pull it out.
And look like
Sarissa
is leading out. It would be funny to see Sarissa leading out Anton.
Who's going to get the sprint?
100 meters to go. 100 meters to go. There's
looks like Anton Charmik is going for the sprint.
Led by Sarissa. Sarissa's leading the sprint. Here we go.
Wow.
Oh,
the sprinter is actually doing the lead up for the sprint.
Yeah.
That is very, very interesting. The game plan for Astana, Kazakhstan.
I think Anton got at least second, or potentially got the intermediate sprint. Number 3. Then that would be massive. That's extending his air counter attack from Uskadi.
Yeah, using that sprint attempt as a launch pad.
Yeah, okay. They just ease off now. But let's get a replay on the third intermediate sprint as soon as possible, and then get the result on the third intermediate sprint as soon as possible, because that's going to change the GC standing. Here's a replay.
A sprint replay.
Led out by the sprinter. Oh, it's not a good replay.
We can't really get a good
Here's
visual
a better
here.
one. Here's a better
Let's
one.
see.
So Sarissa is leading out the sprint for his GC, and we'll block up by this camera. There we go. Here
Second
Sarissa
to
is
Thomas
leading up.
Percenti on the other side.
Yeah, Euskaltel rider.
Euskaltel rider is going for it as well.
But somebody is behind Sarissa. It's covered up by Sarissa. I'm not sure who. It looks like a white jersey.
Yeah, maybe Thomas Percenti.
Yeah,
it
possible.
looked like he did. It looked like he did contest for the intermediate sprint just now. We'll wait for the official results in a few seconds.
Yeah, that's interesting. If he's going for the intermediate sprint, that's gonna get him 3 seconds. He's 14 seconds behind Max Pole. Even he would have get every single intermediate sprint throughout the race.
There you go, another attack. Just as we predicted, EF Education first. Stefan de Bot is going for another sprint, for another attack, an attempt to break away.
Here's the third intermediate sprint. So yeah, it was Sarissa, Javier Sanchez,
and also,
Caneas, and then the Percenti. Yeah, you're right. Percenti get the third intermediate sprint. The third in the third intermediate sprint of the day for 1 second time bonus. Right?
I'm not sure what was the goal there, but anyway. We're more excited for this last 14.7 kilometers to go. Another break, another attack from Stefan de Bot from EF Education first. And obviously the riders know that he is a threat and close it down as soon as possible by a rider from 2W Cycling, which does not want any attack to go. They want a bunch sprint for Arvid Klein.
Yeah, they don't want the repeat of yesterday.
Yeah, got closed down by Simon Pilot.
Yeah.
And he goes again. Simon Pilot takes a glimpse back to see what's happening in the peloton, and Stefan de Bot used that as an opportunity to to attack and get Simon Pilot off guard.
So, yeah, Simon was hoping the other teams would come in trying to help do the chase, but nobody did, and then he had to do the dirty work of shutting it down, getting to the back wheel of Stefan de Bot.
About 13.8 kilometers to go. The pace has been crazy. Attacks has been going one after the other ever since before the third intermediate sprints.
Yeah, it's even these guys covered up close to 200k, and they look like they're just just starting of the race.
Pretty much, yeah. It's impressive, Danny, to see the level of fitness and the level of speed that this professional cyclists actually have. We're not even talking about World Tour. We're even talking just this continental level rider, this national teams. They are amazing.
Aggressive. That's what we want to see. Aggressive racing. I still don't understand why Percenti is going for that intermediate sprint.
Okay, I don't know. Well, let's hope there's an interview after the race from Jeff.
Well, if he won there's 3 more intermediate sprint tomorrow. So if he take every intermediate sprint, if he assume he win
he win all of them, that's 9 seconds bonus. Yeah.
Well, that's 4 including today. That's 12-second bonus, and he's 14 seconds behind, right? If our information is correct.
Yeah.
So
there you go. Back again. Niels Brun and also Enzo driving the pace. A bit of communication there between the two of them.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, peloton is just rolling through right now. They have 12.4 kilometers to go.
So, not long to go. Not long to go.
Yeah, it's almost.
Yeah, about 15 minutes of racing. Not long until they finish today's stage in Bintulu. We can see a lot of the crowds on the side of the road. Bintulu people, exceptional crowd now, trying to gather on the side of the road to watch this race as they're heading down for the finish in Bintulu. So we've got 12.1 kilometers to go. A little bit of communication from Enzo on the team radio in order to get ready for the bunch sprint.
Yeah, and we talk about Team DSM has not able to deliver a sprint finish victory for Casper Van Wooden, who desperately wanting to have a shot at another sprint finish. It would be nice to win the green jersey, the overall leader jersey, and walk away with a sprint finish. Although I'm not sure if Casper has a leg, maybe he's suffering a bit on the heat. Certain rider, we talk about certain rider do really well on the heat. and here we're
Mauricio.
There's nothing can keep Mauricio down. I mean, Mauricio down.
You know, I see a hill I attack kind of rider, I suppose. You know, there's a little bit of a uphill here.
Even there's no hill, I'm attacking.
Yeah.
Oh, he's one aggressive rider. It's good to see. It's good to see that he is not happy. Also, probably he really wanted a stage win. He wanted to contest on the GC, not necessarily a stage win, but I'm sure he wanted to finish higher on the GC. So he's still not happy that he hasn't able to walk away with a victory. Although KOM jersey is not a bad one, but I think he wants it even more. So as we're approaching the finishing line, beautiful roads, fantastic road surface. It's dry.
I personally have never been to Sarawak, but they have been.
No, it's good roads.
Nice,
I've been there. I've been there many times. And 10K to go, almost 10K to go.
Yeah, 10.9 kilometers to go. We're seeing some. We're hoping to see a pace going significantly higher, getting ready for the bunch sprint. But then you go like 10Ks. It's still 10Ks to go.
Yes, that's.
And obviously, there's no breakaway in front. It's all about maintaining a high enough speed that would discourage any breakaway attempt.
And I think now it's gonna be just there's unlikely to be any more further breakaway attempt. But I think the sprinter train is gonna control all the way to the finish. So here, back again, Tudor is so active, and the Ukiyo, Ichibashi, the Asian jersey. Now they're finally getting close to rotating to the front.
Oh yeah,
It's gonna
trying to deliver their sprinter. Matteo Malucelli. Yeah, didn't have a good run yesterday. He got 7th.
Yeah.
After 2 days in a row being second to Arvid Decline. So he wants to turn the table around.
Yeah.
Wants another stage win.
And now, especially Arvid Decline doesn't have the aero suit. There's a 4 watts disadvantage.
Yeah, that's right. That is right.
So that may urge.
It's been close for the last few days. It's been a close finish. Half a wheel, half time kind of stage win.
Yeah, they should have given Marushali.
There you go.
Kind of booster.
Manabu Ishibashi now.
Ishibashi
in the front.
Asian classification leader on the front, driving the pace. Yeah,
He's the fastest Asian.
He's the fastest Asian. Yes, Ichibashi is the fastest Asian in this year's Tour de Langkawi.
All right. And back again, Enzo in the front with lots of bandage on his knee and also right elbow.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's not stopping him.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is part of the job, right? As long as you didn't break any bones, or even it does, as long as you're able to ride, that you want to work, and that's a sign of professionalism and how tough these guys are.
It's
really.
almost like going to war, representing a team, or if you're going for like world champion, you come back all bruised up. I'm like, where did you go? Oh, it was a bike race.
Who say bicycle is not a contact sport?
Oh yeah, it is. It is a very contact sport. It's very much contact, especially if you're going for that sprint finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like playing,
Baik, selamat tiba di Bintulu dan Lily ketika ini berada di garisan penamat menanti para pelumba untuk menghabiskan kayuhan terjauh dalam saingan Petronas LTDL 2024, iaitu sejauh 199.3 km. Dan kita menjangkakan bunch finish di garisan penamat ini dengan 5 km terakhir dianggap mencabar. Lebih-lebih lagi ada selekoh di akhir 1 km yang akhir. Dan di sekitar kawasan Lasar Kenyalang Bintulu ni kita boleh saksikan juga ramai orang hadir yang memberikan semangat dan sokongan berbaki satu lagi peringkat dalam edisi kali ini. Dan orang dah mula ramai di sini, cuaca yang sangat baik untuk untuk good finishing later. Dan kita saksikan pelumba mana yang bakal takluki peringkat ke-7. Sama-sama kita saksikan.
So that I guess the whole local audience would understand. Anyway, we've got 9 kilometers to go. We've got 9 kilometers to go. No more breakaways up the road. It's going to come down to a bunch sprint. But we never know. Earlier from Kuala Lumpur to Malacca stage, in stage 5, Sean Quinn did a late last lap, late lap attack. Late attack in
4K to go.
Yeah, about 4K to go. So last attack flyer, but you never know. The road is a little bit rolling out here.
Yeah.
Potentially there will be some place for the riders to do a late attack into the race.
Yeah, there's a couple roller looking at our 5K finishing profile.
It's not a flat run in. It's not a flat run in into the finishing line. There's a few rollers there.
Yep. So that's the last 5K. There's also a right turn that could have launched a late attack. You know, last 5K
Another attempt.
right turn.
Breakaway.
There we go.
Runbao. There you go. We were just talking about late attack.
Yeah.
Runbao is going. I don't know what's in his mind, but obviously, you know, now or never.
Yeah. Well,
now or never. Make it happen.
Yeah. Well, it's at least the Malaysian fans are cheering. I know
There
his
you go.
father will be watching and cheering. And right now.
Yeah.
And
again, you know, it's all up to the sprinters team to chase that down.
Well, might as well you go, right? Because you have no more sprinter because the crash happened in stage 2. So you might as well just go and just get yourself out to the front.
That's right.
At least get a taste of what it's like trying to break away. Even though it doesn't succeed, at least you know, in order to get to the front of these World Tour riders, trying to break away from them, how hard it is and how many watts you need to generate in order to stay away. So kudos, and at least
there you go.
At least cheer up the Malaysian fans who are watching on the roadside right now.
There you go, yeah. We're in the town of Bintulu now. You can see the
7K to go.
7 kilometers to go.
And there is there's a right turn. I think they just took the right turn.
Yep.
They're gonna go for another about 2K. Then
another
right
right
after,
turn.
another sharp right turn. So don't look back. Don't look back, Runbao. Don't give up. You just give up a little too early.
Probably you noticed that the pace was a little bit too fast that he can handle.
If I can hear the shifter going behind on the back,
that's right.
Peloton, the guys are coming. But a good attempt, and Malaysian national team has been very active today.
That's right.
Start off with the main, the breakaway earlier.
Yeah, by Yusri Shari, representative on that very beautiful Cervelo S5.
Yeah.
But yes, we'll see.
Long attack by Afiq Usman.
Yeah,
and
another late attack and Runbao.
Yeah, here we go. Good job to Team Malaysia to keep the race active.
Yeah,
and,
having to go to temp for this throughout the stage. It's been amazing to watch.
Uskatel.
Yeah,
Uskadi is trying to do a flyer, and then I think he's trying to get to the last the right hand corner after the 5K and see if he can get away.
Yeah, that's critical because it's quite a sharp right turn there. You would want to get it first. You can when you enter the corner first, you get the best race line. That way you don't have to slow down. But yes, as we would have expected, Tudor Pro Cycling is aggressively bridging that gap, not letting anyone go in this last 5 kilometers to go.
That's Captain America. I think he was second on the wheel and trying to go across and trying to drive the pace.
There you go, Sean Quinn.
Sean Quinn, yeah, there you go.
Sean Quinn, and looks like another attack from EF Education first on the left side of the road.
Oh, yep, they we talk about EF didn't bring their sprinters, so the only way for them to win a stage is by hitting the sprinter team hard and trying to break away. And it's going to be 1-2 counter attack until
there you go. They've taken the right-hander.
And we're getting close to the finish line.
Oh, there you go. Tudor Pro Cycling with EF Education rider. Looks like Stefan de Bot just behind Simon Pelot's wheel.
And they are just driving to the finishing line, 4K to go.
Yeah, 4 kilometers to go and with Badiani just behind Stefan de Bot.
Setting up for a bunch sprint. And
it's inevitable now. It's inevitable now. 4 kilometers to go. Tudor Pro Cycling wants a bunch sprint for their sprinter Arvid declined.
And they need to have a team of lead out because it's still a long way from that 2K turn all the way to the finishing line.
That's
so
right.
You need to have at least. You don't want to be too much into the front. Then you end up facing too much wind. So you want to be around probably 15th into that corner, and then just stay in that slipstream as long as possible, and then trying to jump out with a 200, trying to launch your sprint with a 200K to go because it's complete flat run in. There's no more assistance from the terrain, so it's gonna be a flat run in, and they're pointing toward the seaside, so maybe there's a little bit of headwind as well.
Oh, yeah,
we don't have the actual forecast, but Tudor is doing all the work.
Yeah, for sure. Doing all the work, making sure that the pace is fast enough to avoid any any last-minute flyer. Looks like Ukyo is getting organized on the right side of the road for their sprinter Matteo Malucelli.
And I think Poti Cometa also trying to get Peñalve.
Yeah, Peñalve. Who had a good sprint for the last few stages. He did get second in the second stage from Arau to Butterworth, and obviously he wants to redeem that first place that he thought he got in that second stage. Just from that celebration, Malucelli managed to nip him on the line. Simon Pilot, there you go, mouth opened. You can see he's really pushing the pace up here. Just behind him, a few riders from Matteo Malucelli trying to set up for his sprinter for Ukyo.
3K to go. They're approaching the final right-hand corner. And let's see who is going to have the upper hand leading their sprinter and deliver into a perfect position for the final launch to the line.
Yeah, that's now from here, from this point on, the road is going to be slightly downhill run before they reach that 2 kilometers and have that right-hander. You would really need a very strong leader in the front. There you go, 2 kilometers to go. It's not far from the sprint line now. They're about to take that right-hander. We want to see a very strong sprint line. There you go. We can see there aren't many organized. There's going to be a little bit of a chaos. Trying to come in first into that corner. It looks like DSM, Max Paul as well, helping out with the lead out for Casper Van Uden. It's good to see the GC jersey, the race leader, going in front, working for the teammate. Looks like it's all out for here. Looks like Team DSM has the upper hand on this last 2 kilometer. This is very exciting, Danny. Let's see who's going to come for the sprint win.
It's almost too early to pull so hard, with 2K to go. But let's see if they get reorganized. Yep, the pace slowed down just a little bit.
Max Paul now driving the pace with 2 kilometers to go.
And there's no more corner. It's going to be a straight run-in, flat straight run-in. Max Paul is in the pole position. He's pulling everyone right now.
There you go. We can see there on the live feed 500 meters sign, but they're about 1 kilometer to go to the finishing line. We'll see some Polti Cometa sprint train as well from the live feed.
I see Team Astana. Astana is also trying to get into position for their sprint.
There you go.
Ceresa, he did a lead out for sprint number 3. He actually get sprint number 3. So we shall see if you have good legs left for the final sprint.
Maxwell just finished his turn. There you go.
DSM still in the front. And now
Tudor is going in fast. We can see
perfect
3 riders. We can see Arvid de Klein just in that KBS orange jersey sitting behind Michael Zislat. There you go. It's about 300 meters to go.
Right now, 300 meters.
Tudor Pro Cycling in the front, driving it for their sprinter. Arvid de Klein looks like fighting for position with Gleb Syriza. There you go. There you go. The pace is on. The pace is on. The pace is on. Matteo Malucelli, you can see there, just behind Arvid de Klein. There you go! There you go! A sprint out of the line in that orange jersey. Gleb Syriza just behind him. Matteo Malucelli on the right side. Oh! Matteo Malucelli gets it! He got the better of Arvid de Klein after 2 stages, getting second behind Arvid de Klein. Today is the day for the Italian sprinter from Ukyo.
Wow. Well, he also just confirmed that he's also just one of the fastest men in this race. Two victory. Wow. 2 victory for Matteo.
2 stage wins for Matteo Malucelli.
Yeah. And
so now it gets interesting. What position? Where did Arvid de Klein come from that sprint?
Arvid de Klein was second.
Oh wow.
Arvid de Klein was second. So it's
we want to know
Matteo's first and Arvid de Klein second. Just get over the finish line. So it's 2 victory for Matteo and 2 victory for Arvid de Klein. So
wow.
And now that we shall see the final finishing the points for today. And because going into today, Arvid de Klein had a 4 points lead over Matteo Malucelli.
Yeah, looks like Arvid got declined today. Yeah, he got declined today. He got declined today.
Yeah, Arvid got declined today.
Arvid got declined today. Oh yeah, someone was saying the same thing as well. Roborovsky 008 in the live comment. Arvin declined. Nice wordplay.
Nice
But amazing attempt from Matteo Malucelli today.
Good.
You know?
What exciting.
Hopefully, let's see the replay. Hopefully replay soon.
Go and interview live with the winner.
Matteo, second stage win. How happy are you?
Yes, today I had extra motivation because exactly 8 years ago my mom died, and so it's all week that I think I thought in this, and today I won for her.
Did you know the finish was a very straight road like this? Very good for you?
Yes, the team did a good job. The last corner in the right, I was in a good position. At 500 meters of the finish, I was close. I tried to find a hole to go out, and in the final today I was the fastest of the bunch.
Did you make your move looking at Arvid de Klein?
I tried to stay behind him, but I lost him 500 meters to the finish, and I was a little back. I must start far to the finish, and in the final was perfect for me. I arrived from back with the double speed, and I passed.
2 stage wins. That makes a fantastic Tour de Langkawi for you.
Yeah, normally one is luck, but 2 is strong.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There you go. The winner of today's stage from Team Ukiyo, Matteo Malucelli.
Yeah.
And,
he's proven to be one of the best sprinters out there.
Yeah.
2 stage wins.
2 stage wins.
Yeah,
and
declined.
he closed the race for the orange jersey by just 1 point.
Yes.
So
yeah.
Here's the replay of the sprint. Now the Tudor team did a perfect lead out for Alvin Decline. You can see Saresa trying to come up on the right hand side, trying to come up the side, but then and
he just came over. Looks like Michael Zijlard.
Yeah.
Oh, I can see the
disappointment.
Disappointment from Michael. Looks like a Michael Zijlard there.
Yes, he also sprinted. He was
he sprinted, of course.
Trying to keep the point. He's trying to get second, so that way he's trying to keep the gap of the sprint points. But no doubt, the winner, it's
Malucelli.
And he talked about losing his mother 8 years ago, so this was a special day.
A special
extra
day
motivation.
For him. Yeah.
And congratulations.
Let's see if he can get a good.
Ukiyo.
He did have to launch. There you go. That's him. He had to launch the sprint a little bit early because he lost the wheel of Arvid Decline, because that's always a good wheel to be in. There you go. That's him. He launched early.
And you see Saresa was just battling with Arvid Decline.
Yeah. So Saresa has been in the win for a little bit longer than Arvid Decline, so you lose some energy there. So there you go. Matteo Malucelli had a good run and using Michael Zijlard as a bit of a slipstream and got the better of Arvid Decline.
And he was pretty far off.
Yeah, he was pretty far off, but he was good because you could see he was surfing through the wheels.
Yep.
Right, and then using, if Michael Zijlard stopped sprinting, Arvid would have won. But because Michael Matteo Malucelli used Michael Zijlard as a little bit of a slipstream, and he got a little bit of a speed. So technically, he was sprinting a little bit later than Arvid Decline. So he's in the wind a little bit later than Arvid Decline.
Right. I think Michael was trying to finish second, trying to take away the sprint points.
But
that actually backfired. And become a lead out.
Become a lead out for Malucelli.
And there you go. Congratulations.
But obviously, he didn't know what was happening behind him. So it is what it is. Yeah, good sprint by Malucelli. Reacting with his instinct, using his instincts to find the best line.
Yeah. Because you see Michael get the
Michael
teammate
Zijlard got third.
Zijlard got third, so he was obviously trying to go for the sprint, trying to minimize the points that can be gained by other sprinters. So that backfired. Well, it's
That's
It's
bike racing.
Yeah, it's
That's
bike
racing.
Yeah, so you can
Siritsa
say-
got 4th and Peñalve got 5th.
Yeah.
Oh, not bad for Luke Mudgeway.
Yeah.
I got 6.
Yeah, that's why I see Leaning was trying to get involved in the lead out in the sprint, and didn't think he was a sprinter, so obviously he is.
Michael, top 3 is good for you, but it doesn't look like something you wanted.
In the end, we want to win here with Arvid, and yeah, you know, my job is to put him in a winning position, and I think we did really well in this. Just maybe a small error in the final meters, but in the end, he gets second, which is also a decent result. And of course, third place is nice for me, but I prefer that Arvid wins and I get off the podium. To be fair.
Is it also because Malucelli was very strong and very smart today?
Yeah, and we've seen already that he is super fast. So yeah, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but I think we show as a team that we are doing an incredible job here every day, working our asses off to give Arvid the best shot to win. It worked out 2 times, today's second, so I think so far it's going pretty well. But in the end, we still aim for that winning spot.
Tomorrow?
What?
Tomorrow, there's one more chance.
Final day, and there's no climb, so of course we go for Arvid. We'll see tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Ada bracelet cantik-cantik daripada Cerame, ada pendant Cerame. You can go in down there and choose your
So that was an interview from Michael Zijlot, was the lead-out man for Arvid Decline, got 3rd.
Yeah,
not bad.
Podium finish for a lead-out man.
Yeah, for a lead-out man, not bad. Remind me on those days of Mark Crenshaw and Mark Cavendish.
Yeah, well, we saw Pesenti went for the intermediate sprint number 3 and got 1 second bonus, and he closed the gap to 13 seconds.
Yep.
And tomorrow there are 3 sprints, 9 second maximal. I'm not sure. Still trying to wrap my head. Maybe he's trying to extend the gap to the number 3.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. So this is the sprint classification. KBS orange jersey. Still Arvid Decline for tomorrow's stage.
By 1 point.
Yeah, Matteo Malucelli is 65 points, just 1 point behind him.
So tomorrow's finish is going to determine who is going to win the stage and also who is going to wear the orange jersey.
That's 100% correct, Danny. It's been a tight fight for the sprint classification.
No fight for KOM. And Mario Aparicio, consolidated. We knew that a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
He is going to be the king of mountain.
But yeah, looking from how he's been racing today, looks like potentially he wants a stage win as well.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Tomorrow's a bit lumpy, so maybe there's a chance there.
Yeah, Ichibashi did a lot of work today into the finishing line, helping his teammate take the victory, and well-deserved victory. And so he did his work, and not only as the fastest Asian, but also as a lead-out work for today. Well done for Team Wukio. We're going to another interview soon, or we're getting the view of the river. So here's the interview with the overall leader, Max Pohl.
Max, a long day on the road today, but quite a fast race again. Is it the rain that has made you guys go fast?
No, I don't think so. It was just a fast day. I think they just wanted to keep the brake under control from maybe the last few days. So yeah, it was a fast day.
From your perspective, how was the stage and how was the third intermediate sprint when riders were fighting for the positions on GC without threatening your jersey?
Yeah, I think for me just to keep an eye, also just to keep it together for the sprint at the end. So yeah, for the sprint, just to watch out and just be sharp that nothing's going after that. And yeah, it's another sprint stage. We'll look back, see what happened, and see what we can do for tomorrow.
One more day to go. Does it look more and more like you will be the winner of Little Langkawi?
Yeah, I mean, I think by the end of tomorrow, I hope we win the jersey. But still the same approach, and yeah, it's not that we're overlooking it. So no, same approach, and hopefully we can do it tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There you go. Interview with the overall PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi race leader, Max Pohl, comfortably in the pole position. And tomorrow is just one last day before he's officially appointed as the overall race leader.
Another view of the replay of the sprint finish. It was amazing to see how Malucelli actually got the stage win. He timed his sprint well. Obviously, he was not in the most ideal position, but it let his instinct drive him. So he's basically surfing through other sprinters or through other riders, and using that as a little bit of a slipstream before he runs into the Michael Ziglar, which was a lead out for Arvid de Klein, using Michael Ziglar as a little bit of a launch pad or slipstream. There you can see on the left side of the screen, and got the better off Arvid de Klein.
Yeah, he was behind Ceresa. He just went over and then jump over behind Zislan, then take over.
There you go. The amount of speed that he had coming off Michael Ziglar's wheel.
Arvid declined the victory.
Arvid got declined today.
Yeah. Well done. Again, congratulations to a fantastic job. So Ukio was very smart. They had their riders working, helping, but they know they don't have any lead out fast enough to keep to the front of the race in the last 1K. So they just had to deliver him to the back of the other train. So and then he surfed through, and the road opened up on the right hand side. He jumped over Ceresa, and he had enough speed and momentum to carry over.
It's all about that most of the time when it comes to sprinting, being in the right position and carrying as much speed as possible when you come off that last lead-out man.
Yeah, we know he has speed, and just need a bit of luck and a bit right position, and the road wasn't blocked, and he had a perfect launch, and he take the win.
This was probably the most sensational sprint so far. The other sprint was pretty much like a textbook. How Arvid de Klein won. Strong lead out and then peeling off one rider after another, and then he won it. Pretty much a textbook sprint. Although it's amazing to see, because it's really hard to get it right. Although it's a very simple way of doing it. But today, just seeing how Matteo Malucelli surfing from one wheel to another and got the big W.
Yeah,
trying to find him, but
you can find him. You can't even see him.
Yeah, you can't even find him. There you go.
And he went from the
left from the left side, went to the right.
And
there you go.
Slingshot carries through.
He got slingshot. Exactly.
Wow. What? And that all happened in last 100 meters.
Exactly. All that last 100 meter.
Wow. Talk about.
So he's from the left side.
Left side. Yeah.
He moved behind Syriza. And then Syriza didn't have enough speed. Obviously, he was coming up with a lot of speed, using Michael as a lead-up man.
Wow. Pointing to the sky in memory of his mom, passed away 8 years ago. Emotional victory.
Oh, yeah. So good.
Sometimes, the riders are always looking for that, just a little bit of motivation to push them over the line.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present to you
fantastic finish.
the
Again,
state
we are continue
for the
entertained by thrill finish day after day.
Oh yes.
And unfortunately tomorrow is going to be the last day.
Oh yeah, so it looks like it's going to come to an end tomorrow. But they're not leaving the riders with a boring course. It's a circuit course,
Third place from Tudor Pro Cycling Team, Michael Ziyad.
Here's the presentation.
Third place.
Third place, Michael Ziyad.
Di Sarawak lain hadiah dia. Beautiful sash. A nice sash they got.
He's getting some Sarawak memorabilia.
Congratulations, Michael Ziyad from Tudor Pro Cycling Team.
2 Tudor riders on the podium.
2 of them today.
Although he said he wished to trade his podium for a win for Arvid de Klein. There was unselfish rider there.
None other than Arvid de Klein.
Yes, Arvid de Klein. Second place today.
but got declined today.
He got declined today. But it is what it is, you know, with racing.
You don't win all the time.
He declined Matteo Malocelli twice. So now it's Malocelli's time to decline him.
Yeah.
A beautiful sash.
And there's the Sarawak, traditional Sarawak artwork. You can see.
Pro Cycling Team.
Very nice.
And yes, for the
very
champion.
Unique.
The champion on the
Sarawak in
seventh
East
stage,
Malaysia.
PETRONAS Latua de Langkawi.
Is Iban influence.
2024, the 28th edition. Please welcome this rider
Very
up
nice
on
place to
stage.
visit
Big
in Bintulu.
hands for Matteo Malocelli from
My friend told me in
JCL
Bintulu,
Team
if you get a chance, do the river walk near the river mouth. There's a 2.8-kilometer walk.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And go to sunset. The riders can go out there in the sunset. It's very romantic. Although they're not thinking about that right now. They're thinking about the last day ahead.
Tiga peringkat dia pakai
There's
jersey tajam KBS. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
The winner
The
of today.
winners for the seventh
There's no
stage,
doubt.
PETRONAS Latua de Langkawi 2024.
Malocelli.
Michael Fiat, Arvid Decline, and Matteo Malocelli.
The winner is of today's podium of the fast men.
Yeah.
The fastest of fast men. They all fast, but these are the 3 fastest men of today after 200K of racing.
Thank you, thank you. Let's just have the riders on the stage
And
first.
there's only 1 point separating the overall, the points classification, so that tomorrow the battle is on for the orange.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be intense. KOM pretty much sealed. There's no more King of the Mountain classification tomorrow.
GC is the winner is sealed, but the GC position. So I think Pesenti was trying to get a few extra seconds just as a buffer in case the other guys are taking. Yeah, so technically, if other guys are taking all 3 intermediate sprints, he could potentially lose his second place. So he's I think he's 7 seconds in front of the other guy. So but then obviously
competitive rider.
What's your competitive rider? So that's
Afif Huzni.
yeah, that would be good. That would be good. Ayman Zarif was double, you know, do the double attack.
breakaway.
So
That could be him. Oh, there you go. TSG.
Nur Ayman Zarif.
There you go.
yeah,
Ayman Zarif, you were right.
Zarif.
You were
Yeah,
right.
good. I know he wanted to get on the podium.
Oh yeah, there you go.
And this is his opportunity. And so this,
Latua de Langkawi.
well done to be able to get in the breakaway for 100K and then still go on the aggression for the second breakaway.
Yeah, with a fellow countryman, Afif Huzni.
Yeah, well
And
done.
also the Australian Joshua Crenage.
Congratulations, Ayman. Good job.
Sponsored by
Good job.
Terengganu,
You make Malaysia
State Government,
proud.
Shimano,
Hashtag
Polygon
kita
Bicycle,
semua
Terengganu
Team
Inc. as well.
Laser helmets.
Laser helmet. Yeah, it's a nice
Which is
setup.
subsidiary for Shimano. Laser helmets.
Yep. Yeah, it's
Kejap,
most competitive.
sorang-sorang.
Sponsored by Bubble. Yeah.
Thank
Because
you.
this is
Bye.
first time
Terima kasih,
on the
Ayman.
podium this year.
Yeah, it's good to see him on the podium.
That's why he's so determined to keep going, despite the fact that he did so much of.
Sharon there. Is that Sharon? Yeah, that's her.
Sharon. Yeah, our media officer, taking photos, taking great photos and videos. Follow TSG, Terengganu Cycling Team on
Alright, let's gonna
Instagram.
have who is gonna wear the white jersey? The best Asian rider
Well, there's no
jersey.
doubt
What
who
do
is
you
gonna
guys
wear
Who
the
else?
white jersey. Who else? Ichibashi.
That's exactly right.
Get used to that name.
Yeah, Manabu Ishibashi.
Ladies and gentlemen,
From
put your
Japan,
hands together
under
for this
Team
rider again.
JCL
From
Ukyo.
JCL Team Ukyo, Manabu Ishibashi.
Manabu Ishibashi. There you go.
Yeah. So,
Very
Dina,
good.
how do you say congratulations in Japanese?
I do not know.
Okay, it's omedetou gozaimasu.
Oh,
Omedetou.
Omedetou gozaimasu.
Omedetou gozaimasu.
Right there. Well, he has one more day before he becomes officially anointed as the winner of the Best Asian White Jersey. He still have not used to that. He's such a shy guy. He's not used to getting the jersey on. He's been doing that since stage 3. Come on.
Yeah. Maybe get used to it in a different race. Yeah.
Well done
Good
to
job.
the rider from
Congratulations
JCL
to
Ukyo.
Manabu Ishibashi from JCL Team Ukyo.
Yeah, I think the team owner will be very proud.
Yeah.
Mr. Ukyo.
Yeah, maybe we'll take him on an F1
Katayama.
car.
Yeah.
Take him on an F1 car ride.
Well, there's only one driver's
That
seat,
is
one
true.
seat, so
That is
that
true.
can't happen. But they have GT car. I know. I visited. I met with Mr. Takayama. They have GT car racing and all that stuff as well.
Maybe that.
Fastest Asian.
The fastest Asian. Yeah, we're gonna change that. That sounds like more epic.
Yeah.
The fastest Asian.
Yeah, in this year's race. And waiting for the KOM, right? Should be the KOM. Yeah, here we go.
Okay, siapakah
And I can tell
Tourism
you,
Malaysia polka dot jersey.
of the 7th stage today?
and we know who that is, Mario
Is it the same
Apricio.
rider or is it different? So
And
let's welcome
he
the
has
rider
that jersey
from
competition sealed.
Burgos PH.
And but he doesn't stop him from being on aggression. I mean, every time the roads either a hill or a flat, he is on the attack. Right?
There you go, Mario Aparicio.
Tourism Malaysia. Terima kasih Tourism Malaysia kerana merupakan penaja paling bertahan paling lama.
Aggressive rider from Bogos BH.
Yeah. Can't see hills.
Kenapa baju tu masuk ke depan? Saya memang tak boleh jawab. Sesiapa pun tak boleh jawab soalan tu.
Certainly
Kenapa tak masuk ikut belakang?
entertain us with his aggression.
The master of ceremony was like had a bit of a debate. Like, why are they wearing the jersey from the front, not from the back?
He is, as observed,
People are asking him,
Yeah.
why are they wearing the jersey from the front? Like, I have no idea. Don't ask me. That's just how it is.
Well, it's easier to print. It's better presentation to print. Otherwise, you got to print over the zipper.
Yeah,
So
there you go.
that's the main reason I believe, and also easier to show mainly to show the sponsor. Right. So he certainly had a good year. So he had a stage win. He has won stages in
He
Qinghai
got a
Lake.
KOM in Qinghai Lake, right?
Yeah, he also had a stage. He had a stage in Qinghai Lake.
Okay.
So he's definitely a rider with climbing pedigree for sure. And KOM so he had a stage win in this year's Qinghai Lake, and also the winner of the KOM jersey. So there you go. He likes to collect KOM. So he is King Apricio.
King Apricio.
Yeah, here we go. He is the king of KOM at Qinghai Lake. So he's KOM in the Tour of Langkawi.
Oh yeah.
So there you go. That's
King Apricio.
Yeah, King Apricio. So in addition to Navarra, King Navarra, we also have another king here.
There you go. So Albert Decline retained the jersey. KBS orange jersey for sprint classification. There he goes. Harvard Decline.
And but only by one point now.
Yeah. So tomorrow we're gonna see some battle for, obviously, number one is the sprint classification, and also the battle for the podium spot.
Yes.
The third podium spot.
It's still nobody gained any second over.
It's still Unai Iriba.
Yeah.
So that will be interesting to see for tomorrow.
Yes.
Penampilan di Malaysia untuk Petronas Letur Langkawi edisi ke-27.
So the Dutchman retained the orange jersey under the Tudor Pro Cycling team. So whether or not the Dutchman can finish off in orange,
that's something to be answered tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure in the team meeting later they're going to be talking and analyze this sprint. And so obviously Malocelli is a definite threat. Double stage winner as well. Now equals. So whoever wins tomorrow's sprint between these two can honestly, they will win the points jersey and have the final bragging right. They won the most sprint finish.
Exactly.
Victory. They had the most sprint victory of this year's Tour of Langkawi. So it's going to be exciting to see. So we can't wait to see the last stage, because we've been entertained for the last 7 days, and we shall be entertained again for tomorrow stage 8, the last and the final stage.
A shorter stage for sure.
Slightly shorter, 147.5.
They'll probably finish it in 3 hours or something.
Yeah. Judging from today's speed, I think we will get that official result. They probably did about 40, close to 47k an hour. Looking at the run-in.
Ulang tahun ke-50. Congratulations. Satu tepukan untuk Petronas.
Terus memaju kemajuan.
Okay.
So this was 50th year for Petronas. For those of you who are viewing, so Petronas have been around for 50 years. Providing energy not just for Malaysia and also worldwide. Pushing forward motorsports and also cycling now.
Yes. Yeah. I hope Petronas come back and consider sponsoring a team or be part of the cycling team as well as the event. That would be nice.
There you go. Max Full, the leader of this year's edition of Tour of Langkawi. Oh yeah, he's simply the best.
Yeah, he is.
He's simply the best.
Again, I'll say it again. I hope this young man someday win a Grand Tour. He certainly has a pedigree. Certainly has the.
I like how he's super chill about it.
Yeah,
like it's not a big deal.
Yeah,
wearing that jersey.
Yeah. It's normally 21 years old. 21 years old, you win a big race like this, you'll probably be pretty ecstatic, but he's very calm, very cool, right? So it's very tall guy.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Very tall man.
Looks like a 61 centimeter frame.
Yeah. Well done. And tomorrow, just one last day. You just need to finish together with the bunch and stay upright, and he will be crowned as the overall winner of this year's Tour de Langkawi.
Yeah, excited to see. Very excited to see.
Okay, can we have all the riders?
And now all the jersey holders are being presented on the stage. And we'll see tomorrow how is it going to turn out. If it's going to be the same format.
Position there on the podium.
Yeah, it is. A bit of rotational. Going from right to left.
The 28th edition.
There you go on screen. These are the jersey holder for tomorrow when they start the final stage of this edition of Petronas Tour de Langkawi.
Which is going to be in Bintulu.
Yeah, in Bintulu where they are now. So no transfer for today, so a bit of a relief for the riders and also for the staff.
Yeah, so I understand they are staying at the Park City Hotel in Bintulu, and that's where there's a river walk. There's a walkway, 2.6 kilometers, and then you can go look at the sunset. And
oh wow, yeah, I just saw that. Yeah, it's a very nice location.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So just to shout out.
Big smile and thumbs up. Yeah.
And
yes, we're the best.
if you still have the energy to go walk, go for a walk.
That's right. Yeah, so normally after 7 days of hard racing, most of them just be content watching the view from the hotel.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you get the beach view hotel, that is, you know.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. And then tomorrow we will have a relatively later start. It will be
12 p.m.
12 p.m.
12 p.m.
time. Yeah. So for those who are tuning in for live action, 12 o'clock. Noontime, you can have lunch and watch some bike racing.
Terima kasih Syafiq. Itu dia perlombaan yang mungkin kepada anda peminat-peminat berbasikal terutama LTDL ni mungkin jangkaan anda tepat, dan juga hari ini kita boleh lihat drama yang menarik. Penamat tadi Bunch Prince, yang mana satu penamat yang saya rasa yang paling kecewa di atas pentas tadi ialah Abid Decline lah, adik.
Ya, sudah pastilah Abid Decline hari ini dia ingin cuba untuk memenangi peringkat at least hat-trick. Untuk peringkat di edisi yang ke-28 ni, tapi hari ini beliau gagal kan, kerana kita lihat tadi beliau berada di kedudukan kedua bersama rakan pasukan beliau di kedudukan ketiga, iaitu Michael Zela. Jadi kudos kepada Matteo Maluselli kerana memenangi peringkat ke-7 hari ini. Beliau merupakan kali kedua memenangi peringkat untuk edisi yang ke-28 kali ini.
Anda jangan salah faham kenapa saya cakap Abid Decline dah paling kecewa, walaupun dia mengekalkan jersey pecut, tetapi yang kecewa maksud saya ialah kita tahu dari semalam sebelum perlombaan, respon daripada tim Tudor. Dan tadi pun pemenang tempat ketiga rakannya pun menyatakan bahawa mereka bekerja untuk Aberdeen Decline, dan kita nampak dia pun kecewa kerana di penghujung satu penamat yang bertenaga dengan Matteo semalam nombor 7, hari ini comeback kita ada satu pecutan teknikal yang dilakukan oleh Matteo Malocelli, Dik.
Betul Lan. Kalau kita lihat sekarang ni Matteo Malocelli sekarang ni cuma berbeza satu mata saja bersama Aberdeen Decline untuk jersey orange tajam KBS Lan. Sekarang ni Matteo 65, Aberdeen Decline 66. Jadi menarik untuk kita lihat esok Lan, stage yang ke-8 Lan. Perebutan jersey-jersey utama.
Lain sikit untuk edisi ke-28 untuk 2024 ni. Ini yang kita mahukan kerana perebutan jersey hingga ke penghujung, itu yang menambah kerancakan untuk kita nantikan esok penamat di Bintulu sekali lagi. Dan kalau kita lihat, Dik, kita sentuh sikit bagaimana satu teknikal yang saya katakan tadi, kita akan menyentuh lebih mendalam. Namun seketika Lily untuk update seketika sebelum kita berbalik berbincang penamat, terutamanya mendapatkan respon daripada Ketua Pengarah Majlis Sukan Negara Haji Abdul Rashid Yaakob.
Baik, bersama saya ketika ini ialah Ketua Pengarah Majlis Sukan Negara, iaitu Encik Abdul Rashid bin Yaakob, Ketua Pengarah Majlis Sukan Negara, dan kita nak tanyakan jugalah untuk penganjuran kali kedua bersama Majlis Sukan Negara. Kalau boleh kongsikan bagaimana pengalamannya, Encik Rashid?
Terima kasih. Pertama sekali pada tahun ini penganjuran PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi sangat mencabar kepada kami. Lebih-lebih lagi kalender sukan pada tahun ini, Letua di Langkawi ini terletak di belakang. Sebelum ni kita ada Olimpik, kita ada Paralimpik di Paris, kita ada Sukma, kita ada Para Sukma. Dan ini yang terakhir, yang besar lah maksudnya pada tahun ini bagi kami adalah PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi. Agak mencabar dari segi logistik, dari segi persiapan dan sebagainya. Kerana kita pergi Langkawi dan kita datang ke Sarawak. Jadi cabarannya adalah dari segi transfer lah. Macam malam tadi sehingga pukul 3-4 pagi baru kita dapat selesaikan perkara yang berkaitan dengan transfer. Tengah hari ini pun tadi ada satu kemalangan kru kita di pertengahan jalan. Jadi itu menunjukkan how hektik dan kepenatannya mereka. Tapi alhamdulillah tidak ada apa-apa kecederaan, dan saya nak rakamkan terima kasih kepada semua kru, semua petugas yang diketuai oleh Encik Yazid. Jadi terima kasih kerana telah bersungguh-sungguh untuk nak memastikan perjalanan Letua di Langkawi ini berjalan dengan baik. Dan hari ini adalah stage ke-7, besok yang terakhir insya-Allah, dan kita harap semuanya berjalan dengan lancar dan tidak ada apa-apa masalah lagi, insya-Allah kita harapkan.
Okey, mungkin sedikit kongsikanlah menuju hari terakhir ni, mungkin apa harapannya daripada Encik Rashid sendiri.
Okey, hari terakhir besok di Bintulu, kita akan loop saja di kawasan Bintulu. Harapan dapat berjalan dengan baik dan lancar. Kita pun harap insya-Allah semoga cuaca elok dan sebagainya, supaya kita tidak ada apa-apa masalah dan kita boleh rasakan dengar ni kemeriahannya. Jadi kita harap semuanya berjalan dengan lancar lah, insya-Allah.
Terima kasih Encik Rashid. Thank you.
Baik, tahniah sekali lagi terutamanya kepada Ketua Pengarah Majlis Sukan Negara Haji Abdul Rashid. Kenyataannya kita perlu akui, kita perlu cakap kredit kepada MSN kerana kita tahu musim dia musim yang berlainan, bergerak dari Langkawi, Tanah Besar, sebenarnya beralih kepada Sarawak. Tak lupa kita kena ucap tahniah juga kepada pengarah acara Cik Yazid, antara individu yang tak tidur malam tapi berjaya melaksanakan setakat dengan keadaan yang baik. Baik, berbalik kepada penamat tadi, Dik. Saya katakan teknikal, kita tahu setiap pelumba, setiap pecut, pakar pecut, mereka tahu teknikal untuk memecut di saat akhir, tetapi teknikal yang lebih baik daripada Matteo ni, dia biarkan dulu Gleb Seriza, dia biarkan dulu Aberdeen Decline, tetapi dia keluar di penghujung dari belakang. Saya rasa kedudukan 7-8 dia keluar dari tengah ke kanan itu, Dik.
Betul kan. Kalau kita lihat memang Matteo Malocelli ni memang dia mempunyai pecutan yang cakap berbeza lah berbanding Arvid dan juga Gleb Seriza. Jadi dia daripada belakang lah membuat pecutan terus memenangi peringkat yang ke-7 hari ini. Kerana jika kita lihat di peringkat yang kedua itu Arau Batua dimenangi peringkat juga. Sama situasi seperti hari ini, tapi hari ini dia meninggalkan Arvid Decline hampir separuh wheel dalam peringkat yang ke-7 hari ini.
Apa yang berlaku untuk Matteo ini ialah selain kita lihat kebijaksanaan dia keluar, dia juga tahu kondisinya.
Betul.
Dia menumpang kerja yang dilakukan oleh pelumba dari Tudor. Dan itu satu saya rasa pelumba berpengalaman, dia tahu kondisi dan dia tahu bila nak keluar. Ini yang berlaku untuk Matteo ni.
Ya, sudah pastilah, kerana kalau kita lihat Matteo Marcelli juga sebelum ni pernah bersama pasukan Pro Conti itu daripada pasukan Cianciarula dan juga pasukan Rosvelo sebelum ini sebelum dia mewakili pasukan GCL tim Ukyo. Jadi dia mempunyai pengalaman yang luas. Dia juga pernah memenangi beberapa peringkat di Tour of Altania antaranya dan juga Volta Portugal yang berlaku sebelum ini. Jadi sudah pasti pelumba daripada Itali ini berusia 30 tahun ni mempunyai pengalaman dan juga mempunyai kelebihan yang tersendiri lah.
Ya, kredit kepada rakan sepasukannya dan juga tim Ukyo juga. Dan kalau tanya saya secara peribadinya, saya suka penamat hari ini. Saya sangat suka bagaimana bunch sprint yang memihak kepada Matteo dan sekaligus persaingan untuk Avid dan juga Matteo ni semakin rancak kerana masing-masing kini mengumpul 2 kemenangan, 2 stage setakat ini, dan esok adalah mungkin untuk Avid peluang terbaik untuk dia nak perbaharui rekodnya. Musim lalu dia 2 menang 2 stage dan itu esok akan terjawab. Dan selain itu, kalau kita melihat secara menyeluruh, kita perlukan kredit kepada Aiman Zarif. Hari ini akhirnya kita lihat kelibat wakil negara di atas mata walaupun dinobatkan selaku most competitive rider ni.
Betul lah. Kalau ikutkan ini kali kedua untuk pasukan CAG menjejaki podium kerana hari itu peringkat yang kedua Nur Amirul Fakhruddin dinobatkan sebagai most competitive rider. Hari ini sekali lagi pasukan CAG melalui Nur Aiman Zarif Alan 2 kali membuat breakaway dan sudah pasti most competitive rider dinobatkan seharusnya dinobatkan kepada Aiman Zarif lah. Jadi satu orang cakap menarik untuk kita melihat pelumba tempatan kita berada di podium hari ini. Kita harap esok sekali lagi lah peringkat yang ke-8 ramai lagi pelumba tempatan kita akan menjejaki podium untuk esok.
Ya, apabila menyebut peringkat terakhir, perebutan jersey semakin menarik. Pastinya ialah jersey jauh ada peluang untuk adik, tapi jersey orang itu pastinya lah.
Jersey untuk seketika ini lah, untuk peringkat yang ke-7 sudah pasti untuk jersey Polkadot tajaan Tourism Malaysia sudah pasti dimenangi oleh pelumba daripada Burgos iaitu Mario Aparicio kerana hari ini merupakan last zone pendakian yang ditawarkan kan. Jadi Mario Aparicio sudah pasti disahkan sebagai King of Mountain. Untuk esok dia harus menghabiskan perlumbaan saja untuk memastikan jersey King of Mountain dimenangi oleh beliau. Tetapi harus diingat jersey putih tajaan MSN, jersey terbaik Asia, jersey oren KBS dan juga jersey pendahulu jersey Petronas itu Langkawi masih terbuka kerana timing dan juga poin-poin masih jarak dia tu memang tak jauh lah. Jadi of course masih terbuka untuk esok peringkat yang ke-8. Saya rasa kemungkinan besar akan berlaku pertukaran jersey utama lah.
Ya, itu yang kita harapkan esok. Dan juga ialah untuk pelumba negara, walaupun perebutan jersey itu hampir ialah suka untuk mereka, tapi esok adalah penamat untuk kita lihat yang lebih menggembirakan kerana esok perjalanan sebagaimana dikatakan ialah tiada lagi zon pendakian, tapi kita akan bermula pada jam 11.45 pagi esok di Astro Arena, tetapi di YouTube Petronas LTDL dan juga di YouTube Majlis Sukan Negara anda boleh bermula 11.30 pagi. Jadi apapun debarannya esok bakal terjawab untuk kesemua pelumba. Jadi esok apa yang cerita anda kena nantikan bersama kami. Sekali lagi terima kasih Dik. Perkongsian yang menarik juga ulasan yang mantap bersama dengan Syafiq. Jadi kita berakhir di sini. Sebelum berakhir, terima kasih sekali kepada semua penaja. Terima kasih kepada Petronas, Tourism Malaysia, Bubbles O2 dan semualah yang telah menjayakan LTDL edisi ke-28. Untuk waktu ini, teruskan hashtag Hit The Beat, teruskan hashtag Kita Semua Timas. Salam hormat dari saya Zamumin. Kita jumpa esok peringkat terakhir.
truly Asia.
Are you always exhausted, tired? All of that can change with Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. With a high dissolved oxygen content, Bubbles O2 is no ordinary mineral water. Stop, sip, and smile. Fuel your passion for a powerful performance. Find us at PETRONAS Litor de Langkawi, Malaysia 2024.
At PETRONAS, you get more. More points. Simpler, better, now cardless. Just key in your phone number at the pump, Mesra store counter, or use the Settle app. Get up to 3 times more Mesra rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel.
as I slip from my skin and into the soul of the sea. I let go, like the ocean, I am free. I dance with sharks and move with reefs. The tempo of my heartbeat is now one with the sea.
Above, I am the master of speed. Here, life humbles me as I descend into the unknown to a new world beyond my imagination. I make friends with so-called danger. It's electrifying, the rush of adventure. From a sea of fishes to nature's finest teacher. I am your humble student.
Someone smart once said, the best way to observe a fish is to become a fish. So I seek my respect, make friends with the subject, and call this my home. We share our mornings together, floating through the calm, learning from each other. You find out more when in silence.
This world, all alien to me, yet I feel closer to the deep blue sea. I feel welcome, just being here, just me, myself, and my new friends.
The gentle bed of water, friendly faces with warm hellos. The voice of the sea speaks to my soul. It's big, it's small, it's a little strange, but it's all so unique. When I'm here, I feel like I belong. My new friends, they welcome me. Now with every moment and breath, I truly feel alive.
At PETRONAS, earning and redeeming Mercer Rewards points is now cardless.
Really?
Just key in your phone number at the pump, at the Mercer store counter, or use the Settle app.
Legit?
Get up to 3 times more Mercer Rewards points with Settle and redeem fuel. Simpler, better, and more rewarding.
The
essence of Asia. In this land where dreams come true. Malaysia. This land is beautiful. It steals your heart away. This land is paradise. Only a smile away. The soul of Asia. The essence of Asia. In this land where dreams come true. Malaysia. This land is beautiful. It steals your heart away. This land is paradise. Only a smile away. The soul of Asia. The essence of Asia. In this land where dreams come true. Malaysia. This land is beautiful. It steals your heart away. This land is paradise. Only a smile away. The soul of Asia. The essence of Asia. In this land where dreams come true. Malaysia, truly Asia. You can